Senior Vice President of the African Development Bank Group, Marilo Akin Olugbade, Honorable Kenya Bale, Minister of Economic Planning and Development, Republic of Sierra Leone, Honorable Magdalene Dagoze, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Republic of Liberia, Assistant Secretary General Elizabeth Speha, United Nations Peacebuilding Support Office, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Excellencies, partners, ladies and gentlemen here present and joining us online across the continent and beyond, all protocols observed. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the 6th edition of the Africa Resilience Forum, convened under the timely and urgent theme, prioritizing prevention, financing peace in a changing development cooperation landscape. This forum comes at a pivotal moment. Across Africa, the fragility landscape is evolving and driven by climate shocks, economic pressures, demographic shifts, and geopolitical uncertainties. Yet, within this complexity lies a profound opportunity to reimagine how we finance peace, not as a reactive measure, but as a proactive investment in prevention. This year's forum is built on this premise. Over the next 3 days, we'll explore how multi-stakeholder partnerships, innovative financing instruments, and local solutions are shifting the paradigm to anchor peace and prevention as a foundation for building peace in fragile and conflict-affected settings. We'll hear from governments, civil society, private sector leaders and youth voices, and of course, partners from the Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus, each bringing insights that challenge us to think differently and act boldly. Importantly, this forum is not just about dialogue. It is about alignment. It is also about action. It calls on us to move beyond conventional thinking and spark fresh ideas and scale up collective efforts that deliver tangible impact on the ground. Thank you so much for responding to the invitation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow us now to show a short video that highlights the spirit underpinning the theme of the Africa Resilience Forum 2025. The video?
Lakatune no continue. Lakatune. Zamir gonde wir won bor fo di koy bor fo indi diranda. So kir gonde tajir biong indi sekretary. Hala to sub guru boy har bor ko kangi kan kun ngay borawi. Gite diro. O mutikir kazum neo.
Barbata regta hayakan candidate lakatune. Irgo goro kalir kwarara ikaiwir se borhinza e borhinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine fori chargami iner se ingayni no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulunga girwi gita ir moiru tunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix. Il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025, investing in peace, building prosperity.
Thank you, Yerobalde. Thank you, Yerobalde, for those opening words. I now have the privilege to invite Madame Marilo Akid Olugbade, Senior Vice President for the African Development Bank, to deliver a speech on behalf of the President. Marilo.
Madame Kenny Barley, ministre de la
Madame Kenny Barley, Minister of Planning and Economic Development of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Madame Magdalene Dagosei, Minister of Trade and Industry of Liberia, Madame Elizabeth Pearl, Assistant Secretary General, United Nations, Your Excellency, members of the Diplomatic Corps and heads of diplomatic missions, the resident representatives of international organizations, distinguished members of executive directors of the African Development Bank, members of senior management of the African Development Bank, distinguished moderators, panel members, dear guests, all protocol respected, good morning. It is on behalf of President Sidi Uta, the president of the ADB group, that I have the pleasure of making this speech. 1 month ago, to date, President Sidi Uta took office as the 9th president of the ADB group, and he did this with a high sense of responsibility and fully aware of the scope of the challenges our continent is facing. The geopolitical tensions, multilateralism under distress, declining official development assistance, unsustainable debt, climate change impacts, growing youth unemployment, and the setbacks in achieving the sustainable development goals all weigh heavily on Africa's prospects. However, in all these mega trends, one aspect often overlooked in development finance remains central. And you heard it as President Sidi Uta said, there can be no development without peace and no peace without development. It is therefore a great honor to welcome you to this 6th edition of the Africa Resilience Forum, dedicated to the theme Privatizing Prevention, Financing Peace in a Changing Development Cooperation Landscape. This is a fitting theme, necessitating integrated solutions that combine peace, security, development, and resilience frameworks. As you have seen in the video, today 250 million people in our continent live in countries directly affected by fragility and conflict. In the past 20 years, more than 550,000 lives have been lost to insecurity. Over 40 million people, I think it's 44 million rather, people have been displaced, and most of them within their own borders, or within the borders of their own countries. Climate-induced weather changes, including intensified droughts, more severe floods, and stronger cyclones, compound these pressures by destroying livelihoods, crops, and landscapes, fueling tensions and encouraging investments. Meanwhile, debt burdens, narrow fiscal space, and increased security expenditures are squeezing already limited public resources, leaving governments struggling to balance short-term stabilization with long-term development needs. Security expenditure across the continent, as we have seen, reached about $51 billion in 2023, unfortunately diverting critical resources from development initiatives. We all know that 25 African countries are now in debt distress or at high risk, up from 22 in 2023. These trends we must reverse, and this forum is a clear call to do so by shifting the investment paradigm towards prevention, peace, and resilience. The African Development Bank Group, through the Transition Support Facility of the African Development Fund, pioneered a fundamental change when it introduced the prevention envelope to intentionally finance operations addressing fragility drivers before crises escalate. We continue to demonstrate leadership in prevention financing, with total allocations to prevent interventions increasing by 35% between 2023 and 2025. This investment has yielded significant dividends, with documented evidence of prevention success stories in multiple contexts. Evidence shows that each dollar invested in evidence-based prevention programs saves up to $16 in the long term. Global events have vividly shown us that it is no longer business as usual. These trends call for a change in mindset and for intentionality in how we design and deliver our investments. We must make sure that our investments are fragility and conflict sensitive, and that they intentionally contribute to strengthening peace and boosting prosperity. To drive this change, President Sidi Ouktar has set out 4 cardinal points, our strategic priorities to guide our journey. They are not abstract principles. They are the building blocks of Africa's resilience and prosperity. First of all, we must unlock Africa's capital power by optimizing each dollar. This means tapping into and capitalizing capital markets, deploying blended finance, and leveraging guarantees to attract private investments. Partnerships lie at the heart of the bank's engagement in fragile contexts, encompassing collaboration with traditional development partners, humanitarians, and peace-building actors, and an increasing involvement with the private sector. Second, we must rebuild Africa's financial sovereignty. With aid flows declining and traditional funding models proving inadequate, Africa must speak with one financial voice and pursue sustainable market-based solutions. Official development aid or assistance must serve as a catalyst capital for mobilizing additional resources while demonstrating how to manage risk and deliver measurable results. Thirdly, we must turn demographics into dividends by making youth and women engines of growth and agents of peace. In fragile contexts, a job is more than mere income. It is hope, dignity, and a shield against conflict. We will scale up support for entrepreneurship, formalize the shadow economies where most Africans work, and harness the strength of our diaspora. Fourthly, we must build resilient infrastructure and add real value so that Africa's natural resources drive shared prosperity instead of conflict. By investing in regional processing hubs, supporting cross-border trade, and prioritizing green minerals, we can transform resource wealth from a source of fragility into a driver of peace and cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is noteworthy to mention that despite increasing geopolitical complexity, the bank has maintained operations in all fragile contexts, adapting its approaches to ensure continuity of essential governance functions, crisis prevention, and delivery of development results. The bank's approach continues to be anchored in the key principles of staying engaged, prevention, and building strategic partnerships across the humanitarian, development, and peace nexus, with increased emphasis on country-focused solutions and adaptive programming. I want to acknowledge and salute, and I had the opportunity to visit several offices in transition countries, and I really want to salute the 248 staff members of the bank who are currently stationed in the transition countries for their exemplary dedication to service, leadership from front lines, and selflessness. Could we please give them a round of applause? Our understanding of the drivers of conflict must shape our investments from the start, not as an afterthought. If we fail to act, the costs will be unbearable. If we succeed, the dividends will be immense. Peace, stability, prosperity, and most of all, hope for future generations to come. Achieving this requires innovative financing. It demands long-term strategic partnerships, alliances rooted in trust and shared responsibility, and of course, accountability. It is therefore with this in mind that we approach the 17th replenishment of the ADF for the 2026-2028 period with a collective ambition to scale up prevention and a bold focus on catalyzing resources for the most vulnerable populations across the continent. Africa's hopes are on each and every one of us. Our youth are waiting for
Across Africa, 46 million people are displaced by preventable conflicts. Yet every dollar invested in prevention can save up to 103 in crisis response for countries with recent violence. Investing in peace is not optional, it is essential for Africa's future. From October 1st to 3rd, 2025, policymakers, business leaders, civil society and practitioners will gather in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire for the 6th Africa Resilience Forum. Their mission: turn prevention into investment and investment into lasting peace. Theme: prioritizing prevention, financing peace in a changing development cooperation landscape. From youth economic resilience to food security, climate finance, private sector engagement, digital innovation, trade, and regional integration, the forum will be a platform for partnerships and shared solutions. Join the Africa Resilience Forum 2025, hosted by the African Development Bank. Register now.
Thank you for your patience. You have heard the President's words. There's no peace without development, no development without peace. It's for that reason that we have a high-level opening session moderated by Marie-Laure, our Senior Vice President. The theme is going to be on investing in peace, investing in prevention, scaling up peace. Marie-Laure, you're invited to the podium.
Oui, je vais venir après. D'accord. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's with great pleasure that I will now invite you to this session on investing in prevention, scaling up peace. The President of the Bank has already set the stage. There is no peace without development, and there's no development without peace. Starting with this session, we are going to challenge the traditional development paradigm and discuss proposals on how to scale up prevention. Because as we saw in the video, $1 invested in prevention can actually lead to $103 in return, especially for countries with recent violence. I therefore would like to encourage you all to actively participate in the discussion and probably more importantly, make very concrete proposals on how we can join forces, how we can work together differently. And without further ado, I would like to now introduce you the objective of this first session and welcome our esteemed panelists. So, under the new agenda for peace, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, has called on international financial institutions to become agents of peace. agent for peace. The African Development Bank has heard this call, and we are working with partners to make it a reality. And therefore, this session is really a call to action to challenge the statu quo and to prioritize and scale up investment that intentionally, from the design stage, contribute to peace and help us prevent conflict in Africa. And we will discuss very innovative partnership and mechanisms that integrate peace building, but also development, and we will explore how we can leverage private capital for peace-positive investment. So with that, I would like to invite the esteemed member of the panel, and I'm sure you will agree with me that I'm particularly lucky because it is the most diverse panel, only made up of ladies. Ladies. So I present to you Honorable Minister Kenye Barley, Minister of Planification and Economic Development of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I present to you Madame Barley. Then, next, I present to you Excellency Amina Mohamed, board members of Interpeace, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kenya. My dear sister, you are welcome.
Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, Mrs. Elizabeth Perard, as I said, Assistant Secretary General, United Nations. So welcome, ladies, and please join me in welcoming these formidable ladies. And I think we'll go right away to you, Honorable Minister Barley. And Your Excellency, you have been pioneering, oh, I should have added, former board members on the board of the African Development Bank. So you know, of course, very well the African Development Bank, and you have been, Your Excellency, pioneering the topic of peace finance in many ways. And could you share your views on what role do national planning ministries play in scaling up prevention and peace-positive investment?
Good morning, everybody. And I observe all laid down protocols due to time. I only got the question about 5 minutes ago. And the problem here, and you'll have to stop me if I go over the time, and I didn't know in what capacity I was going to come, whether it was as the Minister of Planning and Economic Development, whether it was the chair of the G7+, whether it was as a former executive director of the African Development Bank when the resilience strategy was approved, or whether it's because I implemented an African Development Bank funded program during the Sierra Leone conflict.
May I suggest, Honorable Minister, all of the above?
Okay, all right. So that means that I have now 5 minutes for all of those roles, so I have 20 minutes. So I will try and fit them all together now. But I will start with planning. And the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, I would say, does have a peace positive or a resilient medium-term national development plan, which was developed under my administration, I think 4 months into my becoming the Minister of Planning and Economic Development. And it was, well, I was told by the partners, they said, Madam Minister, your plan is quite an ambitious time frame. That was that you're not going to get it done on time, but we did. It's a plan from January 2024 to 2030. And it's a 7-year plan rather than the usual 5-year plan, because we decided that we would end at the same time as the SDGs. We're already aligning with the time frame of the SDGs. The plan has, at its core, 5 game changers. We refer to them as the big 5 game changers. The flagship is Feed Salon. It's a food security, and of course, is the basis for our resilience, and not just a matter of feeding the people, but we see this as the engine of our growth, the agricultural sector, the fisheries sector. We also do have human capital development and youth employment, and promoting youth within the agricultural sector. So they're all interconnected. And then we have infrastructure and technology and transforming the public sector architecture, which is the foundation for any transformation and change. But having said that, we also have 5 enablers, because we wanted the plan to be as resilient as possible. So with the 5 enablers, we have enabler 1, diversifying the economy, but enabler 2 speaks to what we're discussing now: governance, peace, and the rule of law. We also have an enabler for environment and climate change, and mainstreaming gender, and of course, general monitoring and implementation. So we agree with, or aligned with the African Development Bank. Well, our mantra for the plan is a mantra that we got from the G7+, which is there is no development without peace, but we had peace cannot be sustained without development. It's very similar, but that is at the core. And I want to align G7+ principles with the way that we developed our plan. G7+ under the New Deal in Busan, one of the first principles is that plans, intervention should be country-led. So we actually led the development of the plan, aligned it, of course, with the SDGs, Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and ECOWAS Vision 2050. But we did it all as nationals, planning ministry, no local consultant, no international consultant. We took the lead on that plan along the lines of the Busan Agreement. In terms of the financing of the plan, we have, well, a $2.5 billion gap. And so talking about financing resilience, we went, at least this year, we have gone resource mobilization, complete resource mobilization mode. And the reason for this, after PrepCom, it was PrepCom 4, the Financing for Development PrepCom 4, that we realized that, you know, with the shrinking of the ODA and the ODF, we have to utilize our own resources. So we have been going with our plan and bankable projects to all subsequent engagements. Like, for instance, I was in Nice for the Oceans Conference, which usually deals with policy and science. And I don't usually go to those sort of conferences, but we had an investment expo on the blue economy on the sidelines of that conference. We come back to Seville. With Seville as well, we went with a package which was mainly focused on domestic resource mobilization, and we presented our mineral wealth funds. And if I come back and relate that to the G7+, the G7+ as well, as a body, recognizing that now the aid, development aid is becoming more transactional. Although we are a group of 20 fragile countries, we have decided that we would rather be, we want to be partners in development rather than recipients. So we are looking at ways as a group to mobilize our natural resources along the lines of the Sierra Leone Mineral Wealth Fund, and also the youth resources, see how we can harness the youth. So this is what we're doing in terms of planning, in terms of the G7+, and in terms of what we've been doing in financing for development. We have been looking at ways, more innovative ways of generating funds. And I think this is where the IFIs can come in. The IFIs, I think the African Development Bank is already looking at the issue of blended finance, concessional loans, first risk. And we are actually in discussion for this with the UNCDF. UNCDF is one of the two agencies that, of the UN agencies that can go to the capital markets. So we're discussing projects with them, bankable projects, and see how they could raise resources. We're working towards also coming to the AIF. We're working towards, it's a very tight schedule, but we do have some proposals, but we're still working out one or two things. So we hope that for the first time, Sierra Leone will have bankable projects that we hope to close deals on the AIF. One other area, I see you're holding your mic, but there's one other area that we as a government feel that we need to deal with and will be discussed within this forum, and this is the fragmentation of aid. A lot of donors coming in with the same aid, some of aid packages, some of them conflicting. Okay, diversity is good, but some of them are conflicted, and it's a waste of resources. Now, we as a government feel we have a role to play, and this role is with coordination. So we do have the Development Partners Coordinating Committee that should meet on a quarterly basis. I think we meet biannual. But I just want to comment, and I commented on this last week, or was it 2 weeks ago, on this whole issue of coordination. Because we meet, but meeting and talking is not necessarily coordination. So we are trying to get it right. But one thing I did comment, that the one thing that is better done during conflict situations is coordination of aid. Because when we're in conflict in Sierra Leone, I think it was every Monday we would meet and we would share, So we have to find a way of getting that urgency. We don't want to be in that situation again, but really getting our partners to respond to these issues. So I'll end here and wait for my second question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and I'm sure you will all agree that she has done justice to the many hats that she has, and thank you for reminding us of the importance of planning. This is a country-led exercise, and also the importance of partnership. We appreciated your decision to involve the private sector. AIF is the Africa Investment Forum. It's a platform set up by the African Development Bank to mobilize private sector participation in a transformative project. And indeed, as Honorable Minister has said, with her at the helm of the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development for the first time this year, hopefully Sierra Leone will be able to showcase some projects. And this is also what this forum is about, is how do you indeed involve the private sector in financing, and you mentioned over instrument blended finance. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let me now move to Honorable Mrs. Amina Mohamed. And Amina, you represent Interpeace today. And this is a long-standing partner of ours, and I would like to acknowledge also your presence, thank you, brother, and a champion of the peace finance agenda. And how do you see multi-stakeholder partnerships and diplomacy driving peace-positive investment? What have we learned?
Well, thank you very much. And let me just say it's a really great honor to be here with all of you at this 6th edition of the African Resilience Forum. And we're discussing a theme that could not be more urgent. How do we prioritize prevention, and how do we scale peace? So before I actually go into my talking points, let me just acknowledge that this is our 2nd anniversary of the MOU that was signed between Interpeace and the African Development Bank. And it's a partnership made in heaven. And so we're very grateful for that partnership. When we speak of prevention, I think in our minds we always think about it in technical terms. Early warning, resilience building, and risk deduction. but truly at its heart, prevention, and I think we saw that in the clip that was played this morning, is about saving lives. It's about preserving trust, and it's about protecting futures before they are shattered by violence. And we also had earlier on, and I think it's important to keep repeating that fact, that every dollar that we invest in prevention saves 16 in crisis response. But more importantly, it saves communities from being torn apart, it saves young people from losing hope, and it saves nations from losing years, if not decades, of development and of progress. We see it as a smart and necessary investment. Now that we've learned about partnerships and diplomacy, how do we make sure that that helps in making prevention real? And the first lesson that I would leave with you is that diplomacy creates entry points. It offers platforms that are vital for engagement, but that in fact, it's finance. Finance sustains the outcomes. Too often, peace agreements are signed with great fanfare, and I think many of us have been present when that actually happens. But without the commitment of resources to underpin them, they falter, and many times, on many occasions, they actually fail. There is a lack of concrete, tangible, and visible peace dividends, which are basic in most cases, and we've all addressed them. It's about livelihoods, it's about food, it's about health, it's about education, it's about simple infrastructure. And that's why peace finance is so important. It is the bridge, it's the common denominator, it's the common language that allows diplomats, allows peace builders and financiers to move in step. The second lesson is that institutional innovation matters. Let me highlight the Peace and Security Investment Hub in Mozambique that we are launching together with the FDB. For the first time, we see a development finance institution anchoring a structure that deliberately generates a pipeline of peace-positive investments. This should not be, it should not remain an exception. It should become the norm. It should be mainstreamed. The third lesson is that scale and speed are critical ingredients that come only through coalitions. No single government, no single IFI, no single civil society actor can de-risk fragility alone. It requires a coalition that is global, that is national and local. Ministries of finance, development banks and partners, private investors, and local communities, all aligned around a shared framework. And here, Interpeace has played a unique role, convening unlikely allies and providing a shared vocabulary for finance and peace to work together. It had not been done before. And so again, I would just like to ask you to acknowledge Interpeace for doing this amazing work and for being a front runner in that field. Diplomacy, madam, can open doors, but partnerships keep those doors open. And when we join efforts, when finance and peace building meet, we can finally move from disconnected, fragmented projects to systemic change. That is the promise of peace finance, to make stability not only possible, but bankable. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. And indeed, I think you've touched on the key point. Peace finance must become the the common language, and this was probably the key barrier before, and it is important to continue to over and over repeat that peace building is probably the one of the most important de-risking mechanism. I think you have said it, partnership, keep the door open. You have said it, peace agreement, signature of peace agreement are good, but there needs to be finance to back all the commitments that are made. And again, the work that we are doing together in Mozambique, and there will be a special session on it, I think it's today or tomorrow. And today, Frédéric? Yes, today there will be a special session that will really showcase the work that we are doing together. So indeed, Interpeace, a very trusted partner of the African Development Bank Group in this journey. Thank you. So let me now move to Elizabeth Spera. I hope I said your title well. Let me repeat it. Assistant Secretary General for Peace Building Support at the United Nations. So, Elizabeth, I think we were together last week. I think we co-chaired, we co-moderated a similar panel last year at the UN Assembly, and I think it would be good for us to hear maybe what progress has been seen in international support of this agenda of financing prevention, leveraging your office convening power, and how can the UN peace-building architecture connect IFIs and peace financing. So, of course, we'd like to hear more about it, and probably also, personally, I'm interested to know what progress we've made also since last year, and the call to action that we issued then. So you have.
Great, thank you so much, Marie-Laure. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm very honored for this invitation and being in the big room with the big girls on the big stage. So thank you again for this. Indeed, so last year, 21st of September, if I remember correctly, we already started talking about this issue of investing for peace, the importance of peace finance and so forth, and things I think have indeed progressed. I think more broadly, we are also progressing in important ways in terms of having politically as well as financially member states increasingly focused on number one, on prevention, number two, on the role of the IFIs, and number three, on the importance of innovative financing. So in terms of the importance of prevention and peace building, Marie-Laure, you mentioned at the beginning of this session that the Secretary General of the United Nations put out a very important document, a new agenda for peace, that was in the middle of 2023. And in that document, he really underscored the point that that prevention needs to be at the center of everything that we do. And he strongly encouraged all member states to consider developing what he called nationally owned and nationally led prevention strategies, understanding that actually all countries have their vulnerabilities, their fragilities, their tensions that could lead to instability and conflict. And so, again, understanding that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, it is important to have prevention strategies and to build up tools and mechanisms in order to have a preventive approach to the conflicts in society, which are a normal part of societal life. Since then, and we were both together, I think, just on the eve of or around the time of the Summit of the Future at the United Nations. A few days after we had our meeting on investing for peace, the member states adopted the Pact for the Future, where they really enshrined, so at the highest level political commitments, our heads of state and government enshrined the idea that indeed countries should be encouraged to develop their own prevention and peace-building strategies, and that the international community should be supporting them in this when they so choose to take that path. And that the international financial institutions, both at international, let's say global and regional level, needed to really play a part. So that has now become part of some important political commitments. The the issue of innovative financing also has become an imperative because the money is less and less. We saw it in your very good video that ODA is going down, and the amount of money from official development assistance that is going to support peace is also declining. And we have, conversely, more and more demand, and it is good news that countries, many countries are looking to invest in prevention in their, within their borders. But the traditional sources of money for a lot of these things are simply drying up. And so innovative financing is critical. It means bringing in the IFIs more, but also bringing in DFIs, bringing in private sector investors of different types, because the money is not there, and I don't think that trend will be reversed anytime soon. In fact, perhaps it may be an enduring trend. I think someone mentioned also, yes, Minister Barley, domestic resource mobilization. That's also increasingly an important aspect in terms of getting the money that you need to invest in prevention. So we have the political commitment, we have the call on IFIs to play more of a role as part of that political push as well. And we have some of our political instruments at the UN that are really pushing this agenda increasingly. So we have the Peace Building Commission, for example, which is a 31-member intergovernmental commission that has really set itself up as being an ideal platform where countries can come to share their peace-building priorities and to talk about their prevention strategies, to try to get a political accompaniment for their efforts. And that, I think, is important because no matter what we say about financing and other aspects, political will is critical. Political commitment is critical. So the countries that are investing in prevention need to stay the course. It's often very difficult. It often means structural changes, policy changes that could be quite difficult. And it's good that they have certain bodies that can encourage them, accompany them, help them with the sharing of best practices from other countries, and also help with resource mobilization. The Peace Building Commission is one of those tools. And I can say that since we last met, Marie-Laure, on the subject of innovative financing and so forth, a number of countries have come forward at the PBC to share their national prevention strategies, to show their commitment. In fact, yesterday, Chad was the latest country to do so, and I'm very pleased to say, and one of our dear colleagues from Mauritania, from the government, is seated just a few rows in front of me. Mauritania, later on in October, will also present its national prevention strategy to the PBC. And then finally, in terms of what else is progressing, and we will be having, and I can talk a bit about that in my second round in a moment, we will be having a session at your premises at the AFD office on the Investing for Peace initiative that we have launched together with the German government and with the UN Capital Development Fund that was also mentioned by Minister Barley. I can go into that a bit more. And perhaps just to finalize, I wanted to pick up on the points of collaboration and partnership that everyone has mentioned. I think that is really key because we are looking at less and less resources. And what is happening even within the UN family right now, but certainly further afield, is that as resources get scarcer, there's a big temptation to compete with each other for those scarce euros or dollars. I think we have the opportunity actually to, if you will, take advantage of this situation to partner more. And to really leverage each other's comparative advantages, and it's something that we will be discussing with African Development Bank, among others. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And this is very heartwarming, and it's better to see that in this the call of the UN Secretary General is being heard, and that indeed countries are are developing these national prevention plans and are showing strong interest to also engage IFIs, but also the private sector. And I think all of us here in the room, I think this is, the message is clear. I think Honorable Minister Barley has said it. Now our role is to really to come up with some of these concrete ways to respond to this commitment that countries are making to the prevention in their own countries. So, Amina, I would like to come back to you and maybe follow up on the discussion that we started on the fact that really peace building is a very important de-risking mechanism, and yet many investors still find and perceive, of course, fragile context as inherently high risk. And I wanted would like to hear from you about what really concrete evidence do you have that demonstrate how peace investments can really reduce investment risk rather than increase them. And I think this is what Interpeace is all about. So,
thank you very much, Madam Moderator. That's an essential question. Because we must shift that perception that fragile contexts are too risky to touch. But before I go into that, I just wanted to make a comment on what Elizabeth said about the Peace Building Commission. I was a vice chair of that commission for a year when it began. And I must say that it has actually done an incredible job. And I'm hoping that as I sit here as a board member of Interpeace, so I'm hoping that Interpeace will become a major partner of the commission, because I think they can add a lot of value to the work that's being done. But I think what's really important about that commission is that it has become a peer review mechanism, that countries can come to share their experiences, share their plans, but also listen, to others, and not just learn from them, but see how they can improve their own, national plans. So I'd just like to really commend the UN for that effort. But the reality is this, Madam Moderator. Fragile contexts are not inherently unbankable. They become high risk when social tensions are ignored. But when investments integrate peace building, and I think we've had that discussion, from some of the panelists, when we integrate peace building, the risk profile changes, and it changes dramatically. We now have evidence that countries that have invested consistently in peace have shown lower volatility, and they've shown this in their key economic indicators. And I'll give just one example, infrastructure development. Infrastructure projects that deliberately involved local peace committees reported fewer work stoppages. Communities that were engaged in dialogue around investments did not sabotage them. They protected them. They felt included, and they developed a sense of ownership. That's the strongest form of insurance that we can expect. We have seen that happen again and again. Public and community participation is key, according to Interpeace. We also know that early warning systems embedded in peace programming provide richer intelligence than traditional financial risk assessments. They tell us not only when markets are moving, but when societies are on edge, when societies are restless, and when social tensions are systematically addressed, continuously addressed. Insurance costs come down because the probability of disruption falls, and it falls very quickly. So let me put it this way. Peace building is not philanthropy. It's risk management. It's the most effective insurance policy that investors can actually buy. And if we can make that case, all of us seated here today, if we can continuously make that case and consistently do so, we will unlock a new era of peace-positive investment. And I hope that I've answered your question. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I think you've said it. Peace building is the most effective de-risking instrument, and insurance costs will come down. And you've given us practical example of how, from the outset, from the project design, incorporating local communities, actors who become, you said it, the protectors of the various investment. I think it's key. These are things that we can do. Where we do them, we can do them more of. But yes, we must all be agents and share the word, the good word. Minister Barley, I'd like to come back to you and of course to first acknowledge that Sierra Leone has really been an example of a successful transition from a post-conflict recovery to prevention leadership, and we've heard you discuss all that you are doing. However, we still have some countries which are still struggling with this transition, and we would like to hear maybe some of the most critical policy decisions that, according to you, determine whether a country moves from managing fragility to really seriously preventing it. So if you had 2, 3, 4 policy actions that you could share, I think it would be very useful.
Okay. Thank you for that question. I would like to say, though, that one size doesn't fit all. The 20 countries, let's say, under the G7 plus are so diverse. But I will come to some policy options. But I also wanted to focus on the issue, well, not focus, just touch on the issue of prevention. Because the sustaining peace is not a one-time effort. You see with some countries, they will move, and then you see they regress for certain reasons, probably just unique to that country. So fragility is not just a legacy of the past, it's also a risk of the present. And thankfully, we're out of that risk. But still, we have applied to the peace-building funds. You're discussing about Sierra Leone being a resilient country. We're now a leader in global peace. We're on the Security Council. But at the same time, we know that this peace needs to be sustained. And so we have applied for re-eligibility to the Peace Building Fund, which is being considered, and I hope considered favorably. But prevention, but it requires investment, and it requires investment that is upfront, that is sustained, and that is strategic. Now, we're talking about IFIs. Well, investment, yes, internal investment, that would be a policy, although we're talking about risk environments, but even the international partners. And what I forgot to mention that I was also on a high-level panel on social protection as well, which was chaired by the FCDO and the Deputy Prime Minister of Somalia. And this is a panel that is collecting evidence on social protection in fragile and conflict-assisted countries. And one of the results that we were looking at is that support or aid is given to countries with stronger systems, right? So, but it needs to be reversed, that aid is given to countries with weaker systems. And we're talking about social protection. The example that was given, Ukraine and Turkey, of course, have stronger social protection systems than, of course, our countries in the continent. But the aid, the ODF that was going to these two countries was increasing, whilst the aid that was going to Niger, I believe, and Somalia was decreasing. So that needs to be flipped. We need to flip that. The other area that we need to just have bold steps, because according to the report, the Agenda for Peace from the UN, it also indicates that every country in conflict has not progressed on the indicators for health, education, and gender. These, every single one, a fragile country. We need to see how we can invest more in these areas. And of course, the area of diplomacy, as you mentioned, the area of dialogue, of course, for those that are in conflict, necessary. And so I would say, finally, what we're doing, because our countries are so diverse, we have at the G7 Plus what we call the F to F, the fragile to fragile learning. It's peer learning, but it's amongst fragile countries. But out of this, what I want to also point out, and is probably a policy action, is the need to strengthen an extension of this FF, South-South and technical, South-South and triangular cooperation. And I say this because Sierra Leone hosted the 3rd high-level forum of South-South triangular cooperation in May this year. And we spoke about how we can come together, fragile countries, other countries in the South, and to support. So I think that this is a strategy. And on the back of that, coming back to my ministry, we're actually now are in the process, based on a recommendation that was made at the conference, of actually setting up a directorate in my ministry of technical and South-South cooperation. Triangular, South-South and triangular cooperation.
Thank you, and indeed, first of all, we hope that your application to the Peace Building Commission will be successful, and we heard you about the application, but also thank you for sharing the fact that South-South or learning from likes is also an important point, having recognized also that the countries are unique. Each country's situation is very much specific, but you mentioned the importance of having a resilient institution, and you would like to see it not as a precondition for help, but more take that into consideration, that it is important to continue to receive that help to build this institution, and hopefully institution that can really withstand political transition, so that you can indeed enshrine the prevention agenda in such institution as well. So let me go back now to, I'd like to go to you. I think it's Amina. Sorry. No, it's Elizabeth.
I'm
right.
getting off lightly here, I see, yes.
sorry, Elizabeth. Yes, let me come to you, and I think we will have just a few more minutes, and I will invite the panelists to conclude. Elizabeth, we have worked together to champion the Eye for Peace initiative since the inception, and we just recalled that just now. But how do you think that this initiative can contribute to the wider peace finance ecosystem? How do we take it to scale with speed and, of course, with impact?
Great. Thank you so much, Marie-Laure. I understand we don't have a lot of time, so let me start with the headline point that on the Partnership Day, which is the 3rd day of this event, which will take place on your premises, as I said earlier, AFDB premises, at 11 a.m. on the Friday, we will be having a dedicated session on the Investing for Peace initiative. So I would really invite all of you who are still here on Friday morning to please join us for more details and for an exchange, because we want to explain the initiative in more detail to you, but also get your thoughts, ideas, and in particular your support to see if you can join us in this endeavor. But the Investing for Peace initiative has basically been in the process of getting set up over the last several years between 3 key partners, the German Foreign Federal Office, the United Nations Capital Development Fund, and ourselves, the Peacebuilding Support Office of the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs in the UN Secretariat. We also have some other countries that have been accompanying us all the way, and I believe will become ever greater partners, such as South Africa. And indeed, we hope that African Development Bank and other IFIs will also join forces on this. It's really intended to fill what we see as a critical gap in financing for peace. So, as we were saying, ODA is going down. The needs are certainly increasing. We saw it very clearly again through the video in terms of the statistics on conflict going up. And we have to therefore really focus on a broader understanding of innovative financing possibilities. Someone was mentioning as well, yes, Minister Barley, that we have the irony, we understand why that's the case, but the irony, if you will, that the countries that most need investment are the ones that are usually not getting it because of the risk. You know, very conflict-affected, fragile countries have difficulty attracting the capital because they're considered high-risk environments. Something that we focused on from the I4P initiative is to see how we can get private sector money in, particularly to support small and medium enterprises in crisis-affected or conflict-affected contexts, because what we are seeing is some very good and inventive sort of micro-grant schemes in many places, DFIs coming in with quite large investments, but how can you help those smaller in-between enterprises that can be absolute motors in their communities, both for economic development, but for also strengthening stability, social cohesion, and so forth. We do believe, and there are examples of it, that you can turn a profit, that these small companies can turn a profit while very deliberately, if you will, being peace positive. So one of it's basically intended to be a de-risking instrument and an instrument that blends private and public capital to support these types of enterprises. And it's intending to move beyond simply, and I say simply, you know, in quotation marks, conflict sensitivity. So making sure that an investment does no harm, to being intentionally peace positive. And how do we do that? There are many different ways. We can talk about that perhaps on Friday. But I would end what I was saying, first of all, with giving one example of some of the challenges. And that is that we heard from one of our potential partners in a country that we're looking at to launch this I4P, saying, you know, if when we're in the midst of a humanitarian crisis or a drought, we can get very quick response in terms of shipping a bunch of water bottles to us. But if I'm going for an investment for a simple plant in a community to actually do water desalination or to build our own water bottling plant, that's a lot more difficult. So we're trying to look at that intermediate area where the overall capital needs are not really great, but they're kind of, you know, these possibilities are slipping through the cracks. And so the idea is that we have to find more innovative ways to get that capital in, but also to make it as, if you will, deliberately peace positive as possible. Because if we are looking at inclusion, if we are looking at deliberate ways to strengthen social cohesion, if we are looking at also making sure that, of course, the environmental impact is not a negative one, if we look at it holistically, we can really add value to that society in terms of building and sustaining peace, which, as Minister Barley said, is a long-term endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And actually, I would like to maybe thank, this is the time when I thank my panelists for the very rich discussion. And I was going to maybe ask you for any concluding remarks, and I would have asked if there is any one idea that you haven't yet shared about what we can do to really shape how we should do investment in prevention and peace better. I think, Elizabeth, you've shared one already about this irony of countries in crisis being able to receive immediate humanitarian aid and not being able to get similar focus when they go for a dam, when they want to build a dam that will do just as much good as what the humanitarian crisis that aid that they receive is expected to do. So maybe if each one of you could share maybe an advice also to all the future panelists and the guests in the room about what do we do differently, because we are all ambassadors for this new paradigm. Let's focus on prevention.
Sure. First of all, as an overarching statement, I want to really reinforce, Marie-Laure, what you were saying repeatedly, and that is that peace building, and also Amina said the same thing, peace building is one of the most effective ways to ensure endurable peace. Minister Barley talked about peace agreements that then actually fall apart after a few years. I like to say that when the ink is dry on a peace agreement is when the real work begins, and that is to implement that agreement, but also making sure it's sustainable over time. So peace building is not for the faint-hearted. It's not a quick and dirty. It's not a quick fix. It's a long-term investment in both sustainable development and sustainable peace, primarily by looking beyond the sources of the actual manifestations of the conflict and looking really at root causes. And in terms of one other thing to add on the table, I would just reinforce what I think everyone said in one way or another, and that is we have to be harnessing the youth. If we look at the particularly fragile and conflict-affected countries, there's a huge youth bulge. And if we can really harness that energy, that creativity, because we need innovation, not just innovative financing, but real innovation. These are the people that are going to bring it to us. And we need to look at it from a holistic perspective. So it's, yes, creating jobs for young people, but also giving them political opportunities to meaningfully participate in building peace, having a voice, and having leadership. Because otherwise, we will not be attacking the full range of fragility that we see in many countries. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and I think I'll just take up from where you stopped, Elizabeth. The focus on youth, extremely important. It's about innovation, it's about creativity, but it's also about addressing those that are most affected, but those that we need the most as a continent, and I think as a globe. So as we look forward to the next 3 days, we have advice. And our advice from Interpeace is this, that we should stop treating peace as an accessory. Too often, peace is written into strategies as a footnote or an annex. And I've looked at so many of these agreements, and I've always noticed that it's an afterthought. Or what else should we add into this agreement? Or let's talk about peace as well, right? And I think Elizabeth made that point. It's about band-aid solutions, right? So there is a humanitarian crisis here, and you rush a bit of aid there. As soon as in fact, before the crisis subsides, right? You're already moving to another crisis and have forgotten that you actually need to teach people how to fish and not just continuously give them fish, and most of which might be actually rotten. So we need to make sure that in our strategies that we include peace as a big item in the agreement and the strategy, because we all know and we've agreed and we've spoken about this, that without peace, every other investment, whether in climate, infrastructure, health, education, anywhere else, remains vulnerable. So peace must be the entry point of financing strategies, not the afterthought. And what idea would we put forward? That we must move from pilots to standards. Just as green finance has mainstreamed within a decade, we hope that peace finance will do the same. And that means peace bonds to crowd in investors, peace equity standards to guide private capital, and peace responsive ideas due diligence that every DFI applies systematically. And to this, I think we would probably add that IFIs should look for implementing agencies, very much like Interpeace, to implement some of these projects that we think would be peace preventing and peace inducing. Bonds that would support MSMEs at the very, very local levels, so that people are engaged otherwise, and they're not continuously thinking, about livelihood issues. So instead of the humanitarian assistance that Elizabeth was referring to, maybe create these funds, these not big funds, but that can really be effective in triggering economic development. I'll give you an example, and I hope that you'll allow me that 1 minute. I visited a very, very rural part of my country at one point, and I found an elderly lady of 80 years old painting a structure that she had just acquired, and she had saved up all her life to acquire that structure. And it was in a place where everything was dilapidated, right? There was nothing that you could actually look at that looked presentable in any way, form, or shape. And so I walked up to her and I said to her, why was she doing that? Why was she painting this building at such an advanced age? She should actually be enjoying her retirement. And she said to me, my daughter, I was quite young then, but it's kind of stuck in my mind throughout. And she said, my daughter, if I paint this building, it would look nice and it would look fresh, and it will attract, the people that I want to come in to buy my products. And she said, but that's not the only reason. It is that I have learned that when you improve one part of a village, that everybody else wants to replicate the same thing. And that you'll see now my neighbors will start doing the same thing. True to fact, I went back after 6 months, and people were actually pulling together to make sure that they replicated and they copied what she had done. And I kept thinking that if she had actually gone to school, she would have won a Nobel Prize in economics, because what she had done is that she had fundamentally changed, without putting too much effort, the economic status of that village. And now it's actually in the crossroad of development. In Kenya, it's called Isiolo, for those who have been there. And if you go to Isiolo today, you'll see that in very few years, it has actually evolved into this amazing spot in the country. Before that, it was just a safari spot with the Samburu Lodge there. This old woman of 80 years managed, with really very little, to transform her space. And I think that if we all came together, we would be able to do that really, really effectively. And so let me say this, that Africa can actually lead this transformation with the African Development Bank's leadership, and with partners such as Elizabeth, the PBSO, and Interpeace. And most importantly, political support, and I think one of us spoke to that earlier on, and buy-in with governments. And the governments have, of course, to lead the way. If we do that, we can create the world's first market infrastructure for peace-positive investment. And if we actually succeeded, Africa will not only prevent conflict, we will be able to unleash its full promise: resilience, prosperity, and dignity for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Minister Barley.
Yes, that's right. For me, it's not something new. You'll be discussing policies and the alignment of mechanisms over the next 3 days. And within this discussion, we should not focus. There's going to be a tendency for us to focus on growth alone. But we also need to focus on the root causes. Continue. That's sometimes we do overlook that. But we need to focus on the root causes of instability, of inequality, of exclusion, broken infrastructure, lack of opportunity, amongst all others that lead to this fragility. And I believe that the the ADB 10-year strategy is aligned with this thought, with their assessments, and its recognition of peace as a public good to enhance sustainable development. So I would recommend that we need to scale up our action in the areas that have been identified in the 10-year resilience strategy. I have to support that strategy that I approved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Bale, for speaking so eloquently of the bank's 10-year strategy, and that saves me from trying to do it. But please, my dear panelists, I would like to really extend sincere thanks for all the wisdom and the insights and the very fresh look at this question. Thank you very much for the examples that you have shared, the tools, the approaches, the solution, and also the challenge and the call to action to all the participants over the next 3 days. And I hope that this panel has really inspired you to indeed, over the next 3 days, make sure that you forge new partnerships and that you come up with project ideas and solutions to indeed make prevention, and to put prevention at the core of what we all do. So thank you very much to colleagues and partners, and to the audience as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SVP. Thank you to all our panelists for the depth and richness of this exchange. Madam Minister, we have heard you. Peace building is not philanthropy, and peace must be the entry point. Without further ado, I will invite Ms. Nena Wambufo, who is the Vice President for Regional Development, Integration, and Business Development of the African Development Bank, who will be the moderator of a very important conversation, our next conversation, which is going to focus on partnering for conflict prevention. Ms. Nena?
Good morning, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to stand on existing protocol as we go into the second session on partnering for conflict prevention. As earlier said, my name is Nena Wambufo. I am the Vice President for Regional Development, Integration and Service Business Delivery at the bank. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to this important session. Today we come together to explore how African-led initiatives and strategic partners can support the prevention agenda and move beyond formal agreements towards meaningful on-the-ground collaboration. This includes co-creation, co-financing, and joint implementation. Our shared objective is to strengthen early warning systems, adapt development strategies to local realities, and extract practical lessons that can inform future policy and programming. We have heard a lot today, and we watched and listened to the video that was played. And obviously, we understand the complexity and magnitude of fragility and conflict challenges facing the continent. We've had prolonged conflicts, forced displacement, climate-induced crises, and rising political instability, and all these threaten our hard-won development gains in Africa. As we've heard so far, 85% of Africa's population live in or near conflict-affected areas. Conflict-related incidents have surged nearly 8-fold since 2009, with over 30,000 incidents just in 2014 alone, especially within the Horn of Africa, the Sahel, and the Great Lakes region. About 40 million Africans are forcibly displaced, which is the highest proportion globally in any continent. And 60% of these displaced individuals, they live in climate-vulnerable countries where resource scarcity intensifies the tension. Because of all this fragility and conflicts, collectively, African countries are spending about 51.6 billion. They spent in 2023 alone on conflict management and military equipment. And the United Nations has warned that this is threatening Africa's 70 billion annual development financing gap. And this has actually put a lot of governments on the track to high debt sustainability challenges. And this is also undermining progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, there is an economic case for prevention. And this reality demands a shift in our paradigm from crisis response to anticipating the risks and investing in peace and proactive resilience building. Like we've heard so far, prevention is not only a moral imperative, it makes economic sense, because for every dollar invested, we can gain over $100 in long-term savings. Prevention creates the enabling environment, conditions for private investment and inclusive growth, yet global financing for peace remains low. In 2023, ODA for conflict prevention in fragile contexts was about $1.7 billion, which was less than 4% of the ODA from the DAC member countries. So the African Development Bank Group's strategic leadership reflects a deep commitment to addressing fragility and conflict through partnerships that deliver impact at scale. Our approach integrates strategic frameworks, financing instruments, on-the-ground projects, and analytical toolkits to respond to complex realities. The bank's 10-year strategy, 2024 to 2023, and the strategy for addressing fragility and building resilience in Africa, 2022 to 2026, both prioritize partnerships as a core approach, recognizing peace and stability as public goods and resilience as a cross-cutting imperative in all our engagements and operations. Instruments such as the Transition Support Facility and tools like the Country Resilience and Fragility Assessment enable targeted, context-sensitive responses to these challenges. Some of the recent examples from co-financed operations in Sahel to joint implementation efforts in the Horn of Africa demonstrate how these partnerships are moving beyond policy into practice. Together, these engagements reflect the bank's commitment to co-creation, co-financing, and joint implementation. These are hallmarks of the collaborative approach needed to prevent conflict and build lasting resilience. Now, partnerships for prevention and collective action are important. Prevention requires strategic partnerships and collective action across the humanitarian development peace nexus. This means aligning strategies, financing instruments, and analytical tools to enable coordinated responses that lay the groundwork for sustainable development in the most vulnerable countries. In a context of declining ODA and growing complexity, closer collaboration and smarter use of limited resources become very imperative. So this morning, we are joined by an esteemed panel of experts, and as I introduce them, they should please come forward and take their seats, and please kindly give them a very warm welcome. Mr. Abubakar Umar Al-Hassan, he is the President's representative, National Peace Council, Republic of Ghana. You're welcome. Mr. Mohammed Abdelrahman Ould Dedi, he is the Director, General Development Strategies and Policies, Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, Government of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Thirdly, Mr. Olivier Ray, Director, Mr. Olivier Ray, yes, Director for Mobilization, Movement and Partnerships, International Committee of the Red Cross. You're welcome. Now, the last panel had 3 women and some men behind me were complaining, so I have called 3 men for you. Now, let me call a lady, invite a lady, Miss Asari Effiong. Ms. Effiong is the head of office in Côte d'Ivoire for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So it's now 4-3, so I'm going to call a 4th man to make it 4-4. Now we have Dr. Pierre Van Hoyland, Interim Managing Director, Investing for Peace, I for Peace. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for the warm welcome to our distinguished panelists. We're going to have each panelist just start with about 2 minutes introductory remarks, and then after that we are going to go into questions. But at the end of the questions, we're also going to give the audience opportunity to also ask questions, either general or you can specify who in the panel you would like to respond. So this is going to be a very participatory. So it's important that you listen very carefully so that you can have your questions ready. So I'm going to go to the panelists, and like I said, 2 minutes introduction. Then after that, we'll come to specific questions for each panelist. Now I'm going to start with Mr. Abubakar Umar Al-Hassan. Your 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. First, I would like to commend African Development Bank for its pioneering role and also commitment to peace finance, particularly your innovation of peace or security index investment bond, which is looking at raising about $5 billion US by 2030. That is very remarkable, and if we are able to achieve that, I'm sure it will revolutionize the peace finance environment. Of course, this forum, this is the 5th edition. It's been wonderful. What is outstanding about this forum is that it is focusing more on actionable plans or suggestions rather than just talk. So I think it's very important, and I appreciate that. What I would also like to say is that the issue of women groups and also youth groups in our societies, the shift from looking at women groups or youth as a vulnerable group to protect, but rather be seen as vital, important partners for sustainable peace. And African women, the youth, are not just, especially the youth, they are not just people with energy. There's a lot of innovation in our youth, and there's a lot of commitment, and they want to see themselves as partners for the future and not just leaders of tomorrow. But they are partners who need to be involved now and get involved. And that is what we're doing in Ghana. It is making a lot of impact. So that would be my opening remarks. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Umar Al-Hassan. Now I'll go to you, Mr. Mohammed Abdelrahman Uldedi. Just 2 minutes. Set your pitch.
Merci, Madame. Thank you, Madam. Let me start by thanking the ADB for its invitation and leadership for this forum, considering the serious issue of peace and resilience. I am here today representing Mauritania to share our vision and experience that is forged in a complex regional environment with the deep conviction that there is no development without peace. Mauritania, as you know, given its geographical location, is at the crossroads of Africa, straddling the Maghreb and sub-Saharan Africa, and we experience this cultural wealth every day, as well as the challenges of a region in turmoil. We have a primary concern in Mauritania, which is the climate. 87% of our land is affected by desertification, and most of our people live in rural areas and in poverty. We live this every day. We witness this through the rural to urban migration by our youth people that creates all kinds of resource tensions and difficulties to feed families. In the face of these challenges, we have opted for a forward-looking approach. We have adopted a proactive approach. We have launched, with the support of our technical and financial partners, a strategy for peace consolidation and social cohesion. This was prepared in a very participative manner with a very objective analysis of the country's risks and vulnerabilities. I thank you.
Monsieur Oudedi. Monsieur Olivier, le tout c'est à vous.
Merci beaucoup.
Olivier, over to you. Thank you for
to co-investing in peace alongside the African Development Bank. That's at the heart of our partnership, and I see a lot of potential there. As you may know, our colleagues of the ICRC are present in over 100 countries worldwide, and what we're seeing is a very, very concerning trend. We are classifying over 130 armed conflicts today, and that is 3 times more than just 3 decades ago. And that's the highest number registered since the Second World War. In Africa alone, over 100 million people live currently outside of effective state control. What this means is that they are cut off from basic services and exposed to dangerous combinations of violence, displacement, and climate shocks. Now, as you know, the ICRC has been designed and mandated to be present where few others can operate. Our teams, hand in hand with the Red Cross, Red Crescent national societies, work to protect civilians and detainees, to reunite families separated by violence, to restore water and health systems, support livelihoods, but importantly as well, promote respect for international humanitarian law. Now for us, and this is my key message this morning, is that conflict prevention must be understood in 2 dimensions. First, obviously, investing upstream, and that's been said a number of times this morning, to address the drivers of fragility to reduce the likelihood of conflict occurring in the first place. And that requires that the state authorities, but also development actors, find ways to stay engaged and present, even in contested territories and spaces where fragility is acute. And I can share later a few examples of how humanitarian actors can support them in doing just that. And second, as importantly, when conflict does erupt, protecting people and essential services so as to prevent the worst consequences of conflict, but also avoid further escalation and, as importantly, preserve a pathway back to peace. Now, there's a real important role for international humanitarian law in that respect. Why? Because the most resilient and cost-effective infrastructure is the one that doesn't get destroyed in the first place. And that's where the macroeconomic case for prevention is obvious. And Côte d'Ivoire, amongst many countries, knows that for a fact through its history. In that sense, respect for legal obligations under international humanitarian law is effective prevention in practice. Because when hospitals, schools, water systems, power networks are destroyed, it sets development records back decades. When they are preserved, communities retain access to services, resilience is preserved, and recovery is made possible. Back to you.
Thank you, thank you. Ms. Asari Effiong, your 2 minutes.
Thank you. No, I'm delighted to be here today. I'm EBRD's, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development's country manager in Côte d'Ivoire. And let me say I'm delighted to have been invited to this specific panel because, of course, it's Nigeria's Independence Day today. So not only are we the only women, but also Nigerian women. So wonderful signal, very appropriate. So let me say a little bit about the bank. So of course, EBRD is new to Sub-Saharan Africa. And this year, we have had 5 countries become shareholders of the bank, as well as countries of operation. So just very briefly, those countries are Nigeria, Kenya, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, and Senegal. And we hope early next year that Ghana will also join. So this is a big commitment by our shareholders and our board to a new region. Our model is very focused on establishing a local presence. So we have approval for 140 positions across all 6 countries. And we're currently recruiting, I think, 40 positions at the moment. So really big emphasis on presence on the ground. It's key to our model. Also, it's a private sector focus model. So around 80% of what we do is in the private sector. And we have the possibility of also engaging on selective public sector projects. We also are very flexible in terms of our ticket size. So unlike perhaps some of the larger MDBs, we can go down to a ticket size of 1 million, and our largest ticket size 300 million. So a lot of flexibility there. We also focus on local currency financing and leveraging concessional finance from our donor community. And there's some examples that I'll give later on in the panel of how we've successfully done that in markets such as Ukraine over the last few years. But it's worth saying that, but also, EBRD, of course, we development bank that focuses on investments, but this is coupled with policy reform as well as technical assistance. So very often when we invest, we're also working with stakeholders in government to understand, how we can address some of the gaps that we've seen through policy reform. And we're able to also provide technical assistance for project preparation and project implementation. And it's worth saying that actually EBRD was born out of a fragile context because, of course, we were established, a little over 30 years ago to foster the transition to a full market economy of those countries that had been within the Soviet Union. So if you like, fragility and resilience are in our DNA. It's really core to how the bank operates. And in our next strategic and capital framework, we will have an enhanced focus on the tools to address fragility and working to see what the operational response can be, particularly around conflict prevention. So, our mandate is clear. It's focusing on working with the private sector. It's bringing innovative instruments. It's working in partnerships, very, very important, particularly in this new region. And also it's working selectively on certain public sector investments, but also working to ensure that, you know, the right reforms are put in place to allow private sector development. So again, I'm delighted to be here. I'll finish on that note and look forward to more developing some of those themes during the Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Asari Effiong. Dr. Pierre.
Thank you very much for having me. Investing for Peace is an investment platform. Like any organization that's self-respecting, we have an acronym. It's called I4P. We invest in private sector businesses in fragile and conflict-affected settings. We invest with a specifically peace-positive mandate. Investing for Peace is all about partnerships, and I'll explain later how and why. It's also all about organizational innovation at a time when the architecture we have in place to do what we all have come here to discuss, preventing through partnerships, is arguably inadequate or has gaps in it. And we can talk about more about that. Elizabeth Spieha has already articulated who's behind this initiative. It was sponsored by the German Foreign Office in partnership with UNPBSO and UNCDF, and it's been developed over the last 5 years in close consultation with a number of DFIs, local investment organizations, and civil society. Partnering for prevention is much easier said than done, and I loved the video that was shown earlier. It sort of solved it all in my mind. And then, you know, if you think a little bit deeper, when I in the 90s, I spent a little bit of time working for Kofi Annan when he was running the peacekeeping department. Private sector was not mentioned, and private businesses and making profits was not part of what politics people thought about. I later spent 2 decades in development finance, including a set of frontier investments for one of the leading DFIs. Peace is not something we ever mentioned, and that was something for the politics people. One of the key problems we face is that the institutions that we use to address this issue still have the DNA that comes from very different ways of looking at the world, and we need to partner effectively to overcome those silos and that gap. I4P has been designed to do that. We have nominated a board. We are really in the establishment phase still, but the nominees for our board include member states. They include people with a background in the United Nations system. They include somebody from the European Development Finance institutions, as well as a young human rights activist from Libya, all in the same oversight board that helps us bring together partnerships designed into the actual organization. We're focused on the private sector, I've said that. We focused on peace-positive investments. And what we mean by that is, the slogan way to put it is we want to turn the investment process of normal investment organizations on its head. So rather than starting with a deal and explain how it is conflict sensitive, we want to go that extra step and say, what is the problem we're trying to solve? What are the conflict drivers in the country? Where could the private sector play a role? And then go hunting for deals and profitable investment opportunities. So it's not about charity, it's combining for-profit investment with a very strong impact focus. The most important thing, though, is that it's a practical approach to dealing with really practical problems. When I talk to my IFI and DFI colleagues, they often say, this is unfair. We're being asked at the same time to do a huge range of things. At the same time, they have to mobilize billions of dollars into middle-income countries, into large transactions of $100, $200, $300 million, while doing the hardest things in the hardest places. And the systems that you need to have to make $1 million investment in Somalia are very different from the ones that require 100 million. The people who can assess the risk, either overestimating or underestimating risk, are very different for both things. So our hope is that we can offer a complementary new investment platform for IFIs and donors to come together for the purpose that we all come here together. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now I'm going to just ask direct questions. to each of our panelists. We expect that you take a maximum of 5 minutes to respond so that we can leave a little time also for the audience to come in. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Mohamed Abdelrahman Dedi. The trends on fragility and conflict facing the continent are by now well established and deeply concerning. How does this challenge the thinking of development banks in addressing prevention?
Ok. Avant d'essayer de...
Before I try to answer this very important question, allow me to insist on the nexus between development and conflict prevention, which should be at the core of our national priorities. And the fact you have, as you mentioned in your introductory remarks, shows that armed conflict and organized conflict are spreading, particularly in regions like the Sahel, where we have several fragile countries that are tipping into organized violence, sometimes including state actors and non-state actors or terrorists. And in the face of this situation, we can only be alarmed. So for us, for development banks and financial institutions, it is no longer to think financing only in terms of economic growth or infrastructure, because we know that a development without peace is an illusion. Hence, prevention must be a central pillar of our investment strategy. You know, Mauritania is trying to propose a concrete solution because we are surrounded by hotbeds of instability. My country has chosen to invest in prevention and social cohesion. We are seeing concrete results, and our country has not witnessed a terrorist incident in the past years. So it is therefore necessary and urgent for development banks to review their priorities. And this means that they need to invest more in human capital, in governance, in climate resilience, in economic inclusion, rather than limiting themselves to the traditional ODA approach. You know, it is, as we note today, less than 4% of aid is devoted to prevention, which is very tiny considering the needs. You know, and the common sense argument is that when we prevent conflicts, we protect our investments. You know, a road or a dam will only have an impact if it is secure and accepted by the community. And these shouldn't be afterthought investments or spending. So the current trend requires that we rethink our models. We must see that time has come to see vulnerability as at the heart of our underdevelopment. This requires strong commitment. We need to invest. You know, development banks need to invest in prevention and assist countries like Mauritania, which have chosen to be more proactive rather than reacting, which is more costly. Thank you. Thank you for respecting the 5-minute speaking time, or even less.
At the subnational level, what can be learned from Ghana's approach to conflict prevention?
Thank you very much. Let me make two statements that will anchor my submission. The first is that positive peace can only be achieved if it comes from within. Now, what I mean by that is that our approach has always been to be culturally sensitive at the subnational level. We have a very diverse culture within our communities, and if you want the buy-in of the community at the local level, you have to be culturally sensitive. And we've identified women and youth groups as very important partners in our peace building and prevention strategy. The reason is that when you go into a community or you're trying to prevent conflict, whatever strategy that you come up with, if you don't get the buy-in of the local community, it becomes a challenge and you are most likely to fail. Ghana is not doing anything special, but we are consistent and we are very sensitive to the cultural dynamics. And it is not a one-size-fits-all situation where you have a national policy and you spread it across. No. We go down, and this is led by my organization, the National Peace Council, of course with the active participation of civil society organizations and international development partners, where whatever strategy that we have will be culturally sensitive. One other thing we also been using that has been very helpful is that religion has immense influence on our cultures and our societies. So we're using that by ensuring that religious activism is a prominent feature in our preventive strategies and peace building. And it's even reflected in the composition of our council, where 8 out of the 13 members represent different religious groups. And they bring on what we call moral suasion and the tendency of people to listen to them because they are religious leaders. And that has also helped us. And the other part of our strategy, which is important, is that we don't just go in with a strategy or with a program and leave it. We are consistent because peace must be sustained. You have to have a strategic plan where you consistently ensure that you sustain peace. Of course, it has been repeated over since morning that investment in prevention is indeed has positive returns, tangible returns. So in the setup of our organization, the act that sets us up, that is Act 818 of 2011, it has what we call the Peace Fund. The objective is to mobilize and harness resources for peace building and prevention strategy. And I think we have very good partners. UNDP has been a very good partner of our drive, and other organizations that are helping us in that writing. But most importantly, the communities in our areas are that women and youth groups lead most of our preventive actions. Our women are very industrious, and in most of our cultures, even though our women are not at the forefront culturally, they wield a lot of power, and their decisions are very much respected, and that is also helping us. And finally, on our strategy that I think would be very much interested in to look at is where we blend what we call national strategies and local initiatives, where whatever it is that will be decided at the national level will have its complementing component from the local communities. The idea is to get the buy-in of our local communities so that peace will be sustained. And I have very important story that has really shaped what our strategy has worked. When you go to the Volta region, it's northeast parts of Ghana, we have what we call the Nkonya-Alabanya conflict, which has been there for centuries, more than, because it predates even our Ghanaian history. But what has made that conflict more or less now latent, and it's not something to worry about at the national level, is that the youth groups and the women's group are playing the leading role now, where there's a lot of dialogue between the various communities, the feuding factions, and the youth groups have set up inter-ethnic clubs, and that is also helping us a lot. So basically, I would say that we are not doing something extraordinary, but what we're doing is that we are very consistent and deliberate. We are not having a one-size-fits-all situation where we are culturally sensitive because of the cultural diversity, and also religious activism is very important aspect of what we do in Ghana.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Olivier Ray, what can we learn from ICRC's experience in several African contexts over the last decade, and what examples of partnerships can we draw inspiration from?
So we will be releasing with the African Development Bank on Friday a joint policy brief that builds on about a decade of experience of working hand in hand with development actors in Africa and beyond. So I invite you to join us from that. Let me draw three examples and three concrete ways in which we can effectively, impactfully work together in the field. First, when humanitarian actors have the sort of sustained access to population, but also the acceptance that is needed for us to deliver, but also the understanding of the complex and very dynamic political economy of violence, then humanitarian actors can contribute to de-risking significant investments from development actors in some of the areas where development actors just would not have stepped in because of the size and the scale of the risks. That's exactly what we're trying to do today in Maiduguri in Nigeria with the African Development Bank and a number of development partners. We're building a coalition to move forward a roadmap to rehabilitate and strengthen the city's water system. The goal is to sustainably serve 2.5 million people by 2030 in a city that has become a refuge for displaced communities. Now, this initiative, you'll imagine, goes far beyond infrastructure. It's about reducing tensions around scarce resources and ultimately enabling a pathway towards peace and stability in one of the most fragile regions of the Lake Chad basin. So that's one example, and we're talking about scale. The master plan of the city would require investments beyond $100 million, but these investments are probably impossible if it doesn't build on a decade of smaller investments by humanitarian actors who want to go beyond small scale and emergency responses. The second way in which we can work together is that when we build system resilience, we're actually ensuring that communities are not just fighting for survival, but in fact reclaiming their future by peaceful means. And that's what we're doing in Mali today, together with local partners, authorities, and the communities themselves, and we're supporting local small-scale farmers in some of the most conflict-affected areas in northern and central regions with climate resilient seeds, but also the training that is necessary for these seeds to be used. And this allows them to restart food production despite insecurity and climate shocks, which are frequent. What we're doing as a humanitarian actor is building a vision to move beyond short-term humanitarian assistance, which has been a recurrent pattern, and it's all about responsible handover strategies between humanitarian actors that are in overstretch in Mali and elsewhere, and more long-term development partners who can pick it up. We're now preparing a multi-year program with MDB partners, including the AFDB, to strengthen Mali's value chain from national laboratories to local cooperatives, so that millions can access these certified and climate resilience seeds. So that's what we call prevention in action. Let me share a third and last example. We can protect essential services in the very midst of conflict, thereby preventing development reversals that would take decades to recover from. And this is very concretely what our colleagues are doing in a co-investment with the African Development Bank in Sudan today. You can't imagine a context which is more challenging to work in, especially for a development bank. And yet, despite this exceptionally challenging environment, the FDB and ICRC launched a co-financing initiative to sustain livelihoods and safeguard essential services in the midst of that crisis. This demonstrates what it means to stay engaged in times of crisis, not abandoning populations to their fate just because war has broken out, but instead co-financing solutions that promote inclusion and resilience. It brings together the sort of emergency support which is necessary in times of crisis with a long-term investment horizon with strong focus on the most vulnerable. Now, we talked about the macroeconomic case for prevention. You've heard about the horrible cholera outbreak today in Sudan. That follows very concretely the targeting of water infrastructure, which was critical in Khartoum, and that has been targeted in the midst of violence. What we're working on with the European Union and other partners is to create a platform for the protection of physical infrastructure investments. And that is essential if we want to be able to rebuild some of this critical infrastructure without seeing it destroyed the next day. And that's where we're leveraging our role, our mandate as the ICRC, as a neutral intermediary, to negotiate with the parties to the conflict who fundamentally have no interest in seeing a cholera outbreak in the areas that they control. It's their families, their communities that are being affected. It's what we call a global public ill in a way, but parties need to be able to, if not sit at the same table, at least through a neutral intermediary, be made to accept not to target that critical infrastructure, and development partners need that security in order to decide to reinvest. I had yesterday on the phone our head of delegation in Sudan, and he confirmed that the water pumps are on their way to Khartoum, and we are negotiating not only that this critical infrastructure is not targeted by drones the next day, but also that the technicians from the local water authority are allowed to cross the front lines in ICRC vehicles to repair and maintain that infrastructure. Let me perhaps, as a word of conclusion, venture that international humanitarian law is probably one of those global public goods that haven't been leveraged enough by the development community. We know there has been a lot said and written on other global public goods, health, climate, the protection against climate change, etc. But IHL provides for the preservation and the protection of basic infrastructure from destruction in wartime. And this is something that we can and should probably work on much more, and we can leverage a recent initiative that was launched by the ICRC president alongside 6 heads of states that are sitting across geographic and geopolitical divides today to reaffirm the commitments to the respect of IHL. Today, we just cannot afford the scale of destruction that we're seeing in conflict. conflicts. The latest World Bank estimate around the reconstruction of Gaza is that more than $50 billion would be needed to reconstruct, and we've spoken about Sudan and elsewhere. We just cannot afford it. As we're trying to find the missing trillions to plug the infrastructure gap, there is an urgent necessity to deliver on a commitment that all states have taken as part of the Geneva Conventions.
Thank you. Dr. Hoyland, you have over 25 years experience in development finance, investment banking and consulting, including with the British International Investment and McKinsey and Company on Goldman Sachs. So we would love to hear your reflections on the broader challenges and opportunities in financing private sector development in fragile and conflict-affected settings. And secondly, how is I4P helping to close these gaps in a way that is both scalable and responsive to local realities, as well as supporting national prevention strategies?
That was quite a setup, thank you.
I'll give you 6 minutes instead of 5.
I want to address two things on the challenges where I think we all need to maybe revisit preconceptions. One is our obsession with impact at scale. Any proposal that I come across claims to have scale on day one. And in fragile states, scale can be a problem. The opportunities for investment in these markets are small. They are $1 million, they are $5 million. If you come with a $100 million investment, either you won't find anything, or there is a chance that you find things that increase local inequalities, as opposed to... Can you hear me? Is that better? So if you come with a large investment, there is a chance you increase inequalities, or you basically support power structures in the country that are not that positive. So scale on its own can be dangerous, and we need to make sure we can start small so that we can build up over time. We all know these challenges are not going to go away overnight. The countries that are fragile today will be fragile in 20 years. But we will have a better chance of making them less fragile and go back into violence less frequently. So one is think about scale a bit more in a differentiated way. The other one is arguably quite heretic, because I hear it all the time about mobilizing private investment into fragile states. We need to be very careful not to assume that we're going to bring US pension funds into Chad tomorrow as an investment, or any other country, right? Realistically, pension fund investors in Europe and North America will not put their capital into these markets. The private money that is taking this risk is the one that understands it, and that's local private money and local private entrepreneurs who do their daily investments anyway, with or without us. We can just help them scale up faster. So think about scale and think about private money slightly differently. The challenges that I4P is trying to address are essentially what we identify as the internal barriers in the IFI institutions that are trying to do this stuff. Right? We all know fragile states investing is really difficult. There are all the challenges that we know all the time. But the internal barriers of DFIs, including my old organization, are about, I mentioned it briefly, systems and processes and ways of thinking about minimum deal size, preferences of investment officers. I don't think anybody will be surprised if you're a young investment officer and you want to make managing director one day. Spending 5 years on a $5 million investment that doesn't happen is not a good idea. You want to get runs at the board and show that you can get deals done. So to be able to transform IFIs into institutions that can do the small stuff as well and actually invest in Somalia or in DRC in ways can benefit from a third-party, arm's-length organization, I want to call it, that is complementary to the DFIs. And that's why we're setting up this institution. So if we want to mobilize money that's not ODA, i.e. the IFI money, we need to help them get their capital into the markets where we want them in a way that has a positive impact for peace. I don't know if I answered all of it, but I stayed below 6.
Thank you very much. Ms. Effiong, EBRD is new. I'm not sure whether this is hello. Yes, Ms. Effiong, EBRD is new to the sub-Saharan African region. But what can we learn from your experience in conflict-affected countries in some of your existing regions?
Thanks so much for the question. So, I hope at future forums we can talk about, the work that we're doing in our new region, in our new countries in sub-Saharan Africa. But let me, in this instance, talk about Ukraine. So, the start of the conflict in Ukraine 3 years ago was really a defining moment for the bank, because we are the largest institutional investor in Ukraine. We've been present there for more than 30 years. We had, over 100 staff on the ground. And over the last 3 years, EBRD has invested 8.4 billion in wartime in Ukraine. But very importantly, that has been matched by 3.2 billion from donors, which has allowed us really to mobilize. So of the 3.2, just to be clear, about a half of it was unfunded guarantees. But in terms of, not actual funding, but in terms of the investment, so 8.4 billion EBRD, alongside 1.6 billion of grants from our donors, we've been able to do 10 billion, roughly, in investments over the last 3 years. And that's in wartime. 50% of that by volume in the public sector, 50% in the private sector, but 85% of projects in the private sector. And very importantly, of the funding that has gone to the private sector, 3 billion has been channeled through local commercial banks. And we've been able to use portfolio risk sharing, so guarantee support from our donors, to enable financing to the real economy, to SMEs in wartime. And I think, for the bank, this has been just has shown, just enduring commitment, but also, agility, scale, and how actually our business model translates even into environments and such as those. So much of what we've done as well, actually 90% of the investments that we've made have had a human capital development component, and we're working extensively on obvious workforce fragility due to displacement, conscription, casualties, etc. But we have a lot of programs as well focused on veteran reintegration. So there are around 1.4 million veterans at the moment, and the estimate is that will be 4 to 5 million, and in peacetime. And so we have extensive programs that look at how to reintegrate veterans into the workforce. We're also very actively engaged in policy reform, particularly public administration reform. So at the moment we have north of 300 consultants that are working in public administration at the moment. It's called the Ukraine Reform Architecture. So we think there are a lot of lessons from the last 3 years of our work in Ukraine that translate into other fragile scenarios, if you like. And for us, I think our mandate our mission is very clear. So again, when we look back at our establishment, it was all about delivering resilience out of fragility. So for us, our mission is very clear, and it's very clear also that our private sector focused mandate translates even into scenarios of extreme fragility. And so what's key for us as we expand now into sub-Saharan Africa is to form, bringing all of those strengths that we have, but also forming partnerships with government, with the private sector, with other development partners, and leveraging our experience from our existing regions, but very importantly, the experience, deep experience that partners such as the Africa Development Bank have in the new countries that we'll be investing in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's just briefly an example of where we're tackling a fragile scenario at the moment, and our expectation very much is that we can leverage on that experience in the work that we'll be doing in our new region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've heard a lot, so now it's time for the audience to participate. Based on the time we have, we'll take about 2 or 3 questions. Anybody wants to come first? Yes, we have somebody there raising his hand. So I have 1, 2, 3, and that's it. Sorry, sir, Abdul, you came late. So 1, 2, and 3. Yes, who has a microphone? Do we have? Do we have a microphone for the Q&A? So somebody is bringing a microphone, so you give the microphone to him. Give to the gentleman there. There is another person that raised his hand over there. So, quickly, please.
Merci, madame.
Thank you, madam. Well, my name is Ouattara Jakalia, and I'm Côte d'Ivoire, and I work for an organization called APEC-C. Just one question, not 2 or 3. You have to choose one question. I would like to talk to the participant from Ghana. I'm from Buna in Côte d'Ivoire, and there's been a conflict in the north of Ghana, and we've had a lot of migrants from Ghana because the people concerned came to settle in Buna, and now you have a lot of people coming. And very soon there will be a lot of pressure on land issues, and the people of the area might get upset. And so how do we resolve this so that it doesn't blow up as a crisis? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure he's referring to the conflict. It's a communal conflict that erupted and that has caused some displacement of some persons. And because they are very close to the border, they moved over across the river to into Côte d'Ivoire. That's correct. But as we speak, calm has been restored. Most of the people who are displaced have returned to their homes. The president set up a committee and gave them a 4-week period to come up with strategies to not only resolve the conflict, but also to prevent similar situations. So it's true that has brought up some displacement, but as we speak, it has been...
Just to be sure, can you give an example in Côte d'Ivoire where they are having the same type of issue and saying how do you think they can resolve it based on your own experience?
Okay. Yeah, I think just as I mentioned, if you look at communal conflicts, mostly over land and other issues, the core of those conflicts might not necessarily be the resource, but most of them are maybe identity issues. Some of them are conflicting beliefs. So if you want to resolve such conflict, you need to go deeper beyond the surface narrative of that it is a land conflict. Some of them might not be, they are just triggers of those issues, but you need to go down to the core and look at the community and its specific characteristics and how you go. As I said, it's not a one-size-fits-all. And most cases we have people either within the community or just adjacent to the community that have some influence or some relation that can be exploited or becomes the entry point to resolve the issue and also ensure that you have dialogue, because there is a lot of mistrust in certain situations. And also another key factor, as I mentioned earlier, is that women and youth groups in most of the cases hold the key to resolving the conflicts and sustaining the peace. So let's not just look at the narrative that is being put out there, maybe in the media or whatever is reported, but go down into the conflict and realize that most of the issues are not what is being said outside or what is being said as maybe a land issue or this resource, but might be identity issues or might be conflict that has been there for a long time, but maybe the early warning systems have failed to pick the signals early and to be able to go in and build bridges and make peace even before it explodes. But once it gets to where there's open conflict, obviously the first approach will be to manage it, but to have sustainable peace, you need to go beyond the surface issues and begin to deal with the root causes. And most of them, you realize that it might be cultural issues that has to do with identity, that has to be with something that has been, let's say, legacy issues. And once it's not addressed, it keeps coming up. And that could bring up sporadic conflicts.
Okay, thank you. But he did also mention that the issue was resolved mostly by the youth who came together to see how they can engage with the youth on the other side. So it's important that you find a common forum for these young people. Yes, the next question. Sorry, we already chose the 3 people that will speak, so the man in white will be the 3rd person, so he will speak. Sorry. No, not you. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning. My name is Ziad Hamwi. I'm the National President of a regional private advocacy association, and my question, I guess, goes to Pierre. He mentioned scalability, and he also mentioned localization. And it is from our experience that sometimes the KPIs that are measured for the smaller projects that require scalability are not the same as the ones for the larger projects. And so how are we going to work together? Is there a real effort to shift the KPIs which measure the performance of some of these projects that start small and then need to scale up and roll out? And also about whether we can change the perspective on the patient capital required for the delivery of some of the public-natured projects, especially for trade facilitation, for example, or enhancing cross-border trade, or helping informal trade formalize. Most of this requires scale and context. So how can we move from large-scale KPIs to small-scale patient capital? Thank you.
Great question. Initially, we won't have the issue because we're starting small, by definition. Hopefully, over time, it will become an issue. The short answer is intermediation. So rather than following what we in private equity call Newton's law of private equity, where every organization starts in a difficult country doing small deals, and they run away from small deals in difficult countries as fast as they can possibly do to big deals in easier countries. So to circumvent that, you need to work through local partners, non-bank finance institutions, local fund managers, and managed accounts to keep delivering financing at the level where the market is, as opposed to go from 1 million to 50 million as fast as you can. And then you scale by channeling more capital through established and ever better partners over time, and you go to other countries as well. So it's replication as opposed to scaling the individual investments, because the big investments DFIs and IFIs will be able to do. the KPIs will follow with that, right? If the point is to get capital to underserved parts of countries in a way that support more equal distribution of wealth and opportunity in countries, then we will find ways to measure. Maybe one final little warning, my third one. Measuring, of course, is important for all of us, and what gets measured gets done. The trouble is not everything that's important can get measured in an easy, quantifiable way. And so we need to come up with different ways how to justify and evaluate whether what we're doing achieves the purposes that we do. And for that reason, we aim to be held accountable by our local partners, by local governments, by local private sector and civil society, who will look at what we did, measure us against what we said initially, and do it. I can't help to mention Minister Bali's comment about how you developed a local plan without any international consultants and without any consultants at all. I think that is brilliant. And we while this initiative was sponsored by Germany and comes from the UN, our team will sit in Africa and will work through local teams. And they know the countries best. They know how to do the stuff. And that will help us then build the, I call it pipes, right, to channel the capital, the big capital to the projects where they need it. Thank you.
We'll take the last question. Okay. How did you end up with microphone? It was supposed to be the man in white. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Bonjour.
Sorry. My name is Maglan Dey. I'm the head of the office of a department in the UNDP. I wanted to refer to the experience of the EBRD talking about their projects. So sometimes it is very difficult to convince the private sector to see that beyond business, they can win. The private sector has an interest in investing in development, in resilience, or in preventing conflicts. So concretely, how were you convinced, or what kind of language did you use to convince companies to show that beyond business they have an interest in acting in this context where they will not get immediate gains? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. I'll answer in English if that's okay. Apologize for that. But maybe just to say that for us, particularly looking at the experience in Ukraine, what has been very powerful is an instrument called portfolio risk sharing. So we're currently working with 15 local commercial banks who account for around 80% market share. And we're able to provide a guarantee that covers a portfolio of loans that are given typically to SMEs. And what that means is that they're able to take on more risk, and it's staggered in the way that, in terms of proximity to the front line. So within 50 kilometers of the front line, the guarantee is at 80%. Further away in capital cities or close to the western side of Ukraine, down to 50%. So it's a lot of calculations and detailed methodology in determining what level of risk coverage is appropriate. But we found that that's been a very, very powerful tool. And it's used not just in conflict situations. We would expect that we would have similar tools available in our new countries of operation in sub-Saharan Africa, but with levels of risk coverage that are proportionate to the countries in which we're investing, and also really customized and targeted at often targeted at specific groups like women-led or youth-led enterprises. But certainly in Ukraine, we found that this has enabled, as I said in my intervention, over 3 billion of financing through partner banks to the real economy, and has proven to be a really powerful tool. So I hope that answered your question.
Like I said, we've taken 3 questions. I think this is, at this point, I'm just going to quickly round up. First of all, from what I have heard so far, even from the first session, one is that partnering for conflict prevention is key. We must move away from competition, and instead we must leverage each other's comparative advantage to collaborate. There is a lot of fragmentation, but in partnership and collaboration, we can overcome the fragmentation and come together to do big things in conflict prevention. I also learned that the private sector is key. And most times when there are conflicts are brewing, most people think that the private sector, that everybody wants to flee, but there are opportunities that we can partner with the private sector to continue to support these fragile situations and to use them as peace builders. Also, I have heard that while we are partnering with the ICRCs, the Eye for Peace, and other EBRDs, that there are groups, local groups that are key. The women, the youth, even the religious groups are very, very important. And we should look at how partnerships for peace prevention, we make sure that we look at cultural issues and we bring the various groups that are there. Local commercial banks are also key and important. For us, in a place like, in an organization like the AGB, we may not be able to go directly, but through the commercial banks, we have sometimes trade finance facilities. We have organizations like the ICRC that are available in, like he said, they are in over 100 countries. And one thing we found also is that organizations like the ICRC are non-partisan. They are seen as non-partisan, so they can talk to both sides of in a conflict situation. But another thing that I have also learned is that sometimes even you need to build collaboration and understanding and partnerships even with the warring parties in order to have access to bring about prevention or to build resilience where there are specific challenges. I've also heard that sometimes part of the partnership may be sector-specific, sectors-focused, based on the needs on the ground in order to be able to achieve the objectives. I've also heard that from the I4P speaker that a lot of time we are saying do things at scale, that in a place where conflict is brewing, that scale may not be the focus, that taking small steps can accelerate bringing peace more than wanting to do at scale. I've also learned that local private entrepreneurs could be also part of the scaling up, and the scaling up may not be big, but it may be bringing peace and resilience may mean working with local private companies and scaling up what they do one small step at a time so that they can support the vulnerable in this. So there are so many things, levels of partnership that I have noted, and I think in also designing our programs and our engagements, we need to continue looking at that. I think EBRD coming on board in Sub-Saharan Africa, that we don't see them as competitors, we see them as coming to work together with us, and we have a lot we can learn from their experience, given that they were set up also at a vulnerable time in Europe. But also I know that they also are looking forward to not just working with us, but also learning from us, since we also focused on Africa and we can bring some knowledge. So on that note, I'd like to thank our panelists, Mr. Alassane, Mr. Ould Dedi, Mr. Ray, Ms. Effiong, and Dr. Voiland Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for being with us today.
A photo session?
Please, friends, stay with us as we transition to the next session. I noticed that some had been stepping out to get coffee. Maybe if you want to do that really quickly in the interest of time, to grab some coffee and get back in the room so that we can catch up with time. And then, of course, there will be lunch after the next session. Thank you. So bear with us and stay with us so we can move seamlessly into the next session in 5 minutes. Thank you, SVP, and thank you, panelists, for an excellent and thought-provoking discussion. Ça va? Bienvenue. Bienvenue. Très content. Colleagues, please let's return to the room in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, so we can have the next conversation. Thank you very much.
across Africa,
Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seats. We will now move to our second session for the Africa Resilience Forum, sixth edition. I will now invite Mr. Anthony Simpasa to the podium. Anthony Simpasa is our Director for Macroeconomics Policy, Forecasting and Research Department at the African Development Bank. He will lead a discussion, which we are looking very much forward to, on institutions and macroeconomic perspectives on prevention. This session will examine how sound macroeconomic policies, stronger fiscal and governance systems, and inclusive public engagement can help transition states build stability and resilience. Anthony, over to you to invite the panelists to the floor.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, and good morning to everyone. I suppose it's good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this very important session. I tell you, and I promise you, it's going to be very, very engaging. We have a very powerful panel with us, and just to go back to the previous sessions that we've had, I think we heard a lot about the hard issues of investment for prevention, but this one is touching specifically to the softer issues. And we have in our midst a very broad panel that will interrogate the issues of macroeconomic perspectives for prevention of conflict and insecurity. Please join me in welcoming to the podium my very able panelists. Mr. Mozadek Bali, he's the president of Azarai Hotels Group and president Malian Employers Federation. Mr. Christian Ebeke, he's the resident representative of the International Monetary Fund in Nigeria. We have Madam Marie Chantal Uwanyiligira. She's the division director for Coastal West Africa World Bank Group. And we have Mr. Frank Jan Ousu, is the team lead, Education and Professional Development, Institute for Peace and Security Studies. And lastly, but not the least, we have Ms. Helen Nganim Gaga, UN Resident Coordinator, Côte d'Ivoire. So you can see our panel is not only broad, but it's also fairly genderly representative. As we heard in the morning, there's a magic number that was popping up, the 103, that the IMF has put out as the potential benefits of peace prevention, or conflict prevention. But also we heard that about $52 billion is spent on military, both hardware and software. Just let's put that into context. $52 billion might seem small, but when you compare it to the broader economy, it's about 2.5% of Africa's GDP. But even more, it is just about how much African countries are spending on education every year. So you can see just how much resources are being diverted from core development areas, education, health, towards military spending, which essentially is maybe not to prevent conflict, but to tackle already occurring conflicts. And I have this panel that we've assembled here to help us interrogate the key issues on macroeconomic policy institutional and governance architecture of African countries, especially in countries that are in a state of fragility. And to help us interrogate these issues, I'll start with Mr. Bali. Mr. Bali, as a leading private sector actor, operating especially in the hospitality industry, which, as you know, is vulnerable to shocks such as conflict and insecurity, because where there is insecurity, where there is conflict, we cannot expect tourism to flourish. So how do you see African businesses contributing to conflict prevention through investment and job creation, especially for the youth and women?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First, I would like to thank the African Development Bank for having me over here today to participate and to bring the view of the African private sector. And especially, I come from a conflict area, the Sahel, because I'm a Malian national, and I have invested in the Sahel countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. Every year in West and Central Africa, 6 million young people knock on the door of the job market, and we only manage to open the door for 500,000 of them. That leaves 5.5 million young men and women on the roadside. This is not, Mr. Moderator, a job deficit, it's a hope deficit. And where we fail to provide hope, of course, others are eager to fill that void with something far more destructive. That's where we see many, many young Africans, especially in the Sahel zone, enrolled in the armed groups because violence has become a way of finding a job, a way of making a living. Some of them try to go to Europe or America, and most of them die in the desert or in the Mediterranean Sea. We as a business community, we see the costs every day. Conflicts cost our continent an estimated of 18 billion annually. The IMF tells us that countries in intense conflicts lose about 2.5 percentage points of GDP growth every single year. So this is what is the situation today. So what can we do about it? As an entrepreneur, I know that, and the statistics confirm that, private sector creates 90% of the jobs on the continent. And I repeat, 90%. 9 out of 10 jobs are created by private sector. So we should really put job creation on top of the agenda. I happen to be on the Sahel panel created by the World Bank President, Anjay, and we gave our report not long ago to him, and definitely job creation is a way to stop, or at least to lessen the consequences of this conflict in most of the regions, because when a young person doesn't have a job, he doesn't have a hope. And when he doesn't have a hope, he gets into drugs, into crime, into illegal immigration, or he gets enrolled in armed groups. So I will stop there, and I will come back to what, as private sector, we recommend to DFIs, to IFIs, and to all the stakeholders to find a solution and to create the job that the young Africans need. We are 1.5 billion Africans. 70% is young. In 30 years, we'll be 2.5 billion, 70% young. So where are the jobs?
And the time is ticking.
Yeah,
but I hear
absolutely.
You are saying that joblessness is not a job deficit, but a hope deficit.
Absolutely.
What a powerful word. Mr. Ibeki, the fund is present in many countries and has been supporting many of these countries, especially countries that are in state of fragility, through various short-term funding, macroeconomic stabilization policies, and other policies, strategies that are helped to prevent conflicts. How can, in this context, domestic resource mobilization strategies be designed to expand this country's fiscal space without fueling grievances as well as non-compliance?
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thanks, moderator, for those great questions. I think it's really a trilemma that these countries actually face. On the one hand, they have pressing development needs. Then they have to manage, sometimes unsustainable public sector debt. And at the same time, they have to raise more revenues. And I think in the morning, we heard about shifting ODA priorities and declining official development assistance. So there is no other way out for them but to really, really look at how they can raise revenue internally. But how can you raise revenue when you're facing tremendous shocks? Those countries are always faced with political shocks, climate shocks, governance challenges, and as we also heard, very limited FDI and private sector flows. So are you going to tax the bones if there is no meat actually there? But I like the hope that my brother just said today, that we look at the situation, but there is also a way out. And at the IMF, we have built a strategy for conflict-affected states and focusing on the domestic revenue mobilization. And I think the message is really that despite the governance challenges, there are a few key principles that countries can actually abide to, and a few of them, let me just clarify a little bit what we mean by that. First of all, you have to be very pragmatic, and you have to adopt gradual improvements, right? So there is no context in FCS countries where you're going to go and have big bang approaches and you implement a lot of policies knowing that capacity is limited. So sometimes a stepwise approach is the right one. And you have to focus on the big ticket items. Where can you quickly get the revenue? Is it in the logging sector? Is it in the hydrocarbon sector where the big inefficiencies in terms of taxation are? Is it in the customs where just adopting a few digital tools can go a long way in fighting corruption there? So the first really key principles are gradual refinements, stepwise approaches. Then the second principle is really you have to focus on a small number of taxes. And I'm glad to point out that Nigeria, for example, this time around is really going to that direction. It's a key example on the continent where they're just changing completely tax laws that were put in place over 60 years, and they have just revamped it, and the National Assembly have passed those laws. So they are streamlining the number of taxes. This is very important. Why do you care about a tax that is giving you 0.05% of GDP? Why do you have all these nuisance taxes where you can actually focus just on a few key ones? Then you have to look at the tax base, right, and focus on the easy to access one. If it's customs, you have to improve it, but again, not to frustrate the private sector. If it's about other type of tax, you really have to move forward. And in many FCS countries, you have the issue of tax exemptions. We call them tax expenditures. Again, it's a tough one because usually in those countries you have no social safety nets, and having those subsidies in place are a way to build a social contract, but you need the decisive action there as well. So let me stop here for now.
Thank you very much. I think this issue you bring about of tax exemptions is one that many countries have been grappling with. Because we give tax exemptions to investors. Sorry, Mr. Bali. We give tax exemptions to investors with the hope that they will create jobs. These jobs not come. Meanwhile, they are enjoying these tax exemptions. is a difficult trade-off. But in any case, we see that the World Bank, the sister institution to us, the African Development Bank, the IMF, and many others, is in the business of providing low-cost financing to African countries and many other developing countries. So, as a multilateral development bank, how can the World Bank, for instance, and other MDBs, adapt their country strategies and financing instruments, such as concessional windows, like the IDA, the ADF in our case, or prevention envelopes to better integrate conflict prevention objectives?
First of all, let me thank you for inviting me on this panel. And let me say that we are sitting here talking about resilience forum hosted by ADB. It tells us a lot of things, right? That things have changed with the MDB. That the issue of resilience, the issue of focusing on fragile state is a reality. It's part of, slowly, in the DNA of the MDB. And I think that's quite a change. It was not like that a couple of years ago. That's number one. Number two, for the institution that we are, one of the things many people think about us as a financier, money. But I think what people forget is that first and foremost, we're a knowledge bank. And I think for this, one of the things, as our sister did in the IMF, I'm actually glad the IMF has a strategy on fragile state, right? Because I think one of the things is to give evidence that if you invest and prevent a conflict, then you have an economic return. Then this should be an issue for the Minister of Finance, and not only a social issue or something else. I think that's a very powerful message. The fact that the IMF can publish those elements, the Minister of Finance will listen. The fact that you say if you invest $1 and you can actually get a return of 16 because you are preventing anything to happen is powerful. That's the second thing. So the third thing, you talk about instrument. Obviously, I am so glad that our panelists from the private sector has put the cursor where it should be. It's about job creation. That's, for me, the recipe for this. And I'm so glad that our new president has actually focusing the World Bank Group on job, right? Job is not only a question of dignity, but it's also a question of hope that what I will be. I'm pretty sure if most of us didn't have a job, I don't think we would be in that room. Will we? I don't think so. So I think it's really a critical issue, and I'm glad, obviously, institutions that we are don't create job, but we can create the conditions so that he can create job. He was telling me, for example, that he started with IFC, our sister institution within the World Bank Group, that were able to give him a loan, and were able to do that, right? So, so in one word, what we are trying to do at the World Bank is actually to bring the group, the whole group. You have IDA, who can operate in less fragile state. We have actually instruments where we have put prevention at the center of what we do. So if a country is at the verge of getting into a situation, we can actually provide money. We did that in the case of Togo and Benin. Those are not fragile countries by no means. But we were anticipatively saying, if we see the spillover, let's actually invest. And for me, the new strategy of the bank, we're actually updating our strategy for fragile state. It's coming out in November. We'll actually put prevention at the center of what we do. We want every single person at the World Bank Group to actually look at the program with those lenses. What can we do? Now, the beauty, and I will finish on that one, is that technology is actually something that we can use and start simulating and understand what are those elements we can act on so that we can prevent. Let me stop here. But Thank you for the opportunity.
It's a good point to stop at technology and the importance of leveraging technology to create jobs, but also to reach as many people as possible. So let me come to Mr. Osu. Institute for Peace and Security Studies, and here we are talking about conflict. I think you couldn't be a better person to speak to us about the need for stronger institutions and governance systems in reducing the risk of conflict. So in fragile situations and countries that are in transition, how do you expect that these countries can build stronger institutions, robust governance architecture, especially in the presence of natural resources, where, as you know, there is a prevalence of conflict? So how can these robust institutions help these countries to navigate the intricate of contestation for resources?
Thank you very much. And I would like to very much acknowledge the fact that I've had the opportunity to be part of this August forum, to be able to share ideas, because ultimately it is a way whereby we are able to manifest and be able to discuss issues together. And if I have to refer to the earlier speakers that came before even us, I think one point that I would really want to acknowledge is the fact that they talked about cooperation and partnerships. So I think that is a very, very important factor if we have to address the overall issue of fragility. My second point that I would like to emphasize is the fact that we should be able to name the issue for what it is. When we talk about fragility, exactly what is it that we are talking about? Ultimately, we have to understand that the issue of fragility is very complex. And it has both historical, political, economic, socio-cultural foundations that triggers what is called fragility. So the fact that we are able to understand what it means by fragility is a very starting point, without which we would not be able to build institutions. That being said, and I'm adding up on the idea of cooperation, which is important, and partnership, that really helps us. Now to my point, the question is, in fragile states, the strength of institutions is often the difference between resources fueling prosperity or fueling conflict. I think that is a very important point. The next point is that when governance systems are transparent, and here I'm talking about the issue of transparency. For example, here we are talking about when contracts, revenue flows, and oversight mechanisms are clear, they build trust. And the issue here is trust. They build trust. So transparency and trust. And this reduces suspicion that fuel grievance. Because when there are no trust issues, then there are possibilities for grievances. And that can really lead us into conflicts. So I think that's really, really important. Transparency, trust, which helps us to mitigate grievances. But, and there is a big but here, institutions must ensure that natural resource revenues are reinvested, and this is the key point, into health, into education, into infrastructure. Because then these resources become a common good, which is not just the preserve of the elite, and everybody enjoys it. If it is like this, then it becomes much, much better. With this combination, the combination of transparency and equitable investment, which transforms resources from a trigger of instability into a foundation for peace. So I think these are the first dimensions.
So
let me stop here.
I hear you, and you're talking about redistribution of wealth and to invest these resources into institutions themselves, but also in education, health, and other social services. Madam Nanim Gaga, as the mother body, the United Nations, there have been a lot of concerns raised that the UN has been absent in many situations, even in situations we could have prevented. But I think that one good thing that the UN has done is to elevate the issue of gender. And in conflict-affected environments or countries that are in state of fragility, I think this is even more important. We heard in the earlier session about how women and youth have helped stabilize Ghana. So how then can gender and climate-responsive budgeting be mainstreamed across sector ministries and the spending agencies so that social protection and climate adaptation spending is able to shield the most vulnerable during economic reforms? And we know that economic reforms can be very harsh sometimes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me in that panel. I see familiar faces in the panel and in the room also, so good morning, or rather good afternoon to all. Before I respond to your question, let me just jump on 3 points actually that have been said by the previous speakers. I think Marie-Chantal said that the issue was for the Minister of Finance, and I think I completely agree with that, and I think we'll have the opportunity to drill down more on this. Anything that relates to peace, to prevention, etc., and I think it has been said in the earlier panel, is not a footnote, it's not something that comes on the side, it should be central to the discussion. Second thing is jobs, which have been raised by 2 panelists, and I completely agree. And I will dare to say that actually job is a tool of conflict prevention. It is. If you have a job, if you don't want to lose your job, you're earning your money, you're making a good salary, or you're having a good business, you're not going into conflict. You want to preserve what you have. And the third issue I would like to touch on is what the previous speaker just said on fragility. I think when we're thinking about fragility, and you're absolutely right to say, what are we talking about? And every time I hear fragile state, I cringe a little, because you may have states which are not fragile, which are actually middle-income countries, and which have pockets of fragility. And so what do we do with these countries? African Development Bank has an envelope for fragile states. Every time I go, and I hope Yero is not in the room because otherwise he'll kill me, but every time I go in Yero's store and I say, can I talk to you? He says, you're not a priority because you're a middle-income country. We're focusing on fragile states, on least developed countries. So we need to think about fragility maybe a little bit more with more granularity, let me put it that way, than what we're doing today. Okay, let me jump in the question you asked me, because otherwise my 2 minutes will be gone. I think when we're talking about economic reforms, as you're saying it, we're always thinking that budget cuts, social cuts. And I think we're inheriting, for those of us who were there when it happens, of the SAP, the Structural Adjustment Program, that came in and cut all the expenses. And it was, yes, they stabilized the money, yes, they reduced inflation, yes, they did a lot of good things, but they're also on the social side. It was extremely difficult. I think time has changed. We're not in the 80s anymore. We're in 2025. This is a completely different time, actually a different century. And so when we're talking about economic reforms, and if we're thinking about prevention, we absolutely do not want to cut these expenses that relate to social. On the contrary, we may even want to boost them if we can. But if we cannot, because I can, the whole discussion since this morning has been about where to find the money, where's the money, there's no money anymore, etc. It's not only about bringing in the money, it's also about how you spend the money. So with the same amount of money, if you spend it differently, you may achieve more results. It's a question of focusing on results, focusing on impact, and if it doesn't work and if it doesn't improve, then you move the cursor to the point that you're satisfied with the results. I think the real challenge and the smart thing to do for a government is, trying in structuring the budget, trying to have an approach that, of course, is focused on results, on the quality of spending, closely monitoring the effectiveness of the resource that you're actually spending. So it's to take the expense before it is done, what type of resource am I getting? And I think we may have a discussion about the type of resource.
I think we'll get back to what type of resources, the efficiency of spending, and the quality of expenditure.
Yeah.
I think that's very, 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 very important. Some people say doing more with less. Let me come back to you, or maybe so that you can continue on that point itself as a follow-up question. And really, this is based on the many years of experience that you have. So what are the most then effective approaches for aligning macroeconomic reforms, as we've said, with inclusive social investments that reduce inequality and trust, the trust that we've been talking about throughout the discussion so far?
So I'm a big believer of budget supports, be it sectorial or global. And I believe that, I think in the earlier conversation there was a discussion on KPIs. I think with the right matrix, with the right KPIs, with the right points that you're pushing on, there is a lot of results that can be achieved macro, and it's all at the budgeting level. So the first thing, of course, is to have a normative approach. So you need to have the laws, the regulations, the directives, whatever your normative framework that would allow you to do whatever it is that you want to do. The second thing is that you strengthen your social protection system. And that's the point I was making before, in that you're really focusing the type of expense that you want to enhance. And this is what you're doing when you're doing, for example, gender-sensitive budget support, is that you're making it in a sort that for the $1 you're going to spend, you ensure that women are going to benefit from it as much as men, as much as disabled people, as much as, the way the money is spent is really important. And I think we miss that a lot. We're always focusing on the upstream, not necessarily on the downstream. So the strengthening the social protection system in order to allow for for the expense to be well done. Of course, you need to have people embedded in all ministries, because if you want to do a real budget support, you need to have people in each and every single ministries who are going to, for example, if we take gender, who are going to focus on gender. It's, you go into the Ministry of, Transport, they're not necessarily, they wouldn't necessarily think about the fact that they need to integrate gender in their expense. So you need to have people within each and every ministry who are going to be able to be the link between the Ministry of Finance and the expense which is going to be done.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we'll stay with the reforms. And I come to Mr. Bali, because clearly for you to operate in an environment, you need stable and predictable reforms. So what policy reforms or fiscal incentives, we talked about tax expenditures earlier. So what policy reforms or fiscal incentives would enable the private sector to scale up investments in fragile environments while managing risks?
Thank you.
In 1 minute.
Oh, in 1 minute, okay. Well, first, our business is to take risk. As a private sector, we take risk. That's our business. That's what I have been doing for more than 30 years on the African continent, and that which allowed me to create more than 4,000 jobs directly and indirectly, and in FC countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea-Bissau. So we need first predictability. We can navigate through all these problems, but what is difficult to navigate is unpredictability. That's the first thing we need. We need, of course, risk sharing, so guarantee funds like MIGA, like all the IFIs that we have, which do guarantee de-risking. We need, of course, partnership with MDBs, IFIs, DFIs. We, as entrepreneurs, we need financing. This is really a big gap that we have to fill. And we had two meetings. We had a dinner Monday with the new AFDB president, and yesterday we had a meeting with president of Employers Association coming from West Africa, and we had a very constructive meeting with him. And sincerely, we see a change in paradigm coming very soon in how the FDB is tackling this gap in financing. The gap in financing in Africa overall is between 400 and 500 billion every year. And MSMEs in Africa, which comprise of 90% of our economies, do not access financing, unfortunately. So we definitely need to revamp the financing scheme in Africa so that we can create these jobs. IMF said that $1 invested in job creation will bring $103. That's the best investment you can do. And as my sister said, you create a job, is one young person less to be enrolled in armed groups. The 4,000 people that we are employing directly or indirectly are not going to be enrolled in armed groups, are not going to try to go to Europe because they have a decent job, they make a living, they founded families, so they have no interest in going to Europe or be enrolled in armed groups. And to finish, Mr. Moderator, very quickly, it's a call to action. World Bank, AFDB, IMF, they don't create jobs. It's a private sector which creates jobs. So what does the private sector need to create jobs? We need political stability, we need institutional stability, we need abundant financing at a very low cost, because Africa is seen as a risky continent. So even when we get financing, it's very costly because the spread is quite high. Even at my friend's IFC's place, it's sometimes it's so. And today, and I will finish on that, is the news today. You see what happened in Bangladesh. You see what happened in Nepal. You see what's happening in Madagascar, in Morocco, in Togo. Gen Z is here. And they have demands. They need jobs. They need good education, especially technical and professional. They need a hospital. They need hope. How do you give them hope? Stability, sound and good governance, less corruption, investment in education, in health, and put an enabling business environment so that local entrepreneurs, local champions will invest in their country. Someone said this morning, don't count on American pension funds to invest in Chad or Mali. He's absolutely right. It's the local entrepreneurs who will create that jobs. And it has been proven that in a country where the locals do invest, that attracts foreign investments. So I will stop on that. Definitely, prevention is mainly job creation. Private sector create the job. ADB, World Bank, IFC, IMF should help governments put an enabling environment, a conducive environment, so that what I will call the economic soldiers that are entrepreneurs will create these jobs.
I hear you loud and clear, and I think this partnership, governments, MDBs, and private sector is very important. And Madam Chantal, because of, we're talking about partnerships, how then can the World Bank and other MDBs like ourselves strengthen these partnerships with the private sector and the civil society to mainstream prevention into both lending and non-lending operations? You have a minute and a half.
I am a lady. I think I'm allowed to have 2 minutes. So, and I will take the 2 minutes. But let me actually put two things I want this room to live with, honestly. We have the topic macro and prevention. I want everybody to understand that those go together, actually. If you look at the reform, the so-called budget support reform we support in many countries, take a look. Take a look on what we are asking. Take a look on the way we are asking in terms of changing the business environment so that job can be created. So that take a look on what we do in terms of building the foundational, in terms of skills, so that those young people can get a job. Take a look on what we are asking in terms of infrastructure, so that that foundation, that the private sector, without it, will not invest and create a job. This is what this macro stability, to some extent, stand for. I want this room. Before you leave, please take a chance, because that's where the narrative has to change. Second, prevention. With humility, we are missing, we are actually late. We are absolutely late. And all of those demands we are seeing from the youth, this country where we sit, they need to create 3.5 million jobs by 2030. They create an average of 471,000 jobs a year. So you have a gap. Can they do it? Yes. So I think this is really where prevention is. We are really running against a clock that has left us. What can we do to be ahead of it? That's, I think, the key. Now, to that question of what the bank can do or what institution can do, it takes a whole society approach. It's not going to be the MDB, it's not going to be the government, it's not going to be the private sector alone or the civil society. It's going to have to take all of us. So we could be creative. We could come up with innovative financing that can tap into other people's money and make it work for this. We can do that. We have the instrument for it. But we also need the civil society to strengthen the institution and ask for accountability. All of those things, it's, ladies and gentlemen, that what will change, in my humble opinion, that issue of financing peace in a changing landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Financing peace in a changing environment and accountability. Mr. Ebeke, You've been in Nigeria for a while now, and Nigeria has been touted as having rolled out a very robust, strong reform program. Removing subsidies is not a mean feat, especially in a country like Nigeria. I've been there and I know what I'm talking about. Therefore, based on your experience with the reforms that the country has put in place, what lessons do these reforms offer to many other countries on the continent in terms of sequencing, communication, and compensating measures? And what, in your view, would be these two lessons that you think other countries can pick from these reforms, especially managing expectations, inflation, and other issues that emanate from some of these reforms?
Given that we're talking about the largest black nation in the world, so maybe I can have 2 minutes as well. So, no, that's a great question. I think the Nigerian example is really a testimony of governments, trying to have the full ownership of what they're doing, right? So remember, Nigeria doesn't have an IMF program. Nigeria is doing tremendous reform on its own, and I think this should be really, applauded. I think in terms of lessons learned, the government deployed massive reforms, liberalization of the FX market, removal of fuel subsidies, and those things were necessary. The country was going into tough, financial situation. What we have been saying is that as you deploy these reforms, you also need to make sure that you have a robust social safety net in place, right? Those reforms have distributional consequences. They impact the private sector, but also impact the average Nigerian. And food insecurity has increased in Nigeria. Nigeria now has 31 million people food insecure, the largest number in the world. But things are improving also on that front with government's support. So the key lesson is, as you're doing domestic revenue mobilization effort, they have to be synchronized with spending quality reform as well. So you have to rethink the way you're going to spend the fiscal space that you're generating. So they cannot go on separate ways. When you do DRM, you also have to look at how you spend the money that you just earn. The second thing about the impact of the reform is really on the public perception and the communication. I think we learned a lot in Nigeria that it's very important to spend time to explain what you're doing. One very nice statistics last year published by Afrobarometer, they ask a very simple question to Africans. Do you think that your government's tax revenues are well spent? Are they used to fund public goods in your country? And in many, many countries, I think I counted this morning, 15 countries, actually the number was well below 50% of the respondents. So they were basically saying, in some countries, 30%, 25% of people were saying, no, we don't believe that the taxes we paid are used to fund public goods in the country. I think this low tax morale is a key issue in Africa. And as you go into tough reforms, it's very important to demonstrate and to lead by examples. And the very easy way for a government to lead by example is to show that this is how I'm using the money productively.
Thank you. And the best way to use money productively is to invest in job-creating sectors to avoid youth disenchantment. So, Mr. Owusu, how can stronger institutions, we talked about institutions, and you've heard across here, help to prevent this youth disenfranchisement that we're talking about, the Gen Z, and disempowerment from translating into instability and radicalization, especially in countries that are already beset with conflicts?
Thank you very much.
And you have a minute as well.
I always begin to interrogate issues that we always discuss or play around with. My point of departure has always been discourse really does matter. And what do I mean by discourse that really matter here? If we're here at the Resilience Forum, and when we talk about resilience, what exactly does resilience mean It's important that we are able to understand. Resilience, of course, on one way or the other can be short haul, but at the same time must be a long haul. It's not simply a programmatic activity where you look and then you check, it's done, and it's completed. So I think we have to understand that first. And how do we achieve resilience? Resilience cannot be achieved if we fail to address the aspirations of Africa's largest demographic, which is our youth. And that is absolutely quite important. And prevention here means more than a rhetoric. It's quite important that we understand that. It requires deliberate opportunity pathways. And what do I mean by that? Such that if we are looking at the opportunity pathways, if we are talking about education and skills training, they should be able to connect directly to jobs. And I think most of us have talked about jobs here. Entrepreneurship and innovation. Because when these facilities are created, it really helps our youth. And it mitigates the aspirations where there is a tendency for them to really fight. If they are working, it really helps. Let me also continue a little bit. But beyond jobs, young people must see themselves in the governance of their societies. And I think that is very, very important. So what is required here? We need to be able to create institutional spaces, such as youth councils, participatory budgets, and even digital platforms, which allow youth to shape policies as insiders rather than as outsiders.
I would take partnership, participation, and governance as an important element of a discussion. And the panel has been waiting, the audience has been waiting. We'll take two very critical questions from the audience, because I do not want us to stand between your lunch and this session here. So, Madam here and the gentleman the other side. Let's have the mic, please. You can have mine in the meantime.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this great panel. My name is Ajara Tunjai. I'm a young woman representative in Côte d'Ivoire. I just wanted to highlight the fact that we all talked a lot about, the importance of women's involvement, etc. But, in terms of action, little is done. Like, when we talk about even business case, the business case of gender equality has been done years ago. But up to now, no critical action has been taken to make sure that we reach gender equality. And women are not even at the negotiation table, and even if they are, there is no capacity, even around also government institution. The kind of pushback we are getting, when we are negotiating with government institution shows us that there is more needs to be done beyond making the business case of gender equality. So I think, we need to address this issue. And also, I'm calling on also some institutions who have some negotiation power. We all know that gender equality is about power relation. Please make sure that in these processes, you not only ensure women's participation, but also capacity are there. Because integrating gender in macroeconomic framework, in budget, are very difficult areas of...
We hear you, madam. We hear you, madam. And I think it's the call to action that Mr. Bali had talked about more than a question. We have the second gentleman there, please. Can we have the mic for him? Yes.
Je suis Franck Assassi.
My name is Franck Assassi, analyst in economic policy in Côte d'Ivoire. My question goes to all the participants, and it is about the economic policies to create jobs. in order to consolidate peace in transition countries. I would like to know how a country like Côte d'Ivoire, which is somewhat economically settled, how can this country can ensure a better situation if the country gets instructions from Bretton Woods institutions on some important goods such as energy and hydrocarbon. Electricity costs more now in Côte d'Ivoire, as well as fuel.
Mr. Barry to take this question, and maybe I go to Madame Chantal.
Yeah, thank you. I think to subsidize consumption may be a temporary policy for a government, but it cannot be a permanent policy because it's not an economic sound policy. In my country, Mali, we've been subsidizing energy, electricity for forever. And yet we have only 5 to 6 hours of electricity in my country. So it's not a sound policy and it cannot be sustained. I think to have peace prevail in Ivory Coast, the government should just keep doing what it's doing. Massively investing in economic infrastructure, massively investing in technical and professional training, less in higher education, but much more in basic education and technical and professional education, and also putting the framework, the schemes to finance MSMEs, to finance startups, to have less bureaucracy, less corruption, to open up the country to direct foreign investment. This is the way you will create jobs. And again, we come back to that. You create job, you create peace.
I think that's a good point to end, Madame Chantal, and that would be your 30 seconds of parting shot. And we follow from there, 30 seconds each as your final words, please.
J'allais parler en français parce que je...
I was going to speak in French because I want him to understand that I agree with what he just said. In Côte d'Ivoire, we have to congratulate the government. I can tell you that this country is trying to achieve universal access. And if there is any country that can do this, it is Côte d'Ivoire. Now, the reforms of tariff, who pays more, who pays less? Sometimes it is to readjust so that Marie Chantal can pay more and you pay less. And that is where the communication on these reforms is very important. Thank you very much.
And Madam, at the end, 30 seconds as your final words, please.
Yeah, I think I was mainly asked during the conference to talk about DRM, domestic revenue mobilization, and I just want the audience to leave with just a few examples of countries, despite tremendous vulnerabilities and fragilities, that did manage to create this social compact in their countries and raise revenues to levels that we have not seen done elsewhere in the world. Let me take the example of Liberia. Between 2004 and 2012, Liberia managed to really raise revenue by almost 8 percentage points of GDP, right? So between those 9 years. So we saw it when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was president. We also saw it in Malawi, again, between 2002 and 2013. Malawi raised revenue by 11 percentage points of GDP, right? So reforms work. They require a social contract with the people, and they require good communication. And We have examples from other black countries in the world, Jamaica. You heard about the huge fiscal gains that this country had to deploy over the past few years, and it was only done thanks to what, and I will end there, an oversight committee. So they had in that committee, the private sector, religious people, think tank, academics, everyone was actually overseeing the IMF program in Jamaica. That's how you build consensus in a country. Thanks.
That is called consensus. To ownership. Mr. Osu, 30 seconds.
Talking
please.
about consensus and ownership, I think my earlier point that I talked about transparency and trust. But that is not a panacea. It's quite important. But the next important also factor is the idea of participation. And here participation with an intersectionality lens, where when we talk about women, it's just not about woman blanket. What kind of women are we talking about? Is it market women? Is it the elite? Everybody must be included. If it is youth, is it the youth on the street? Is it the elite youth? So we have to look at participation voice with an intersectional or intersectionality lenses so that everybody gets to speak where it matters in the governance of the issues.
The short form of that is inclusivity.
Absolutely.
Inclusivity, and would like to include Madam Ganim Gaga, your 30 seconds of final words, please.
Before my 30 seconds, I would just like to say that when I started earlier, I said that job was actually a tool of conflict prevention, but I can recognize that this is why private sector is private sector. He said you create jobs, you create peace, and it sounds better, definitely. So this is bravo for the way it was said. No, but my 30 seconds would be contrat social. It all drills down to that. If you don't get that, you don't do your prevention. So you need we've been talking about the communication, the gentleman who took the floor talk about subsidies being pushed away, etc. If you don't get buy-in from the population, it doesn't work. So the government needs to go beyond the simple communication. This is where supposedly the civil society kicks in with the transparency aspect, etc. MDBs need to play their role, but government is key because you can add up all the MDBs, they wouldn't do a percentage of the government budget. So if you don't bring the government on board, you will not succeed.
So we need to bring the government on board. Unfortunately, we failed to bring the government on the table. We tried all we could. We were unable to get a government representative. I would have loved to give the mic to the minister here, but she spoke in the morning, so I will excuse her for that. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that this has been an excellent panel. I would not want to dilute any of the things that they've talked about, so I will not summarize anything. Just give them a loud round of applause, please.
Thank you to our moderator for an excellent session. We will now break for lunch. Lunch will be served on the 7th floor. Friends, lunch will be served on the 7th floor. But then we also have another option, a lunch event on the 21st floor with a very important discussion on accelerating peace finance and impact in Mozambique. So you have the option of going to lunch on the 7th floor or on the 21st floor. And we will meet back here in an hour and 15 minutes. So let's be back here at 2:15, friends. Let's be back here at 2:15. Thank you. Friends, 7th floor or 21st floor, lunch provided in the two settings. Thank you.
"46 million people are displaced by preventable conflicts. Yet every dollar invested in prevention can save up to 103 in crisis response for countries with recent violence. Investing in peace is not optional. It is essential for Africa's future." From October 1st to 3rd, 2025, policymakers, business leaders, civil society and practitioners will gather in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire for the 6th Africa Resilience Forum. Their mission? Turn prevention into investment and investment into lasting peace. Theme: prioritizing prevention, financing peace in a changing development cooperation landscape. From youth economic resilience in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
lakatune no kandineo. Lakatune. Zamir gonde won borfo di koiwi borfo indi diranda. So kid gonde to jur biyong indi setre ten. Hala to sub guru boy har borko kangi kan kunge borawi. Lutte diro. O mutikir kazum neo.
Barbatan regta haya kan kandide telakatune. Irgono irgo goro kalir kwarara ika iwirse borihinza borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine for chargami inerse ingeni no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulinge girwi gita irmo irutunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandineo. Lakatune. Zamir gonde ir won borfo di koiwi borfo indi diranda. So kir gonde to jur biong indi setre ten. Hala to sub guru boy har borko kangi kan kungai borawi. Itte diro. Mutikir kazum neo.
Barbatan regta akan kandide telakkaltune. Irgo goro kalir kwarara ika iwirse borihinza borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine for chargami nerse ingay no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulinga girwi gita moiru tunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandine o. Lakatune. Zamir gonde ir won borfo di koiwi borfo indi diranda. So kir gonde to jil biong indi setri tin. Hala to sub guru boy har borko kangi kan kun ngai borawi. Itte diro. O mutikir kazum neo.
Barbatan regta akan kandide telakkaltune. Irgo goro kalir kwarara ikaiwirse borihinza borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine for chargami nerse ingay no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulinga girwi gita moiru tunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent les salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandine o. Lakatune. Zamir gonde ir won borfo di koyi borfo indi diranda. So kir gonde to jur biyon indi setre ten. Hala to sub guru boy har borko kangi kan kun ngai borawi. Itte diro o mutikir kazum ne o.
Barbatan regta ya kan de telakkaltune. Irgo goro kalir kwarara ikai wirse borihinza e borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine for chargami nerse ingay no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulingay girwi gita ir moiru tunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandineo. Lakatune. Zamir gonde ir won borfo di koiwi borfo indi diranda. So kid gonde tajir biyong indi setrin tin. Hala ato subguru boy har borko kangi kan kungai borawi. Lutti diro. Ang tikir kazum neo.
Barbatan regta akan kandide telakkaltune. Irgo goro kalir kwarara ikaiwirse borihinza borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine for chargami nerse ingay no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulingay girwi gita ir moiru tunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandineo. Lakatune. Zamir gonde wir won borfo di koiwi borfo indi diranda. So kid gonde tajir biyong indi setrin tin. Hala to sub guru boy har borko kangi kan kun ngai borawi. Gitte diro. O mutikir kazum neo.
Barbatan regta hayakan kandide telakkaltune. Irgono irgo goro kalir kwarara ikaiwirse borihinza e borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine fori chargami nerse ingayni no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulinga girwi gita ir moiru tunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandirnewo. Lakatune. Zamir gonde ir won borfo di koywi borfo indi diranda. So kid gonde tajir biyong indi setre ten. Hala to sub guru boy har borko kangi kan kun ngay borawi. Nite diro. O mutikir kazum newo.
Barbatan regta ya kan kandide telakkaltune. Irgo goro kalir kwarara ika iwirse borihinza borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine fori chargami inerse ingayni no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulinga girwi gita ir moiru tunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent les salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandineo. Lakatune. Zamir gonde won borfo di koiwi borfo indi diranda. so kid wonde to jil biyong inde setri tin hala to sub guru boy har bor ko kangi kan ko ngay borawi nite diro o mutte kir kazum neo
barbatan regta haya kan de telakkaltune irgono irgo goro kalir kwarara ikai wirse borihinza e borihinkini jingwi sintana après semaine for chargami nerse ingayni no 24 heures alir mandira kulinga girwi gita ir moyru tunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandineo. Lakatune. Zamir gonde ir won borfo di koiwi borfo indi diranda. So kir gonde to jil biong indi setri tin. Hala to sub guru boy har borko kangi kan kun ngai borawi. Itti diro. Tikir kazum neo.
Barbatan regta ya kan de telakkaltune. Irgo goro kalir kwarara ika iwirse borihinza borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine for chargami nerse ingay no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulingay girwi gita moiru tunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix. Il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandineo. Lakatune. Zamir gonde wir won borfo di koyi borfo indi diranda. So kid gonde to jur biyong indi setri tin. Hala to sub guru boy har borko kangi kan kun ngai borawi. Nite diro. O mutikir kazum neo.
Barbata regta akan kandide telakkaltune. Irgo goro kalir kwarara ikaiwirse borihinza e borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine fori chargami nerse ingeni no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulunga girwi gita ir moiru tunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility. And more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandine o. Lakatune. Zamir gonde ir won borfo di koiwi borfo indi diranda. So kid gonde tajir biyong indi setrin tin. Hala to sub buru boy har borko kangi kan kun ngai borawi. Nite diro. O mutikir kazum neo.
Barbata regta hayakan kandide telakkaltune. Ir go goro kalir kwarara ikaiwirse borihinza e borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine fori chargami inerse ingeni no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulinge girwi gita ir moiru tunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandineo. Lakatune. Zamir gonde won borfo di koyi borfo indi diranda. So kid gonde to jir biyong indi setri tin. Hala to sub guru boy har borko kangi kan kun ngai borawi. Ite diro. O mutikir kazum neo.
barbatan regta haya kan kandi de telakkaltune irgono irgo goro kalir kwarara ikaiwirse borihinza e borihinkini jingwi sintana après semaine fori chargami nerse ingayni no 24 heures alir mandira kulinga girwi gita irmo irutunu no iberi.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent les salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandineo. Lakatune. Zamir gonde won borfo di koiwi borfo indi diranda. So kid gonde to jir biyong indi setene ten. Hala to sub guru boy har borko kangi kan kungai borawi. Lutte diro. Mutikir kazum neo.
Barbatan regta ya kan kandi de telakkaltune. Irgo goro kalir kwarara ika iwirse borihinza borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine fori chargami inerse ingay no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulingay girwi gita irmo irutunu no iberi.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in fragile and conflict-affected countries. More than 44 million have been displaced, and 1 in 5 faces food insecurity. Climate change worsens these pressures. Drought and floods fuel tensions and deter investments. Countries in fragile and conflict-affected contexts face crushing fiscal pressures. Debt service consumes more than 40% of government revenue, while tax averages just 10% of GDP. Meanwhile, military spending reaches $52.1 billion in 2024. The cost of conflict is devastating. 10 years after violence begins, GDP per capita drops by 28%. Yet, official development assistance is projected to fall by up to 17% in 2025, just when it's needed most. But here's the opportunity. Prevention works. It is a smart investment. According to the International Monetary Fund, every dollar invested in prevention can return up to $103. Prevention isn't charity. It's the smartest investment we can make.
Il n'y a pas de développement sans paix, il n'y a pas de paix sans développement.
That is why the African Development Bank created the African Resilience Forum, ARF, not just another meeting, but a platform for action. The ARF goes beyond dialogue. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and peace-positive investments. Peace finance is not only a public good, it is an untapped frontier for private investment. By blending concessional resources with private capital, we're proving that resilience is bankable. It de-risks fragile markets and channels investment into agriculture, renewable energy, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Through the action of young agripreneurs, a virtuous ecosystem is emerging. These enterprises create jobs, generate income, and contribute to food sovereignty.
Quand on voit ces jeunes entrepreneurs, aujourd'hui, ils ont créé des emplois, ils payent des salaires, ils payent de l'impôt, ils contribuent au développement de leur pays. C'est un sentiment vraiment de satisfaction totale que nous avons.
Notre pays est enclavé. Avec l'arrivée de la fibre, ça va vraiment nous permettre d'accéder à ce qu'avant on ne pouvait pas accéder.
Depuis que la route est bitumée, l'activité a augmenté.
Nous permettons donc l'accès à l'emploi aux villageois. Nous, on leur offre donc cette opportunité d'avoir des ressources stables et on prend en charge aussi donc la scolarité des enfants des employés.
When we invest in initiatives like these, we deter young people from joining armed groups, turning to crime, or falling into cycles of hopelessness. Instead, we offer them pathways to prosperity and purpose. These investments strengthen entire communities, build resilience against future shocks, and prove that peace and prosperity can flourish in the most challenging places. This is where the Africa Resilience Forum makes a difference. The ARF is building alliances, governments, civil society, private sector, and development partners, all united around one goal: investing in peace to unlock prosperity. The agenda is clear: peace finance, climate resilience, private sector engagement, and youth employment. The ARF provides a space to forge alliances and launch initiatives that change how we approach development. Together, we can turn fragile contexts into investable opportunities and prove that peace is the most sustainable form of development finance. This is a clarion call to rethink development, mobilize capital for peace, and invest in Africa's resilience. Because there is no development without peace, and no peace without development. Africa Resilience Forum 2025. Investing in peace, building prosperity.
Lakatune no kandineo. Lakatune. Zamir gonde won borfoyin borfodi koyi borfoyi indi diranda. So kid gonde to jur biyong indi setrin tin. Hala to subguru boy har borko kangi kan kungai borawi. Ite diro. O mutikir kazum neo.
Barbatan regta ya kan de telekartune. Irgo goro kalir kwarara ikaiwirse borihinza e borihinkini jingwi sintana. Après semaine for chargami nerse ingay no 24 heures. Alir mandira kulinga girwi gita irmo irutunu no beri.
Behind these stories lie families destroyed, futures derailed, childhoods stolen, communities shattered. And hundreds of thousands more stories remain untold. This is the human cost of fragility, and more than sympathy, it demands decisive, urgent action. Across Africa, conflict events have surged. In 2024, the number of conflict events exceeded 30,000. Today, 250 million Africans live in
Exactly 2 minutes. Welcome back. 2 minutes.
More than 44 million.
We'll just wait for others to come in the room. So we'll start at 2:30. Okay. Welcome, everyone, and good afternoon. I hope you had a good break. We just had a very interesting discussion on Mozambique. As those of you who were here in ARF 2025, in 2023, would have remembered that we signed an MOU with Interpeace. And so the lunch conversation was to really check in to see what we're doing together on the ground and if we're really making the difference that we had aspired to. So ARF is not just a meeting; it's actually an action-oriented platform where we really want to make a difference and have an impact on the ground. We will soon start. We'll start our next session, a really critical session for this discussion about fragility and resilience. It's called Regional Integration and Trade as Pathways for Peace. This session is going to be moderated by Dr. Joy Kategweka, who is our Director for Regional Integration Coordination Office. I will now invite Joy to come up to the platform and also invite the panelists. Thank you, Joy.
Thank you very much, Ozong. Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon. Are we all excited to talk about trade and regional integration? Excellent. So when you think about the world today, you think about volatility, you think about uncertainty, you think about complexity, you think about ambiguity. Africa has to contend with this world, and yet that's not enough, because in addition, Africa must deal with fragility. So this morning we heard some numbers. 250 million, we were told. 250 million Africans are living in circumstances or countries or conditions that are directly impacted by fragility. Now we know that when we talk about conflict and fragility, it's not just the hotspots, it's affected places and so on and so forth. And so I thought I'd give you another number to help us situate why trade is a big deal in this conversation. So, you know, we always talk about 1.5 billion people in Africa, but let's look at 2050, and we talk about 2.5 billion people in Africa. They tell us 830 million of those will be young people. And then you think, well, that's just 2050, it's too far off, it's 25 years ahead. Well, let's talk 2030. What do the numbers tell us? 42% of the world's youth will be in Africa. What does that mean? What does that mean? Reaping this demographic dividend cannot be done amidst a situation where the focus is deterred by conflict, deterred by having to deal with fragility. And so it makes it more urgent. It makes development urgent in Africa at this point in time. And so I read a quote yesterday, thinking about today, that I thought was profound to help us understand how trade sits in here. It comes from a report from the International Trade Center. And it says, in most protracted crises, markets remain functional, even if conditions are not ideal. And while domestic markets may be distorted, neighboring ones become more dynamic with the flow of people and businesses. And so in 2023, I had the occasion in a previous life to go to Abeshe. Some of you know Abeshe. It's in eastern Chad. This was the time of the start, the push around the Sudan crisis. And I left Abesha thinking about two big things: the markets and the women in those markets, but secondly, the mobility of people. So we ask ourselves, how can trade be part of that solution? How can regional integration be part of that solution? We're going to talk about that. And if we succeed at the end of the conversation, we will know the policies that must work, we will know the programmatic interventions that must be done, and we will know the partnerships that will deliver this success. So I'm joined by a stellar panel that's going to help us go through that. And the first one is Miss Honorable Magdalene Dagose. She's Minister of Commerce and Industry of Liberia, a recognized leader in the country that has also previously served as Assistant Minister in Planning and Administration. And she's going to tell us a lot about what this looks like in a country context. We're also joined by Mr. Mohamed Abdikair, Chief of Staff at the International Organization for Migration. If anybody knows issues, mobility, and the link between mobility and development, it has to be Mohamed. So I'm glad he will be sharing reflections as well. We then have Ziad Hamwi. Ziad is president of the Borderless Alliance, and most of the work around trade facilitation in borderlands, Ziad will tell us about that. And then finally, we have Ms. Awatif Baroud. Awatif is perhaps one of the most successful female entrepreneurs out of Chad. And she's going to tell us a lot about how she makes that happen. And so we're going to start the conversation, and I thought that perhaps a good place to start might be to start with our Tiff, even as she sits down, because I'd like for her to help us sort of shape the landscape. She comes from the ground, she's engaged in trade, in production. So our Tiff, you have your bag of tricks with you. Tell us a little bit about Beit Mama, where you're the founder and managing director. What do you do? But more so, how do you navigate the complexity in this environment to build productive ventures?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Jory. Dear participants, I'm really glad to be part of this forum to introduce myself and introduce my products. My name is Awatu, and I have created a company called Mama. Mama means my mother. And I started working in the cosmetics that my mother was making, and in a memory, I decided to keep working on that and make it a little more professional. The Mama company is a company based on value development. I have cosmetics based on natural products, and I have also food based on natural products, like in fisheries. I am in the area of skins and leather. This is a product of skin and leather, and I have made that with my employees. And this is made out of sheep skin and lizard's skin. And we make these for Hermes. I have made these products It is, if I've done this, it is so that we don't have to export all our products in the form of raw materials. This is made out of a medicinal plant from my country in order to boost the strength of hair, and it grows naturally. And I use all forest products that are available in the nature around us, like shea butter. I have a concentrate of fruit that is both nutritional and therapeutic. And I have here green tea mixed with medicinal plants from our desert in Chad. And these are called the shi and baki. And these are plants that people in the desert use to look after their health. And these are the products in N'Djamena that people really run for. So the objective of creating my company is not for making money, but also for a social objective. I work with single mothers, with widows, with young men who have degrees but do not have jobs, and street kids, because they are marginalized. And there are quite a few of them in the city. And when you are in the city, you see them everywhere. And I thought that I should leave my area of comfort and as a businesswoman, that I could help these young people. And thank God I have a large team working with me, and we have been able to be up to the challenge.
For, you know, in the Bible they say seeing is believing. So you have sin, we all believe. What I'd like for you to tell us a little bit more is how you navigate, how you manage this production in a place that would be described as sort of fragile, crisis. How do you make these bags?
C'était très difficile.
It was very hard. As a woman, that's a major roadblock. Working in business where men are the majority, when a woman wants to have a business, she's perceived as an enemy. And when it comes to using skin, I am the first woman in my country. And I do have issues with other men in the area. But I was able to overcome the difficulties with the quality of my productions. And in Côte d'Ivoire here, I was a laureate in 2016, in 2023. And in my country, the president has even given me an award, a national award. And I'm proud to have been able to make it this far, considering all the roadblocks that I had to jump over. I started with 50,000 francs CFA with cosmetic products. And in the agribusiness, I started with 25,000 francs CFA. So I always thought to dream big but start small. And today I have been able to sell my products in the supermarkets in N'Djamena. And when you see my products, it meets international standards. And this is not an easy feat because everything is done manually. The bags that you see, we use machines that you make clothes with because we don't have enough money to buy machines to work with skins or with fruit, the concentrate of fruit. We use sometimes sticks to mix the products. So it was very hard, but I was able to make it anyway.
It was important to start there, just to tell us it's possible and to remind us that the interventions we make can have impact. And so think about our TIF, what you'd like to tell us at the end in terms of where to go next to help people like you to scale. Now, Honorable Minister Magdalene, I'm coming to you to help us understand how Liberia has navigated this transition. We know about the challenges that we also know about the journey ahead. Situate trade in that solutions mix for us. What has been working?
Let me firstly thank me for the bonus, because to have women being flagged out into trade is an issue. There are a lot of bottlenecks, there are a lot of delays, there are a lot of issues surrounding women, and the saying is women cannot make it. So I'd like to say congratulations to you. Thank you for being forceful to have such display that we have seen. I know it wasn't an easy ride, but I believe that you were focused, you remain focused, and today you can showcase what you have done, for which I'm very, very proud, because I'm a champion of women entrepreneurs, SMEs, going forward. So I'd like to say congratulations.
Thank you.
And again, I'd like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today and to talk about our journey. Where we came from, where we are, how was it along the road, what are those issues that tied us along the road, what are those braveness, lack of better words, that encourage us to go to where we are and where we are presently. Let me thank you for the opportunity to reflect on Liberia's journey from conflict to recovery and the critical role that trade and regional integration have played and continue to play in supporting peace, stability, and sustainable development. Liberia post-war conflict has been deeply influenced by strategic use of trade and regional partnership. Following the end of our civil crisis or conflict, it became clear that economic revitalization was not only an essential for rebuilding our institution and infrastructure, but also for restoring the hope and dignity of our people. Trade in this context has served as both a vehicle of economic empowerment and a platform to social cohesion. I like to take it by step so that we understand and know where we came from, where we are. And it took patience, it took a lot to have us to where we are. Trade and economic recovery. Trade has enabled us to rebuild key sectors such as agriculture, mining, and services, generating employment and livelihood across rural and urban areas. By facilitating access to market, trade has helped formally marginalized groups, including youth and women, participating more meaningfully in the economy, hereby reducing the risks of renewed conflict. We have worked to improve the investment climate, streamline custom procedures, and enhance trade facilitation, all of which have been critical in attracting cross-border and international investment. The establishment of a special economic zone and the modernization of our port and transport corridors have also helped integrate Liberia more effectively into region and global value chain. I don't want to go that far. I'm going to stop here because I know you're going to have a lot of questions to ask. But regarding regional integration and peace building, our engagement with the regional body, particularly ECOWAS, has been instrumental in anchoring Liberia within a broader framework of peace, stability, and cooperation through ECOWAS protocols on free movement of people, goods, and services. Liberia has strengthened trade ties with our neighboring countries, like Sierra Leone, Guinea, Ivory Coast. This fosters not only economic independence, but also diplomatic and cultural exchange, both vital to sustaining peace. So I'd like to stop here, and then as we go forward or further, we'll be able to give you more details on where we are regarding this. So just to summarize a little bit that I've said just now is to let you know that we came from conflict, realizing that we needed to be where we were before. We needed to strengthen ourselves, give ourselves courage to be able to move forward, and that is to see how we can battle trade. In every country all around the world, trade is the bottleneck, is the backbone, is the cornerstone. Trade is the pillar of the economy. And most often we use our private sector. As you all may be aware, government cannot exert everybody, so we try to see how we can strengthen the private sector. But we'll go deeply into that when we come back again.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So much wisdom in there on the practice in terms of institutions, in terms of policy, in terms of sectors, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much for that. You raised an important point that got me thinking about people, because ultimately this is about people. Conflict tends to push people out of their spaces of abode, out of their comfort zones. So Mohammed, I'm coming to you, because IOM is at the heart of the governance of mobility, when you think about it. So what are you observing about what works in terms of managing mobility, and as you do that, creating packages of interventions that allow for people to engage in productive ventures even on the move?
Thank you.
probably start at the global level, because we all have seen. We've all have seen the issue about migration is one of the big topics everywhere you go right now, from Europe to the US to everywhere else. But if you ask yourself, how are most of these countries built in the last 1 century? Large number of people who went there with expertise, not just from Africa, but also from other parts of the world, made those countries' industries grow and became one of those, we call them the first world right now because of the industries they've grown and everything else that they have right now. That is becoming a reverse issue right now with a lot of pushbacks about we don't want to see people who don't look like us. But if you go down into the economics and the trade of that discussion, they do need the people. And we know that is going to happen, and everyone should not fool ourselves that that is not happening. And we're going to see the mobility of people, not just at the global level, but also intra-African, that is going to increase. So that's just give you the bigger picture that we're seeing at the global level. Then you come to Africa, and there's been a lot of narrative about a tsunami of Africans leaving the continent trying to go to Europe, which is not true. If you look at that, it's less than 0.01% of the people who try to cross the Mediterranean to go to Europe to look for opportunities. We're talking about 0.01%. Don't talk about, but if you look at the number of Africans who are moving within the continent, either in ECOWAS or in SADC or in East African Community, that's where the movement of people is happening. The question we need to ask ourselves is, how are we harnessing the resources that we have? What Joy mentioned about, which continues to form in my mind that Africa is the continent of the future, is when you say 42% of the youth at the global level are coming from Africa. The question is, how are we going to harness that to make sure that we're able to have the trade and the growth, and also be able to deal with the fragility that the continent is facing as well. And let me give you just statistics. I'll throw this out there so we can start thinking about what are those issues that we need to deal with. 49 countries in Africa have ratified the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. 49 countries, which is good. But 4 countries in Africa have signed the Free Protocol Movement. How are you going to talk about trade without talking about people movement? You can't talk about goods. Who's going to work on those goods if the people are not moving? And the question we need to ask ourselves is, why are our countries not able to think really hard on how to ratify the continental free movement of people? Trade, goods are good things. Movement of people is a priority. We need to have our own inter-Africa movement of our own communities. Then just to give you another statistics, then other member states have come now up and said, we're going to provide visa-free movement for all African nationals to come to our countries. 17 countries in Africa have said that. So if you're going to allow people to come in visa-free, but you don't sign the free protocol movement, what is the issue? And that's what we need to unpack more. Why are our governments not in a position to come up and ratify the free movement of people? And that comes to the next point that I have, which is very much about the opportunity, the skilling. I was in a country, I won't mention the country, a few years ago, and I met with the Minister of Industry, and he said, we're building one big airport. We don't have enough mechanical engineering. How can I bring more engineers to my country? And I said, but I know we have many engineers in the next country, and the next country, and the next country, and you can get others who can come and work with you. And he said, we don't have a process of doing that. So it's easier for African experts to be able to get jobs in Europe, or to get, because if you look at, forget about irregular migration, if you look about the doctors, the nurses, how many people who are really qualified in Africa who go to Europe and the US and Australia every year because there's a pathway for them as qualified people to go which is very much draining the capacity, the brain drain that we see in our continent, while within the continent itself, we don't have that opportunity to have Africans move from one country to another country. I remember mentioning to Joy in a transit in Geneva a few weeks ago saying, not just do we have the skilled people, but we don't have our universities recognizing the certificates of the neighboring country. Or our own citizens, if they move from country A to country B, not having the aspects of portability of benefits, which means they don't get the health insurance. If I come from Kenya and I go work in Tanzania, will I go to the health insurance of that country? Will I be able to, do they accept the skills of my university? So the acceptance of those skilling is becoming one of the issues that we're going to look at. But just to close on this first part, it's very much about how do we operationalize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area? How do we operationalize the Africa Continental free movement of people? I think in the regional ECOWAS, it's working well, all with a few issues here and there. East African community, it's working, but with a few issues here and there. But there's a way to be able to move this forward. And I'll come to the other part, which is very much about how to deal with, in East Africa, we call them the mamambogas, the ones who stay at the border. They're the ones who do most of the trade, who are helping us on the coexistence, social cohesion, bringing peace between countries. Right at the border, you'll see those young women or elder women who are the ones who are trading every single day and are part of stabilization of the border regions.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for pointing out the criticality of legal instruments that facilitate movement and the need to accelerate ratification. And listening to you, I thought about advocacy, because as we talk and share, I'm pulling through those 3 Ps, the policy, the programs, the partnerships. You know, this advocacy that we must start to do collectively to ensure that the ratifications for the protocol on free movement of people go beyond the 4 that we currently have. But you also talked about borders, and that takes me to you, Ziad. Because at the borders, people and their mobility must be facilitated, but goods must also be facilitated. So trade facilitation, a big issue in terms of managing cross-border trade, including in fragile contexts. So Borderless Alliance, you've done a lot of work over the years trying to ensure seamless processes. Tell us what you're observing about what works in terms of trade facilitation at the borders. And if you can situate it in crisis contexts, that will be good. Ziad.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you for the organizers for making me part of this very important event and this session. First of all, before I answer, let me just say a quick couple of points. The first one, I'm very inspired by the contributions of Mrs. Baroud, who reminded us of why our advocacy matters in the first place. Because it was important to connect the policymakers to the policy takers, because it's all about people. It's all about livelihoods and the freedom of movement of people and goods, eventually in use towards the benefits of creating economic opportunity for people. And this will make people forget about the logistics of conflict. And so there's an earlier figure that was thrown around today, about $52 billion of investment in military spending in Africa. And to give it some context, the actual number for 2024, according to the UN Secretary General's recently published report, is $2.7 trillion on military spending in 2024 alone, in a year which saw raging wars in Europe, in Africa, and the Middle East. But that has not built the resilience, and it has not restored the peace of the world, has it? So we think at Borderless Alliance that economic opportunity and regional integration is the best way to create resilience. And the way we contribute to this case is to provide a voice for the private sector involvement in the public-private partnership on policy making in order to identify the priorities, the common priorities, and look at the challenges and then draft up solutions and implement solutions that work to enhance the movement of people and goods across borders in a regional context, mainly based in ECOWAS region. And yes, we've done a lot of work, especially within the border areas. But then if I wanted to summarize our main points from doing the advocacy with the economic operators at the borders, mainly, if you don't know what is going on through your borders, you don't really know how to manage it. There are two main sub-themes, let's say, about cross-border trade. There's the formal trade, which is conducted by formal economic operators with their valid documentation and commercial cargoes and commercial vehicles moving around. And they have very specific sets of issues and concerns that have to do with the trade facilitation, and it involves the dissemination of the proper information about implementing the rules and regulations in the countries you are crossing into, and then expecting to balance compliance with facilitation without compromising on peace or security. And we are of the opinion that it is very perfectly possible to balance facilitation and compliance without compromising peace and security. In all cases, the illegal trade and the smuggling that takes place doesn't go through the border checkpoints. They don't carry small banners to say smuggling. They will use some very tortuous aspects. So it's very important to, first of all, distinguish between the legal and the illegal trade. And then once you identify that, make sure that you facilitate for those who want it. And then there's the second sub-theme of the trade, and that is the informal cross-border trade, which many people continue up to today to equate as illegal. Informal trade is not illegal trade. It's important. And even though it wasn't part of the initial borderless advocacy, because we were more concerned about the formal trade, transit trade, crossing from one country to the other with complete sets of documents. But then, later on, we found out, and very recent reports have confirmed it, that the volumes of trade that cross through our borders, not just across West Africa, but the entire continent, are far higher than the ones that are reported through the formal trade. In fact, an OECD report on food security, which was recently published last month, puts in the volume of food security, of intra-regional food trade at 10 times the amount that is reported. That's very significant. And so how can you expect Madame, as a policy maker, to sit down and make a decision when she doesn't know 1/10 of what is actually going around the borders? It's unfair. But then we come to the main point, which has to do with the state of these borders. First of all, in terms of infrastructure, and second, in terms of the ecosystems and the border communities of economic operators, of residents, and then of border agencies who are engaged in this trade. And we have done a lot of work on information dissemination, on building capacities for both operators and others. And then and one particular project has to do with the rollout of border information centers. And these are basically outlets for the dissemination of information at particular borders throughout the years. Maybe we'll come back later on the operationalization of this, because there are lots of lessons from the successes of it, and then there are lots of other lessons from the challenges we have come across. So for the time being, I would like to say that I agree with Mohammed that where people move, trade moves. And that the main ultimate objective for us as advocacy is to connect the policymakers to the policy takers, and then to partner with the rest of the stakeholders who are interested in moving this agenda forward of creating economic opportunity without compromising the peace and security. So I'll stop here for the time.
Thank you very much, Ziad. You've given us a good taste of what trade facilitation looks like concretely at the borders. Information, infrastructure. So now we talk infrastructure, border infrastructure. And I'm coming to the audience because I'd like for you to participate and give us your reflections on how we solve this infrastructure question, the type of infrastructure that can push intra-African trade in this conflict settings. Anyone wants to share? Okay. Lufeo.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting us to this important session, which is looking at regional integration and trade as a pathway to peace. Critically important to us when we are looking at infrastructure, it's not just to look at infrastructure for the sake of infrastructure as backbone. We are trying to up the game and look at infrastructure, which is integrated, which covers quite a number of elements, such as the value chain additions, which have been mentioned here, because definitely you cannot produce and not have the market. We need to say the infrastructure we are building, say for instance, and I'll give you an example here, Lobito Corridor project, which we are developing currently, which is a 4 billion project. We are not only looking at the backbone rail, we are looking at what value additions can we include within that project. And these could be mineral beneficiations from DRC Congo, Zambia, as well as Angola itself. And the reason why we are doing that is because definitely minerals could be a source of conflict. But if we bring in and we start adding value to those will bring more prosperity because there will be productivity within those areas. And this is linked also to the free movement of these goods, trade facilitation. So the same infrastructure is going to include the one-stop border post, which is linked and well-resourced. And also the town planning within the border itself will be very critical. So we are looking at this holistically to be more integrated, which could also look to the issues to say, how can we mitigate the issues of fragility? Because if there will be production, then definitely the fragility issues will be sorted out.
So thank you very much, Lufeo, because what you say reminds me of what Ziad said earlier, which is give people hope and they won't be interested in the logistics of conflict. And so what you're saying is design infrastructure in a manner that draws people in to create their wealth. Anybody else wants to share perspectives? Someone at the back?
Good day, everyone. My name is Ndumwoklo from Nestia, Nigeria. I mean, before I go into answering the question, I think there's a critical area I think we've been missing since morning, and allow me to a bit flag it up, which is the way we tend to be defining peace and peace building. And I think there's a big gap we need to go back to be able to deconstruct that idea about what an African think is peace. I mean, it will help us in all the discussions we've been having. So if you take that to the issue of infrastructure we've been talking about, or trying to look at our borders and how we look at it, the question could be, how do I, as a Nigerian who lives in the northern part of Nigeria, close to Niger, think about somebody from Niger? Do I think he's from the other country or he's my brother? And for us to answer all these questions, I think there must be a shift in our ontology of what peace meant. We need to start from there. And we have to link that to our everyday peace. We have been doing a kind of incremental approach. I think it's not going to work. We need to deconstruct everything and build it up. And I think to do that, that's where the bank should come in. That's where our research centers will come in. That's where our think tanks will come in. Does liberal peace still work for us? Can we be talking about peace and peace building without the governance and democracy that is failing? If we're able to aggregate all this together and come up with what I think as peace, what that man who lives in South Africa thinks as peace, build that, then we can start treading to where we want to go. Otherwise, we could start building on a faulty foundation. We'll come back next year, we'll be still talking there's something that is missing. I think we need to go back there.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that foundational question. What is peace? But behind that, who are we as African people, and what does Africanness mean? Can it be a magnet to draw peace? You want to say something?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to ask my question to the person dealing with trade facilitation. In the month of March, we took part in a study ordered by the Ministry of Trade between the border between Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, and we had two cases. The first case You have mobile traders who leave from Enugu, the last town in Ghana, and who come every day to trade in Noe and then go back in the evening. This type of trade, how can we trace that? Secondly, every Wednesday in Noe, you have the weekly market, and when we visited the market, we realized that there were women who left Ghana to come and get provisions in Côte d'Ivoire and vice versa, because for them the notion of borders doesn't exist, given that it is the same people and colonization has introduced these artificial borders. And third case, at 6 p.m. when the borders are closed in the night from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., the volume of transactions that go in between Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire are higher than what obtains during the day. And this doesn't have to do with going through formal borders. And we're not talking about trade that goes on via the river or lagoon. So how can we capture all of this? Thank you.
Formal trade. This question around trade facilitation, capturing the true volume of intra-African trade, but also, you know, implementing the AFCFTA in a sense, because it's supposed to take us to that place where it matters not whether you're Ivorian or Ghanaian in terms of production. Financing, let's talk money. All of these things cost financing. How do we crack the financing question? Ideas?
Good afternoon. I'm speaking French. I'm Kone Yusuf. I'm responsible for regional funds. Given that we're talking about funding, I would like to say that in the Department of Regional Coordination, we deal with resource allocation according to regional projects. What I want to say is that this concessional window of the African Development Bank is a necessary tool for funding regional integration on the continent, where we can invest in countries, low-income countries, and we focus essentially with fragile states. And so beyond this discussions that we've been having this morning, I think we should provide concrete answers, the creation of opportunities, the need to connect markets and people, because each regional integration program that we are funding are projects that have to do or that has an impact on the population. So what we are connecting through physical infrastructure is not just markets but cultures. These are norms that are being harmonized at certain borders, and also trade flows that are multiplied with different examples, as we have heard, be it transformation, be it issues of reinforcing value chains, or simply harmonizing the free trade area. 25% of these allocation of funds provides concrete responses in as far as strengthening resilience goes.
Operations, regional operations, infrastructure, energy, etc., especially in this fragile context. Did you want to say something very quickly?
Franck Assassi.
Frank Assi, I'm a junior economist with Civis Côte d'Ivoire, and we're also thinking about questions or issues relating to transport and economic growth in sub-Saharan Africa. I would like to talk relating to something that Mr. Dangote mentioned relating to his business, that he had difficulties circulating within the African continent, as well as moving between Africa and Europe or America. He mentioned that this was due to the high taxes that were put on air tickets moving from one country to the other. Thankfully, we have an expert from the free trade area, but can we not think of a method that consists of reducing these different taxes to enable the population move easily within Africa? Because based on the study that I conducted, this is one of the main issues why trade between countries is limited and pushes and also pushes African people and governments to move to other continents, whereas we have the solutions nearby.
FTA. In 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So my name is Abu Fal, a trade policy officer within the bank. As you know, the ACFTA is the new paradigm, to change the landscape, trade landscape in Africa. And the bank has been at the forefront in terms of supporting the effective implementation of the ACFTA. As you may know, we've supported actually the establishment of the ACFTA Secretariat to really conduct all the negotiations to reduce the tariffs and negotiate other protocols on youth, women, digital trade, and so forth. And these interventions really help set up the right policy framework to enable African countries to actually trade within the ACFTA. But one thing is to actually have all these protocols negotiated, signed, ratified. Another question is actually how effective will it happen? How will the private sector be able to navigate through all these processes, customs, tariffs, non-tariff barriers, to connect? Because the issue really within the continent and why the level of trade is so low, at least formal trade, because informal trade, by definition, there are a lot of things that we cannot really capture, is that there are really a lot of cumbersome regulations and so forth, and navigating through all of that is just a nightmare. Some of you may have had the opportunity to go through borders, and you may really live what I mean by cumbersome. So the idea behind the ACFTA and the work of the bank in supporting the ACFTA Secretariat, but also supporting countries to really understand and implement the ACFTA is something that's critical to the bank's work. And we are supporting the private sector, countries themselves, regional economic communities, to really embed the ACFTA into the work, but not forget also the role of the private sector. And besides the infrastructure that also the bank is financing, a lot of multinational projects like road projects, a fundamental aspect is also to integrate within those infrastructure projects what we call the soft infrastructure measures. Like, how do you ensure that a road that's built between Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire will have trucks and merchandises, cross seamlessly? How do we work with customs? For example, within the region, within ECOWAS, for example, we have a system called SIGMAT. It's like a transit management system. But for the system to work, customs need to be interconnected, and they need to also communicate. So the bank is really like funding infrastructure, both hard and soft infrastructure, to ensure that the ACFTA can really be a reality and that all the stakeholders can really benefit from it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Abu. I think that was a very useful addition. I'm going to come back to the panel as we start to look towards closure. And I'll ask you a question for which you have a minute each to respond to, and then we'll do the final take. So let's come back to you, our Tiff. You started off by showcasing these great products you've made. What is the one thing governments, or we must all do, to help people engaged in ventures like yours to go to scale?
Since I started my business, I didn't get any help from the government of Chad. And actually, I'm seeking for the finance with the institution, with the banks, because I want to go from artisanat. Je vais parler en français.
I'll speak in French. I want to move from a small scale to a semi-industrial scale in order to be able to sell my products abroad, to have access to international markets. And it is important that I have the necessary funding to be able to increase production, have the necessary certifications, the appropriate packaging, and at the same time have the markets internationally. Thank you, Awatif.
To you with a similar trend of thought, but this time perhaps not government, given you're in government. But if this were a place full of international development actors, practitioners, what are the two things we should do to help Liberia not just sustain, but elevate?
Thank you. Everyone would need an emblem environment, a space that would be given to have them expose what they are into. We believe there are challenges all over the world. There are challenges, but what our focus has been is how can we turn those challenges into opportunities? What are the things we need to do to help? And to do that, we must open a space. That is to have in a larger scale investment, have access to the necessary things that they will need, open an environment where you will unlock bottlenecks, whether it's custom, whether it's security, all of these delay that causes hinder to trade. What is it that we can do regarding that? And to answer your question is to see how we can move, how can we move and bring in some transformation. And most often, the reason why, let me just use government as an example and then I can come back. For government, we strongly believe that SMEs, entrepreneurs, are the strongholds, and we should be able to create an environment where they will have a space. The regular businessman, let me just come down to the lower level, the regular businessman or businesswoman or investor wouldn't want to have delay, because delay causes a lot of hindrance to whatever they want to do. So we try to see how we can open that space so that they'll be able to invest and not have all of the necessary delay that we normally have. For an example, at the port, there are issues. Let me begin from the borderline, the cross-border trade. Those who cross the border, as you were saying, those who come across the border in the morning and goes back in the evening, those who pay their normal duties at the borders. So what happens? But we try to see how we can open a space. We know that informal traders, they are there. They will always exist. There's no way you can change it. Everybody in the world, they are there. But how can we create an environment to have people being eager to come and invest? How can we push them to be able to come and trade? And as we have said earlier in our earlier speech, we said trade is the pillar of every government. And to have your government being strengthened in terms of jobs, because government cannot, exert everybody, but government can also support the private sector. And that's why, just before I came, we started a public-private dialogue where we come around the table and you tell us what your challenges are. We tell you what is it that we can help you with, what is it that we need to do that we have not done, what is it that you as an investor or entrepreneur or SMEs want us to do to help in whatever process. So we started that and we're going to continue with that. Regarding the African Free Continental Trade, we just launched that in Liberia. We just launched it, and we're looking forward to see how we can also look at the fisheries. There are in agreement, there are legal instruments that we are also working on to see how we can move Liberia, our country as a whole, to where we want it to be. So basically, I'm saying to you that once we have an environment, get rid of bottlenecks, open a space where people will move in and out, it will help us a lot to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to shift a little bit because of time constraints and ask us all a question. And I'll start with you, Ziad, and then Mohammed. Here we have spoken about trade, regional integration, a major antidote. If we were to lift our ambition in this room and say there's something we can do of an initiative that accelerates trade as a prevention measure, what part of that would each of your institutions feel best positioned to lift? Because as Ozong said, we're not just talking, we want action. So Borderless Alliance, what is that initiative and what would you lift? In a minute.
Hey, there's another question that was directed at me, so we have to forget about that.
No, please answer it in 30 seconds.
Okay. First of all, let me say that it is very important to attend to the issues at the borders and ensure that the fluidity remains. But I don't think the issues are technical. Most of the issues from our experience that have to do with trade facilitation are non-technical issues that are disguised as technical issues, which means that you can have the best solution to something, and then you will go there and you will not have enough buy-in, both from your policymakers and your policy takers. And I think it is about time that we sit down and admit that we need to tell a better story about why trade facilitation matters for the creation of economic opportunities, both for the smaller scale and for the larger scales. Somebody mentioned Aliko Dangote, who had issues in traveling across town. And I personally have been, every time I remember this story, it amuses me for a reason. Because it was only when the champions of African industrialization have realized how difficult their lives were getting because of the closed borders, that they become convinced and they bought into the need to open the borders, and they started pushing to advance the agenda of trade facilitation. And so we need to look out these champions. We need to bring them to the table and tell them a better story, a uniform story. We want to be part, as a Borderless Alliance advocacy platform, of an initiative where we can rally the voices that advance trade facilitation. We want to show and demonstrate the success stories about how fostering bilateral dialogues across borders and replicating that across the continent is easier than you think. It's all about telling a better story, telling someone who pulls weight to support you, and then to address the non-technical issues that are disguised as technical issues, and then start to accelerate our economic integration.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Mohammed? The big idea from IOM.
There's so many big ideas, but I'll start with one which is connected to each one of them. One is the political will that we really need to work on, all of us, and advocacy with our governments about why it's really important to talk about movement of people and goods in the same sentence rather than two different sentences. And I'm saying that because someone in this room reminded me this afternoon, and I'll quote her. She said, fragility grows at borders and stability will be won at the borders. but I'm not sure if we're really thinking that way. And how can we make this happen? One of them is very much about infrastructure, that we need to have the right infrastructure at our borders. I think the idea of having the one border post, which is serving two countries at the same time, is one ideal. When we've seen that, we've worked on that between DRC and Rwanda with the support of the European Union, which seemed to be working. We are already starting one with the African Development Bank between Central African Republic and Cameroon, and this is very much helping the informal traders themselves. So we think if we have a strong infrastructure, you're able to facilitate the trade of people and goods. The second one is very much integrated border management. I think it's something that my colleague here has mentioned, is very much how do we strengthen the integrated border management, not just on the customs and taxes and the health part of cross-border issues, but very much on science and technology. I think what my colleague Ziad has mentioned about the statistics, it's frightening that we don't have that. How can we make sure we have, for example, in IOM, what we call the MIDAS, which I think majority of African member states use that system at the borders and at the airports. And it's very much taking in the statistics to be able to share that with policymakers on who is coming in, who's going out, but at the same time helps allay the fears, because some of the governments always say, oh, we don't want to sign this because of security reasons. That not all borders are manned. If anybody wants to go anywhere, they will go in the continent, but we want to make sure we have the science and the technology to help our member states to be able to move forward. So I think for me, the big idea is just the political will and then go to the infrastructure and everything that comes up with it.
Excellent. So we have had such a fascinating conversation. Honorable Minister, any big final idea from you in 2 words?
Well, thank you again. And as a government, I'd like to speak from the government perspective. As a government, we try to see how we can put in a system, and that is, he talked about the infrastructures at the border points, but we try to see how we can decentralize and how can we digitize those different border points. So digitization has been our focus to see how we digitize all of those processes, because it helps speed up processes, it helps remove corruptions, it helps all of the paperwork, and all of that keeps you out of all the trouble, lack of better words. So we try to see how we can digitize. And digitization, I think, is the way forward to also help, because it gives you an idea of database, where, how many persons came in, how many persons went out, what are the different commodities that came in or whatever that came in. You will have a direct information on that, as compared to just having something written in at the end of the day. So digitization is what my focus will be, and that's what I'm doing in my country right now, taking it from decentralizing all of the processes in the different counties and at the different borders points.
Okay, so digitization, the final piece. We started off talking about these 3 Ps, the policy, the program, the partnerships. And I think at the end of this conversation, I hope you agree with me that there's meat on the bone. And I'll explain why in the summary. Let's start with the partnerships. Here we are. And that is why we were very deliberate to hear from you as well in terms of the voices that you have. In this room is the constellation of partnerships needed to work together to go farther with trade and regional integration for prevention. We asked the question, well, what does the policy look like? Many people talked about policy. Lots of things came out. But I think the first one that merits strengthening is intentional policy choices around trade, implementing trade policy, investment policy, industrial policy. Because at the end of the day, trade is really about the gateway for production, right? And so the intentional policy, as we had from Liberia, is a crucial, crucial piece. And of course, that links to the sectors, the particular sectors of choice, of interest, especially those that draw in people. Our chief told us a lot about the type of people that she draws into her production processes and giving people jobs and that sort of thing. So the choice of sectors is also very critical. She showed us she's in leather, she's in cosmetics, she's in food production, and so on and so forth. And I'm sure we all noticed that the core is really value addition, and we've learned the case from Chad. So that would be the policy piece. The third piece is then around this program. What are the elements of this program? I'd like to offer the following from our conversation. Financing, a big deal. The second piece is really around implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area in terms of the reforms needed in countries to support the preferential promise, the promise of preferential treatment that's really at the heart of the AFCFTA. The third piece is around advocacy. Advocacy to ensure that people can move across Africa freely, visa-free. And so we talked about the 4 ratifications. In this great partnership we're talking about today, we can advocate to ensure that they reach the threshold and it enters into force. The final piece around this program of ours is trade facilitation, and I'd link trade facilitation to infrastructure. What happens at the border matters. Knowing the context in which you are at the border matters. And of course, the infrastructure around digitization, ETC, is also clear. So I hope you see that we know the policy, we know the program, and we are forming the partnership. And so perhaps Ofong, she's left the room, but I'd like to challenge all of us here today to say, why don't we get together and structure that program? And structure that program so that when we come and meet again next year, we're talking about something of a pathway to implementation and hopefully starting to feel the weight of what our collective can do for the continent on the preventive agenda through trade and regional integration. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you to the audience for your participation. We've come to the end of the session.
Thank you once again to our panelists and our moderator for their invaluable insights on the role of regional integration and trade in fostering peace and stability. The discussion reminds us that peace is not only a political and social imperative, but also an economic one, built on linkages, flows, and shared prosperity. We now turn to another critical dimension of resilience, which is how to mobilize capital markets to finance and unlock investment opportunities. We will invite the next moderator, Arne Hassel, to come to the floor. And also, I'll allow you to introduce your distinguished panelist, Arne. Arne Hassel? Yes, I see you.
Should we get the...
Okay, I'm going to call on Mr. Papa Masamba Sal, Stephanie Simon, Bleta Sella, Cyril Conchou. Please come to the podium. And then you can let's see. Maud Lemoine. Yes, there you are. There you go. Yes.
Now it's better, probably. Okay, so welcome everyone to session number 4, called Catalyzing Capital Markets to Finance Peace and to Unlock Investment Opportunities. My name is Arne Hassel. I'm a Director of Finance for Peace and I'm also the chair of the Standards Committee. I have a background in finance and economics. I was chief investment officer for a sovereign wealth fund, Kuwait Investment Office. I was also chief investment officer of Barclays Bank, and I've been global head of currency and also head of the hedge fund strategies group for Asia and Europe at Goldman Sachs Asset Management. But I also have a background in science and ESG and impact investing. I've evaluated energy projects, and also I led a project to get Barclays UNPRI rated and also to launch impact funds. But the bottom line is really, when we're talking about private investors, I'm one of those guys. Now, a disclaimer here, and that is that I've been asked to play a dual role today. I've been asked to moderate, which I'm very proud of, and then also I've been asked to present Finance for Peace. So I'll probably talk a bit more than some of the other moderators, so I'll just ask you to bear a bit with me. But before going into Finance for Peace, I'd like to present the panel here. And we have a wealth of knowledge in the panel here when it comes to investments, and hands-on experience when it comes to investments, and also a lot of expertise about the African context as well. So let me introduce the panelists here in no particular order, but I think I'll start with Stephanie here, Stephanie Simon, or Simon, who's the Principal Treasury Officer at the African Development Bank. And then we have Maud Lemoyne. That's probably what they called you at Goldman, right? And she is an MD at, or Managing Director at Lion's Head. And then we have Pap Sal. I got that right? And he's a Managing Director and CEO for Western Central Africa at Citibank, Côte d'Ivoire. And then Cyril Gonchuk. Gonchon. Did I get it right?
Yeah, Gonchuk.
Good enough. Okay. He's the co-founder and managing partner at Enco Capital. And last but not least, Lota Chela, who's the resident representative for UNDP in Côte d'Ivoire. So I'll actually come back to the panel after I've spoken a bit about Finance for Peace and let the different participants here comment on their background and also about their organization and what these organizations are doing. So let me go to, in this case, Finance for Peace. So it's an organization that was founded in 2019. We were incubated by Interpeace, but this year it will become an independent UK-based charity. And the mission of the organization is to create a market for peace-aligned investments. And to do that by creating market integrity through standards, independent verification, leading to a certification, or what we call it, a peace stamp. And our vision is to grow this market to about, over time, $1 trillion. I want to hang that number out there because if it takes off, it can get very big. Now, a key reason to create a market here is that we want to attract private investors. And something that's probably quite obvious, but easy to forget at times, is that if you want private investors to come to the table, it's a good idea to ask them and to understand how they think. So let me spend a couple of minutes on the mind of a private investor, based on some self-reflection, but also some kind of anthropology I've done in investment organizations and investment committees. I've come to the conclusion that private investors really care just about two things. The first thing is return per unit of risk. You want to have a large upside and a limited downside. Second one is that you want to look good. So you can't really afford any career-ending problems or high-profile mistakes, as it were. And the second one is actually very important for a lot of investors. And many people are in these seats for the long term, and they don't want to do things that will look really bad. The second thing here is to remember that people in these roles are mandated to care about what's in it for them as investors. So this is kind of Adam Smith's invisible hand, that by looking at their self-interest as investors, hopefully good things will happen. I think there is a bit of a who-who problem at times, as it might be called, and that is when you look at things like you invest $1 and you get 16 back, or you might even get 130 back. I've heard different numbers here, but the bottom line is that it makes a lot of sense to do this, which I think a lot of people agree with. But the question you have to ask, who funds the $1 and who gets the benefits? If those are different people or different areas or different entities, you've got a problem. Because as a private investor, you have to make sure that if you invest $1, you get more than $1 back. The last point here is that you're expected to use your expertise to do look-throughs. And that means that, in this case, you look at the project level, really. As I've heard from some people when I look at when they look at presentations and ideas, investment ideas, I've heard comments like, everyone can do a nice pitch book, right? But it's how you implement that's important, the how. And also that there are mechanisms to keep people's feet to the fire, that you get some kind of market feedback, so you do the right thing, prices go up, you do bad things, prices go down. And I have to quote, actually, a friend of mine from a larger pension fund who I did a bit of a little focus group and ran this by some people, and they were not really knowledgeable about peace investing in any way. And this guy said, I don't know much about peace, but actually, if you show me a peace bond and a traditional bond for one of these projects, I'll choose the peace bond because it's got a better risk return, and also the fact that you have a stamp on it and independent verification covers my downside a bit in case things go wrong, you know. So I think this is an example where you can get people to be interested in this, even though these wouldn't be the guys who are at the barricades of peace investing. But there is still scope to tap this. So I'm a bit more positive. We've heard other people are commenting on the interest from larger institutions and pension funds. I'm a bit more constructive on what you can do to attract these investors. Many of them are stretching for yield. They're looking for interesting investment opportunities. And if the risk reward is right, you should be able to capture those guys. So after that little expose into the mind of an investor, I'd like to just talk a bit about peace-aligned investments. It's a bit of a mouthful at times, but what we mean by this is it's investments or projects, as I said, that incorporate peace building, or what we call it peace-enhancing mechanisms. And they do that to strengthen community resilience and reduce risk for investors. So very often you come down to, okay, peace-enhancing mechanisms, or PEMs as we call them, what are they really? And then it's important to recognize that we've come to the conclusion that a lot of friction, a lot of potential conflict or actual conflict come from two factors really, exclusion and inequality. So if you can tackle those with these mechanisms, you're probably focusing on the right area. So typical peace-enhancing mechanisms might be different types of consultations, inclusion schemes, could be benefit sharing schemes, etc. And another thing that I want to make clear is that a peace bond or peace investing, as we see it, is not the same as impact investing or ESG plus or something, or social plus, something like that. It's actually all plus. It can also be on top of an ESG investment or social investment. So and it's probably likely to be quite a few of those investments, but can it also be a traditional investment? So any kind of investment really that is exposed to fragility and conflict risks can benefit from incorporating peace-building mechanisms as we see it. So the concept of peace bonds is actually very simple. You take a small part of the investment to fund peace building, let's say 1 or 2% or something like that. You might have that expertise internally, or you might have to work with an external peace builder who's got the expertise. So this 1 to 2% would lower the risk, which lowers the funding costs. Now you might ask, is that really value for money? Well, I would say definitely. And when it comes to bonds, and I'm sure those of you who are familiar with bonds, they're a bit deceptive at times because you talk about yields and small amounts and so on. So if you say I'd lower the yield by 0.25% on a 10-year bond, that's 0.25%, who cares? Actually, 10 years, that's times 10, so you've got 2.5% that you gain. If you would lower the yield by 1%, you're talking 10%. So that's really important, what you can do here to lower the yield. And the other thing also, let's assume that we're talking about 1 to 2% going to peace building. If we would get over time a market of peace bonds up to $1 trillion, you're talking about 10 to 20 billion going to peace building. And that might be, 10 or 20 times more, a bit depending on how you calculate this, more than currently is being spent on peace building. So if this works, it's going to be big. Now, as you can see, we mainly focus on how the projects are implemented. And by doing so, we believe that we can create a win-win-win. And what we mean by that is that the project owners or issuers, they benefit from the risk going down, which means that the funding costs go down. Investors, they benefit from lower risk, which means that a more attractive investment. And finally, the communities, they benefit from projects being peace-aligned. And in some cases also that more projects get off the ground, actually. So now, I was going to set the stage a bit before going into the questions, but I think that many of the things that I was going to say, they've already been mentioned here. I was going to talk about the huge investment needs. I think we all know about those. How difficult it's been for Africa to attract the necessary capital, and finally about all the opportunities that this continent has. But I think what I'll do is probably to go into the questions here so I don't take too much time with the preparations here. So let me go to the questions. And some of the questions here that we have, that we've agreed on, they are questions that have been raised previously today. But hopefully we can provide some more new angles and perhaps hands-on examples as well. So bear with us when it comes to this as well. It might sound a bit like a repetition, but hopefully we can create something new out of this. So the first question here is a very open one. And the question is, why has it been so difficult to attract investments into Africa? Of total global investments, Africa has attracted about less than 1%. So what do you think the key reasons are for this? And anyone who feels like starting here, I'd like you all to comment on this if you have a chance. Do you want to start, Maud?
Sure, I'll be the icebreaker. So first of all, thank you very much, Arne. Thank you to the African Development Bank for hosting. Thank you for the audience for staying. I know it's been a very long day, but the previous panel really ended on how do we crack the financing question? And I thought it was a very good segue into this panel because I think that's really what we're trying to figure out is how do we crack the financing question? Apologies, I will start with one word on Lion's Head and how we come to participate in this panel discussion and how we operate with this within the context of the forum today. First of all, my background is capital markets. I've been in capital markets my entire career, so I think I resonate with Arne's comments very much on the minds of a private investor. And I think that's what we need to be discussing honestly and frankly, how to attract more investments. We've heard throughout the day about the issues. I think we understand them. We know what the issues are. We've quantified them. We understand where it needs to go. The problem is how to attract the investments into these contexts. So at Lion's Head, we are a specialized advisor that really focuses on helping our clients overcome the financing challenges and use innovative financing tools to mobilize private capital. And I think we quite like to say that we work at the Capital Markets Public Finance Development Nexus to try and do that. So why, in our view and in our experience, why hasn't been more investments, and specifically in the conflict and fragile environment? I will say three factors are at the forefront of our minds. The first is an obvious one. It's risk, perceived risk, and real risks. Perceived risk is an important one because it has a cost, and the cost is not aligned with the return. What we see is, on average, for instance, to give you a concrete example of what that perceived cost is, in Africa, a sovereign with a similar rating to a Latin American sovereign will trade on average around 1% higher. So that's real money left on the table that is very costly. But there are obviously real costs as well. Conflict afflicted areas suffer from weak institutions, legal uncertainty, obviously security challenges, and that amplifies the risk premium. So thinking about the de-risking mechanisms is a very important aspect of the discussion in terms of attracting more financing. Secondly, I think this is also a good conclusion to all of the discussion that we've had today, is also that when we think about peace investment specifically, there is a bit of a stigma around it, where we immediately kind of think small, peace building, security challenges, and conflict, where in fact we have to broaden the discussion and think about it in a much broader terms. It's education, it's climate resilience, it's social infrastructure, it's health, it's basic government services, and it's creating the fiscal space for sovereigns to make these investments for long-term economic development. The last one that I will mention, and I think this is the one that I personally would like to focus on for the rest of the discussion, is the fragmentation and scale issue. And obviously, coming from the capital markets angle, I truly believe in powers of public markets in terms of unlocking opportunities. But the problem is that there aren't enough conduit for these investments to happen. Fragmented initiatives mean also small scale, and it doesn't attract largest pools of capital. So we need to be rethinking peace investments at a more holistic level that allow for the private investors to have the conduit to invest. I'll pause here, let my other colleagues comment, but then I'll hope to go back to the scalable argument.
Oh, sorry, you didn't have a mic. That's fine. Sorry.
Doesn't work. Nope.
I might go. Okay. I might go up to the stage. Might be easier. I know this one works at least. Okay. All right. So why don't we continue? And I'll ask questions later about specifically what your organization is doing. So if we just do a brief version of why doesn't Africa attract capital?
Sure.
The key points. Yeah.
Thank you, Arne, and thanks everyone. Thanks for having us today. Look, from my perspective, I think what has probably said some of the challenges we're seeing in the market. So why is private capital not coming in as we would have expected? But then I just wanted to bring a couple of perspective here, meaning, local market development. So there are savings in the market. I think local players usually sometimes have a very clear view on what the risk is, so they could price the risk at the right levels, but the markets are not deep enough, so you're not collecting the private capital that is available. So I think that there is part of the capital that is not being collected, and that probably also impact the possibility of raising more funds into the continent. I may come also to the risk perception. I think it definitely is diffused in the way that, must say, Africa is sometimes seen as a country, not really a continent from some investors' perspective, where the differentiation is not made strictly to, where the risk is and, being precisely weighted, so that I think in some instances more capital could have come where I think the risk is much lower than when it is put into a blended framework of risky continent per se. But then I just would also mention, sometimes the lack of data availability. So I think it's very difficult sometimes to read from outside what is available, infrastructure that are probably ready project for executions. So all those things makes it a bit more. There's more to do to make sure that we are aligned with projects that are ready for executions, and of course is delay potentially the possibility for bringing capital for investment. So I'll just stop there, but some other drivers that might continue. Thank you.
Yes, Stephanie.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me on this panel. I'm currently working in the funding team in the Treasury Department of the AFDB. So my contribution is going to be very much related to capital markets, and specifically of the bank's activity on the capital markets. So one thing I would like to come back on is what Maud mentioned about the perceived risk. Just to give you an example from AFDB's perspective, so we are rated AAA, like our peer MDBs, like the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, etc. But when it comes to pricing our bonds, investors would always have the perception that the African continent, where we operate, is more risky. Therefore, our bonds will trade with a premium compared to bonds with similar characteristics from our peer MDBs, typically 1 to 2 basis points, sometimes even wider. And there has been, so one thing that we have done at the AFDB in the last 10 years, because the borrowing program from the institution increased quite significantly. Since 2016, we had a borrowing program of about $4 billion. And today we have $10 billion to execute in the markets. So that required from us to do a very extensive marketing work with investors in order to educate them and for them to understand better the credit risk of the AFDB, because essentially we are rated similarly to our peer MDBs. So there is an education, I would say, work to be done to attract investors, private investors on the continent. And also some changes probably or improvements in the infrastructure of the local African capital markets. So currently the local markets are relatively small in size. They're underdeveloped. There is very low liquidity. The environment, also the regulatory environment, is also quite complex, and sometimes there are also few exit options. So that prevents investors from participating in these markets. So that's my opinion.
Cyril, please.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Pleasure to be here today, and thanks Arnie for organizing this session, and obviously for the AFDB for having us. I'm the co-founder of Enco Capital, We are a Pan-African asset manager. We would like to see ourselves as a sort of African champion in asset management. We're managing currently about $1.5 billion US dollar. We have 6 offices across Africa, and we're managing obviously several investment strategies. In terms of really what's sort of why is Africa not attracting enough investment? Obviously, I think obviously my fellow panelists have sort of highlight some of the obvious reasons. I think the perception, the fragmentation, the education, the lack of capital market. One maybe more controversial themes that I want to bring is basically the fact that really what's going to really drive attraction and significant traction in funding in Africa is also going to be the fact that local capital has to show the lead. And I think it echoes what I think Pap mentioned. I do think that when you look at the examples of countries that have really been very good and successful at attracting significant capital, it's really the local capital that leads as opposed to international capital. I'm going to give you, for example, an example, in terms of the priority, because the local capital knows basically where the priorities are, knows better where the opportunities are. And I'm going to give you a practical example. For example, I've started 10 years ago a private education business, K-12, called ENCO Education. Basically, we try to make quality education affordable. The reason why I'm raising this, and I'm giving that as an example, is that, for example, most development money believes that money should not go to support private K-12 education in Africa. Whereas, I mean, if you look at it from an African perspective, sitting here and thinking, look, you have half of the population that is less than 19. Government are already spending vast amount of resources, in education, and to say that, look, it should be basically just the responsibility of government, I think is foolish. I think it's foolish for 2 reasons. Because they obviously have, if you put yourself in the shoes of government, they have a lot of other things that they have to do, and they just don't have enough money. And the private capital is there, is willing to get invested. But for example, for most development agencies, for example, it's not a priority because the conventional wisdom is that education should be a public good, which I think it is. But in the context where you have half of the population that is less than that needs to be educated, there's just no way that government would have enough resources. So I think it's important that basically private capital leads, and I think that a lot of effort should be done in terms of mobilizing private capital. I mean, local private capital, because there is, as was mentioned, and unfortunately, the local private capital is quite poorly allocated. Unfortunately, it goes essentially toward funding government, funding banks to some extent, but very little of it goes towards funding private sector. And I think that's really something that we want to correct. Just to finish, I think one thing we pride of as ENCO is that out of the 1.5 billion we're managing, half of it is African money and half is international money. So we actually try to deliberately keep that balance, because we think that, certainly local capital has to lead the way in terms of where the priorities are. I think that's really going to be the best way, I think, to credibly attract significant more international capital.
Better.
Thank you so much. I think the challenge isn't a lack of opportunity, but very much how the fellow panelists highlight it is how risks are perceived. We've heard today, throughout the day, that it's the conflict risks, the weak credit rating, it's political uncertainty, governance deficits. All of these contribute to the lower investor appetite. Even though we know that the foreign direct investments in Africa have historically outperformed those
in Latin America, the markets in Latin America and Asia. And we see that it's often based on perceptions. We've been doing quite a lot of work with UNDP on credit risk rating systems, and we've seen, based on our research, that the subjective rating and the perceptions really matter. While 32 African countries have a sovereign rating, most remain below the investment grade. And we've estimated that these perceptions, that are often perceptions and that are often subjective, are costing African countries more than $74.5 billion, more than a gap that can cover the whole infrastructure gap in the region. So this is an area that we're really working on how do we address this subjectivity of the risks. Also, just to add, there are many systemic barriers. And we've undertaken some research. The 2025 Africa Investment Insights report that was launched by UNDP highlighted what we call white spaces that refer to the policy, the missing policies, inconsistent policies, regulations, market conditions that are preventing the capital flows to address some of these peace dividends, if I may refer to it. Yet, however, the potential of investments cannot be overstated. We know that the opportunity is tremendous here. 65% of the world's arable land, 40% of gold, 30% of mineral, the world's largest growing force, workforce, youth. So these are, you are sitting in this country that is the biggest exporter of cocoa, cashew nuts, without which the whole world actually would not be able to have chocolate, you know. So the potential and the opportunities is tremendous. So the challenge isn't a lack of opportunity. It's how, very much what the colleague said, how do you de-risk the investments? How do you reframe so that the investors can identify the opportunities and can confidently engage?
Thanks a lot. Some really interesting thoughts here about what the general question or the general problem is here to attract capital, really. I think I'll go into and ask you a bit more specifically about what your organization is doing, and feel free to, if you haven't covered it already, to talk a bit about your organization as well. And I'll start with Stephanie here. I know that the African Development Bank is a leader in green and social bonds. I think you started with green bonds already in 2013, right? That was even before the ESMA principles. Up until very recently, you also have been leading the other multilateral development banks when it comes to the amount of social bonds as well, right? So it would be great if you can tell me a bit more specifically about what the bank is doing in these areas that we're talking about, and also if you think there is scope to focus even more on the risk linked specifically to fragility and insecurity.
Thanks for the question. So just taking a step back here about the bank's strategy. So it has twin objectives: to accelerate sustainable green growth and to promote resilient economies. So both these objectives are actually leading the bank to lend essentially to environmental projects and to social projects. So it is only natural that the AFDB started issuing green bonds and social bonds at a very, very early stage. Also because we consider that it's a little bit of MDB's responsibility as well to help these markets develop at an early stage. So in 2013, the bank established its green bond framework. So that's even before the green bond principles were established by ICMA in 2014. In 2017, we also established a social bond framework. And more recently, in 2023, we decided to update both the green and the social framework and combine them under a single sustainable bond framework under which the bank can issue green bonds, social bonds, and sustainability bonds. So since then, since 2013, the bank has issued close to $20 billion of green and social bonds. It is today the largest ESG ICMA-aligned bonds, the largest issuer of ICMA-aligned bonds on the African continent. And it's also, among MDB peers, the bank is ranked first in terms of volume of social bond issuance as of December 2024. So we are we have built, aside from this, there has been very landmark transactions that were led by the AFDB. For example, the COVID bond that we issued in 2020. So at a very early stage in April 2020, the bank issued the largest bond it has ever issued so far. It was a $3 billion, 3-year fight COVID-19 social bond. So this bond was issued and the proceeds were going to be used to finance COVID-related projects to support basically the members who were being affected by the COVID-19 crisis. So this transaction, which is the largest bond issued by the AFDB so far, also was highlighted the fact that the AFDB was very much capable to react quickly and efficiently to a major crisis affecting the African continent. So that's one more thing I wanted to add is so there has been recently there has been talks and there was a review commissioned by the G20, basically to review the MDB's capital adequacy framework. So that was back in 2022. But because the needs on the continent are so big, and the AFDB is really constrained by its balance sheet, so not only it is looking at partnerships to mobilize global finance into the continent, but it's also using internally balance sheet optimization techniques, like, for example, the exposure exchange agreement or synthetic securitization. But most recently, we have been a pioneer in the development of the hybrid capital market issued by MDBs. So basically, AFDB has started working on this product since 2020, and in January 2024, the bank issued its inaugural hybrid capital in the markets, and that was the first hybrid capital issuance from an MDB, leading the way to other issuers in the continent who also, so we had in 2025 Africa Finance Corporation and BOAD also issuing hybrid capital. So the advantage of hybrid capital is that the bond has been structured in a certain way that its characteristics allow the rating agencies to consider that 100% of the proceeds have equity credit. So the proceeds of the hybrid capital basically are used to reinforce the capital structure of the bank, allowing the institution to lend more on the continent, especially towards environmental and social projects. So this is a tool that is now going to be used more regularly by the bank to manage its capital, and we are committed to become a regular issuer of this product.
Thanks a lot, Stephanie. Over to you, Maud. I think there is a natural segue here. Because I know that you and Lions Head have been working with the African Development Bank on what was called security indexed investment bonds, on that initiative, and also on more generally finding solutions to peace financing. Please tell us a bit more about your projects and the initiatives.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Stephanie for bringing up the COVID impact bond, which I vividly remember executing on the other side of the table back in my capital markets days. And just one word to say to Stephanie's point, that the African Development Bank really in the MDB community has been the most innovative in the MDB world, thinking about these new structures, being pioneer, and examples for the rest of the MDB community. And we've seen that with the work that we're also doing now. We work across many different issues to try and tackle the lack of investments in the peace sector. But one of the areas that we've been working with the African Development Bank on is really to try and tackle the scale and fragmentation issue, where we've tried to design and structure a new peace financing vehicle that would effectively try to channel a number of the investments and initiatives already existing on the continent, but really trying to act as a multiplier to leverage the investments that already exist and make sure that is an investable opportunity for the private capital that I was mentioning is out there and is currently lacking conduits for investments. So the Security Index Bond Initiative, that's a name that's been floating around, is essentially a solution to the scalable issue that I think is at the crux of finding the financing, trying to increase the financing to the continent, specifically in this sector. And just to address one of the points that you made earlier, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to contradict one of the earlier panelists of this morning on thinking that U.S. pension funds, I think the quote is, we can't think of U.S. pension funds of having any interest in these types of investment. I actually think that very much the contrary. Maybe not U.S. pension funds, but definitely European pension funds, definitely institutional investors have the interest. They want the exposure. They just don't have the assets to do it. It's very difficult to find the assets. They're fragmented. They're illiquid. They're not available. But we've seen already some very interesting initiatives in the securitization space where MDBs have started to open their portfolios to private investors, and there's demand. So there's a real need to think much larger scale, because that's what's going to attract where the real money pot is.
That's interesting. Now, Pap, I understand that Citibank is exploring the financing of many projects in the areas that we're talking about. And it could be, for example, bonds, it could be direct loans. So could you please tell us a bit more about the financial de-risking that you usually are working with, and also how a focus on peace building could add to that process?
Of course. Thank you, Aaron. Look, I think I'll just bring in, the perspective onto why, as an institution, sometimes we do have a, clear view onto the local market. So, in average, in many of our countries, we've been around for more than 30 years to 50 years, like in Cote d'Ivoire or West Africa, and even more in some countries. So there is a clear knowledge sometimes from, very rooted into the markets where we operate, which sometimes also allows us to have a, as we were saying, on the risk perception, on the, the segment that we are operating, be able to actually go beyond, as a traditional bank, what we would be able to do. And I'll just pick one example in one of our presence country, where it's more a framework that we put together. I bring in potential investors that are looking at the country, but also a pipeline of projects that could be executed, or at least is considered as mature from the local authorities. So it's more a mapping. Sometimes I think the investors will look at, continuing the deepening that portfolio and seeing whether it can materialize into executing some of those projects. And while leveraging our knowledge on the ground, we also help some of these investors navigate some of the day-to-day challenges. So as part of our presence, it's something that we do provide as, we do provide as advisor to some of our clients that are looking at opportunities in the continent. And I think we also look into making sure that the local authorities, or at least the governments, also have that exposure vis-a-vis the investors. So creating a platform whereby they can provide, information update as and when needed by potential investors in the country. And usually those projects could be, at least investors could come in and pick very specifically onto what they can do and to what extent actually they limit the level of risk that they want in an environment which is not always potentially something that they would have done without being taken through that process. So I think from our perspective, we look at that on a very specific basis on those cases in countries where we have present sometime, maybe conflict where there are conflicts, but clearly bringing investors to focus on few projects helps actually in this environment. And just to come to your point on, de-risking, I mean, we talk about the social bonds, we talk about peace bonds and so on, but we also see more and more alternative financing coming in with political risk insurance that you can have, but DFIs have also been providing de-risking or risk enhancement on some of the loan product that you can provide. So it allows to really reduce capital consumption, and of course makes the investment, or at least private investment, easier than just getting the full risk exposure from assets that exist on the ground. So of course it has to be very specific. It's a process, sometime I think a lengthy process sometime, but there are established program or de-risking agreements that with DFIs we can use to really leverage on private financing that we can bring into the countries. I think I'll stop there for a few examples. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Bob. And Cyril, Enco Capital, you have extensive experience in frontier, emerging and developed markets here in Africa, I understand. And you also have a very strong track record investing in the continent here. So just a bit more about what you're doing as a firm. You mentioned some of it before, but I'd like to know a bit more. And you said that in this case, you have, I would assume it's primarily private capital that you're attracting, right? Yeah. In particular in the fragile and insecure areas, if you go there, if you invest there, if you see interest, investors very often stretch for yield in a way. How willing are they to go into these areas, and how could perhaps a peace bond or a peace stamp help?
Yeah, thanks, Arne, for the question. As I mentioned, really as Enco, we see ourselves as a kind of local champion of asset management. We see really our mission as basically being the trusted conduit for investment in Africa across geographies, asset classes, and targeting both international as well as local investors. So obviously I run the private equity. So on the private equity side, our role is effectively investing in private companies, equity capital in private companies. Our focus obviously is on the return, because obviously we're managing private capital, but as an impact-minded investor, basically what we do currently is that we track basically the impact of our investment across several dimensions. So obviously the key dimension currently we're tracking, obviously the obvious one, job creation, tax revenue generated, gender balance, and also geographic focus. And that's really where potentially, obviously, the peace sort of aspect can come in. At the moment, what we do is we basically only focus, we basically track the countries across what we call fragile country. I think both African Development Bank and the World Bank have a definition in Africa of fragile countries. Obviously, it's a combination of several sectors. And I think currently, we're targeting over 50% basically of our investment have to be targeted toward basically less developed countries according to that matrix. So as you mentioned, obviously our track record at ENCO at raising capital has been quite good. I think it took us, we started in 2008, it took us 15 years to get to 750 and 2 years to double. So we think we've been good at that. I think, what really make raising money successful, I think number one is basically the risk-adjusted return. I think we're very good in terms of the performance of across all our strategy has been good. I think it's also the fact that we're targeting both local and international investors. I think that's certainly one thing that distinguishes us. And also the fact that we offering the full spectrum of investments, full spectrum of strategies from anywhere from a money market fund all the way to private equity. I think the only thing we don't do at the moment is of venture capital. I really think that in order to attract, certainly from a private equity standpoint, in order to attract more capital to fragile or insecure, post-conflict countries, I think you need four things. I think the first thing is, I think it's basic, but you need to track, right? You need to keep track, because it's only what measures that get seen. So at least I think it gives you a sense of the issue. I think it will actually be good, and I think it's something that we should actually do in our portfolio to basically track the investment in the geographies that basically are qualified as conflict or post-conflict, I presume. The second thing is obviously define the measurement. I think that's important. We have to. The idea there is to define what are the key driver of peace, or basically, and basically track them. I mean, same way that they do for ESG. I think the third thing then to do is obviously to create incentive. So you have to create incentive for investors like us who are basically focused on return to invest alongside those strategies. So and for that, basically, there's two things. There have to be a pool of capital that is made available for that, to back that, and obviously, there's all sort of creative ways to basically make the private sector, give incentive to private sector to basically come in and direct their investment toward specific geographies. So, I mean, we've seen sort of first loss mechanism, we've seen guarantees, we've seen, could be just a subsidized cost of capital, but yeah, there has to be sort of financial incentive. And I think last and very importantly, you have to demonstrate that it works. So you have to demonstrate that it works and that it's virtuous, that obviously it's for the good, and I think, you have to be able to quantify basically the impact. And more importantly, I think with private sector in particular, you have to be able to basically almost measure the impact of every dollar that is put to back basically that focus, how much more private capital it's able to attract. I mean, the so-called multiplier. So you have to be able to track the multiplier. I think it's actually a good way basically to work with private sector to route the capital where you think you want to make the impact. So that's the way I see that happening, certainly in the private equity, especially with regard to private capital, because private capital, I mean, a lot of what we manage is pension funds, so we cannot say that we're going to give preference or to impact before return, because those are pension. They need to make sure that they have enough money to take care of their retirement. So that should be the first concern. But again, if the right incentive is set, then hopefully it can drive basically private capital to such initiative.
It's interesting that you mentioned here about monitoring and making sure that things work. It's something that we've heard from many other private investors as well. And the peace bond concept here, if you get a peace stamp, the monitoring and reports have to be filed every year and following up. And if you don't do what you said you were going to do, we'll take the stamp away. So, and that's something that quite a few private investors like because it's feed to the fire, it's feedback. And that's something a lot of private investors want to see. Blata, I understand that UNDP here is key when it comes to advising countries on how to fill the gaps to get better credit ratings. You referred to it a bit previously also. I also know that you've been involved in the structuring of many financial instruments and the operation around these instruments as well. So could you please tell us a bit more about specifically what UNDP is doing, in particular when it comes to getting more investments into Africa here and in particular into these areas that are considered being fragile or conflict affected?
Yeah. Thank you so much. So exactly, we are helping the countries to strengthen what we call this credit worthiness, and we're doing this in Côte d'Ivoire, but also in other countries such as in Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, Ghana. And our focus here is to build the capacities of the government and other key institutions that are engaged in these initiatives to improve the data gaps, to help with the negotiation skills, to improve transparency, to shift these investor perceptions. And often this comes because of lack of information, and there is no shortcut to having presence on the ground, to provide that information coming also directly from the communities and from the field presence. And this has been an asset of UNDP, given that we work in the most fragile settings. Previously, as the director of the stabilization facilities, I traveled to places where I never saw even any of humanitarian organizations. So having direct experience in these fragile settings, it enables us to better see what is possible and what the risks are and how do you respond to these risks. Secondly, as you highlighted, we work very closely with the governments in helping them develop, refine, issue all of these innovative financing instruments, including the green social bonds, debt for swap initiatives, debt swap initiatives in order to finance social economic infrastructure in fragile areas, also debt for climate swaps. And for example, here in Côte d'Ivoire, we have been supporting the government to develop the sustainable bond framework, the allocation framework, the impact standards, the reporting, all of which helped to the issuance of the $2.3 billion bond from the government. And we are now working to support with the blue bond, and we expect to connect this directly with peace positive indicators, including social cohesion, community security, perceptions of security, which I believe it will result in more peace positive impact. Third, we also are focusing on, in some of the very fragile areas, focusing on youth SMEs. SME are the backbone of the economy, but they face extreme challenges in these conflict areas, especially because they are often informal, they lack the capacity, they lack the information, they lack the digital skills, the opportunities. So these are some of the areas that we're focusing in these conflict areas and connecting them with the opportunities so that they can access capital at scale, and they can further strengthen this ecosystem, innovation ecosystem. So our focus is very much on how to transform all of these opportunities from fragile to investable across the conflict, post-conflict fragile areas that we operate. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that. I'll jump to another question here, because some of the things that we talked about that we will cover, I think, has been covered quite extensively earlier today here. But one thing is really, we talked about before during the day here about what governments and regulators can contribute with. But my question is more, what do you expect from that side? Do governments and regulators have their hands full already? And with less resources being available, do you expect a lot of support to come from that area? Or are your plans more or less, let's say, less dependent on what governments and regulators will do? What's your view in general? And anyone here can answer the question, what you see the role of the governments and regulators be for your programs in particular?
You're referring to me? Or?
Yeah, if you want to start.
Well, I think we absolutely do need, for the investments to flow, we do need clear, consistent regulations. And we do need, and I was mentioning the Africa Investment Report, Insights Report that we launched actually this year, that shows that the most barriers to private sector investments, they are from inconsistent regulations, from policy gaps, from regulatory uncertainty. So all of these things, and especially in the fragile context, the gaps seem to be much larger. Just to give an example, we have been working in many countries, and in Kenya, and my colleague Zainu can even provide more, can illustrate more because he comes from there. But we have been working to establish a transparent, a stable regulatory framework for pooling different investment funds, including auditing accounts, setting clear rules for licensing, auditing, and these have resulted into clear impact in partnership with the Kenyan insurance companies. So the government can do a lot, and the expectation for the governments, especially on the SME sectors, they often provide some of the biggest barriers, actually. They can ensure the market uncertainty, boost market confidence through addressing some of these policy bottlenecks. They can also help better facilitate the standard integration, especially across the region. That's why actually working with the government through different frameworks such as AFSA is the African Continental Trade Agreement would be really critical, because it can help boost more this private investments, and they can help more with aligning the national priorities with the private sector priorities through the different policy frameworks. And we have many examples of blended finance mechanisms that we're working closely with the governments. So absolutely, the government regulators are at the forefront of the private flows, capital flows into many of these fragile settings.
And that seems like they set the stage, right? So, Cyril, in your world, what can governments and regulators do to help ENCO?
Yeah, I think, generally, I think in addition to everything that Berta mentioned, which is obviously setting, obviously government set obviously the rules and the framework and, that is conducive to investment. I think, again, talking about private capital, I think what is key is the incentive. So to me, there has to be two things. First of all, I say there have to be the pool of capital, so it can come, part of it can come also from government or from donors. But I think, everybody have to sort of contribute somehow to make it interesting for private sector to basically buy into such initiatives. So I think, for example, a concrete initiative that, government tend to be the biggest player in most African economies. So therefore, directly or indirectly through either the process of, RFPs, if this becomes a criteria, for example, in the marking, to get awarded a business from government, I think this could be some of the things that they can do in addition to just, again, contribute financially to that. But obviously they have to buy into that, they have to believe, and it has to be credible for them that this initiative works. I'm saying that because, again, you mentioned that, for example, this is different from climate, but, the reality is some of those sort of positive bias that you want to create, sometimes, for government, they don't buy into that because, it's foreign. I mean, it's not their priority. So, so if it's not their priority, it's hard to ask them because it's someone else's agenda somehow. So it has to be their agenda. Yeah. So it has to fit somewhere into. I mean, they have to believe in that first. In first place, we should not take it for granted because often it doesn't. Because a lot of the things that sometimes come with impact are sort of foreign-led. And sometimes they're not relevant for the local context, simply. So we have to be mindful of that. But I do think that government can contribute. Yeah. And from the private sector perspective, the key is to just make sure that you provide incentive because it's incentive that drives basically private capital. So that's my take.
Yeah. Just before we continue, Osong, can I just check how much time we have here? We started a bit late. About some 15 minutes more? Okay, yeah, we'll try to keep that in mind then, and I'll do a little wrap up as well. So, anyone else who wants to comment here on the role of governments and regulators and what you expect?
I would like to add from an ESG market perspective. So obviously Europe is leading. They have many. There is the EU taxonomy. There is the EU green bond standards, etc. In Africa, we have recently adopted an initiative that was led by the AFDB, which is the Africa Sustainable Finance Taxonomy. So that was endorsed by regulators, by the commercial banks, insurance companies, and DFIs in Nairobi in July 2024. So that is really a milestone in creating an enabling environment for attracting private sector to local ESG markets. So, there.
Yeah. Thanks. Anyone else who wants to comment?
Very quickly, not to repeat what my colleague have already said, but I think the one thing which is sometimes very important from my perspective, from our perspective, and pragmatic is more clarity into the requirement from the investors. So all those nuances on the codes and so sometimes create issues on it. The lack of visibility or predictability for an investor is probably something that, a clear code will totally, exclude, and then gives the opportunity. So where you're going. And I think that's very important from an investor's perspective. But then also looking at, what are the incentives? I think, whether it's capital allocations, what are, clearly establishing property rights which are very clear, and, investment protections. I think some of the things have been already highlighted, like rule of law, very important as well. That usually is probably a focus from the investors' engagement. Thank you.
Sorry, perhaps just one last thing from my perspective. Obviously, strengthening institution, increasing transparency, or stronger regulatory framework. Absolutely, I will just add to add political will as well. And what I've seen from some of the initiatives that we've worked on, we've held, we've designed, we've structured. They are endorsed. Sometimes at the very higher level of state, sometimes at the African Union Assembly, sometimes at different levels, and they do get stuck. They tend to get stuck. And these are incredibly important initiatives that can help each and individual members of the continent. They are African-wide initiatives. They show the way. They can unlock incredible investments on the continent. They get stuck. So I would say unstuck the initiatives.
Yeah, that makes sense. In the interest of time here, if we can just briefly comment on the next couple of questions perhaps, and then I'll try to do perhaps some 5 or 10 minutes wrap up. We've heard today about that the expectations when it comes to resources being allocated to international development finance, we're talking about a situation when it's kind of dwindling, so it's definitely coming down. It seems like, Blota, last time that we spoke, I remember you said aid time is over. Are we sort of getting to a paradigm shift here? Some people talk about this having been a trend going on for quite some time, or is there something big happening right now? And if that's the case, what are the implications here? Just a quick comment on a very big question, I know.
Yes, absolutely. Aid time is over. From 70% that used to be aid, now we heard this morning in 2025 it's expected to be less than 17%. So it is critical that that we know that development finance alone cannot fill in this gap. So all of the private capital flows are really critical. All of the blended finance mechanisms are really important, and many other financing. Of course, you heard about the green social bonds, all of these innovative finance instruments, but also other diaspora. If I may, diaspora capital is also key, because they're less. What we have seen, especially with diaspora funds, they are more willing to absorb risks because they want to contribute to their economies back home, and that they are more resilient. And so, so in my view, looking forward to the future, and looking forward also to the tremendous opportunity that Africa has. For example, just the Sahel region alone has the potential to generate thousands of gigawatts, like in terms of the solar potential. And every young entrepreneur is an opportunity to invest in Africa. So I think what we really need to focus on is that we need to ensure that we shift from all of this direct funding, and what I highlighted earlier, to improve all of these credible investment pipelines, bankable projects, the credit worthiness, and ensuring that every dollar that we invest, every concessional dollar, and I know that the Africa Development Bank is investing quite a lot of resources, is a magnet, not a drop in the bucket. And in this way, and also by looking very much at the guarantees to absorb the risks, and we see that once we invest 20 to 30% in some bankable projects to absorb the first risks, then the return for investments are so much higher. We see even in very fragile settings like in Mali and Niger, all of the projects that are being combined from private investment opportunities. So it is really critical to reinforce these blended finance mechanisms and to turn this the finance in these fragile settings in a lever for resilience.
Okay. Quick comment, Cyril, if you'd like to, and then I'm going to ask a last very unfair question, but I'll come to that. So did you want to comment, Cyril?
No, I just wanted to.
Oh, okay. So then I'll go to my unfair question then, and you can only answer yes or no to this one. So is Africa the next Asia, or is that a too hard act to follow?
I think Africa is even... as I mentioned, with being the world's largest workforce, with those projections, and the youngest workforce, the opportunity is tremendous in this country. And I gave some of the arable land, the minerals, which are often a source of conflict, the innovation, the creativity that you see in Africa is tremendous. So I do see a lot of opportunities, and I see Africa youth resources being the biggest asset, the greatest investment opportunity. So and I think that with the right resources, with the right de-risking mechanisms, with the right restructuring, the addressing the risk perceptions, it will actually bypass Asia and other regions.
So that sounds
I'm
like
confident.
a resounding yes then.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you say?
I'm going to say maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. No, I'm going to say maybe because I think it's definitely a yes. Indeed, if I think the biggest opportunity in Africa is really its population, the youth of its population. So if through education we're able to turn that into an opportunity, yes. But if not, I think it's going to be a big no, and yeah, it's going to have a huge repercussion. So yeah, I think the jury is still out to me.
Okay, so a resounding maybe. Yeah.
Maybe.
No, okay. And Stephanie, what do you say?
I would say yes. Definitely. I mean, from an investment, capital markets investment perspective, yields are higher on the continent. And just to highlight also, last week we issued our second hybrid capital in the markets. It was a $500 million deal that attracted investor demand up to a peak of $4 billion. So it was 8 times oversubscribed. So I believe that there's going to be continuous appetite for I mean, investments in the capital markets, not only from the AFDB, but also from the local African capital markets.
Yeah. Now we talked here about perceived risks and so on. I remember a comment that I heard from someone when talking about perceived risk being too high, is that you can also say it's good value. As long as it doesn't prevent people from investing, then actually risks being exaggerated might create a lot of opportunities. It's good value. So that was another yes. And
yeah, no, definitely a yes. The reason from my perspective is, we see the large scales of infrastructure that need to be built, so the needs for real financing into those investment. Definitely, we see growth in this region probably higher than in any other region, and then that is expected to further increase. That growth will be probably a multiplier for more investment to coming into emerging markets. So, from my perspective, it's positive.
Yes. And Maud?
I'll say yes if I have to say that, but
Asia ain't bad.
It's yes, but just some quick perspective. ODA is 200 billion, public markets is 200 trillion. So let's also stop thinking of ODA going away as an issue. There's a big amount of money out there that's untapped, and I'll leave you with the words of actually the African Development Bank chief economist, Kevin Ouarma, who said, ODA is going down, it's not an issue, it's a wake-up call. So I think this is what we need to think about.
Yeah, thanks. Well, thanks a lot for all these comments. I'll try to do a bit of a sum up here, if I can. I think we seem to agree on that there will be less resources for international development finance, that a time is over, and it's been a bit of a paradigm shift here, and that we do have to mobilize private capital. And that private capital is very sensitive to risk levels and project failures and things like that. Also that by adding peace alignment, and in our case a peace stamp, that could be a way forward to use peace building to reduce risk. We heard about the investment needs, the opportunities, and ways to make this happen. A few final points just on peace bonds and why we think that could be a way forward here. The first point is that peace bonds can be applied to a very wide range of investments. I call it all plus, for example. Very few exclusion criteria per se, but we have high hurdles when it comes to the actual peace-enhancing mechanisms, what's going to be done there, the how that we talked about. So that's the first point, wide range of investments. The second point is that we can look at both existing and new investing. So sometimes when you think about a new instrument and it takes time to issue and so on, you hear about years into the future, but this is something that can be done today more or less. We don't need to wait. I'm sure there are quite a few investments out there that more or less would qualify and could get a stamp, which might be quite valuable in many ways. And that brings me to the third point, and that is that this is commercial. We've heard a comment a few times today that it's not charity, and same thing here. I would say what's interesting about risk reduction using peace alignment for risk reduction is that the heart and the wallet in a way are aligned, and that's not always the case. Do good and de-risk. That's a slogan I came up with, and you probably realize why I didn't make it in marketing. But that's at the heart of it, really, that you can do both here. They are aligned. What you want to do, what's good for communities and so on, is good for the investment and the de-risking, and that's not always the case. And the final point here is that we have this win-win-win with huge upside, and with the peace stamp here, there is virtually no downside, really, if you think about it. So what I expect in the future is not, we will present this to some investors that will say, why do you need a peace stamp? I would expect in the future that people will say, why don't you have a peace stamp? So I think it's one of these unique opportunities where things are aligned and actually you do get a win-win-win here. And I just want to wrap up with that we are ready to go when it comes to this. The standards are there, certification, the peace stamp. We also are developing right now a market network. I'll come to a bit to that later. But what we need right now is really to kickstart the issuance of peace bonds with ideally a few flagship investments. And that's why many of you in this room come in. So hopefully you can help us to be part of transforming the market for peace-aligned investments. And with that, I just wanted to mention a practical thing. We don't really have time now for a proper Q&A session, but if anyone is interested in what we talked about here, feel free to contact me. And also on Friday, there will be an event at 9:30 a.m. and there will be about 40 investors who represent about $2 trillion of assets under management who will be discussing their interest in peace bonds. So please talk to, if you're interested in that session, please talk to either to me or Daniel, who's sitting in front here. If you wave your hand, yeah, that's Daniel. So, and with that, I just want to say a big, big thank you to the panel here for your very insightful comments and the examples. I felt that this is kind of where the rubber hits the road to a large extent. So I'm very glad that we could talk about some of the opportunities, what was being done here, and the insights that you gave us also in the practical things here that we have to think about to make this work. That's all from me, actually. So a big thank you also to the organizers of this conference. And that's over to you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. And I will remember, Arne, do good and de-risk. That's it, right? That should be on a T-shirt. You know, we should get that going. Yes. Friends, we have come to the close of our program for today. We have shared rich discussions from regional integration and trade for peace to innovative ways of capitalizing on capital markets to unlock investment opportunities like the peace bonds. A lot of creativity there. On behalf of the African Development Bank, I would like to sincerely thank all of our panelists today and speakers, and of course you, our participants, for your active engagement and commitment. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow for another full day of thought-provoking sessions and collaboration. Until then, please enjoy the rest of your evening, and safe travels back to your hotel rooms or home if you were coming from your homes. Thank you very much. Let's give all of us a round of applause as we end the day. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't pronounce the N, right? You swallow the N. Yeah, that's why I said so I use control.
Moi, j'ai vu